Boo. It's me. Hey, everybody, what's up? Welcome to the stream. That was the Finding the Next Song silence. These should be recognizable. If not iconic. It's only 3:15 p.m. Pacific time. Welcome to the beginning of stream. Ooh! Feels good to be back. Hope you had a nice day off yesterday, wherever you were, wherever you choose to spend it. We're going back to space. Playing some Terra Invicta today because, listen, time is short. Okay? And it is the 14th. In less than 11 days, Victoria 3 will have come out. And presumably, so has RimWorld new expansion. So, we got things to do. We've got to accomplish some very basic goals before I can I'm not going to uninstall the game, but before we can say we did what we needed to do. Okay? So probably going to be streaming a little bit this weekend too. I'm thinking about tomorrow. Might be more either Brotato / I was thinking about going back to Super Auto Pets, actually. I thought those two games would go nicely together. Alternatively, possibly some more co-op. Some more zombies. Get some spooks. As we get closer to Halloween. But we'll see how it goes. But there'll probably be a weekend stream, like one. And then I imagine Sunday probably off, but we'll see. Subject to change, TBD. God, I love this soundtrack. The XCOM soundtracks are actually on Spotify, which is fantastic. But if you didn't know what this was, XCOM 2 and the XCOM 2 Legacy original soundtrack from 2018. It's good stuff. They got this one too. This one's probably burned into your brains if you saw the XCOM 2 streams. This one I heard too many times. It's like an ever-rising crescendo that never stops. It never finds its peak. It's fantastic until the 5th time it goes around. Anyway, hope you guys are doing good. Playing some fun games. And getting ready for even more fun games coming out. Today, the goal is blow up an alien ship. Hopefully that's not biting off more than we can chew. Okay, I want to see an explosion. I'm not going to personally guarantee that it's the alien who will blow up, but someone's going to blow up. Streamer bragging about hearing the wind music too much. Is this the wind music? I thought this was loadout screen. I'm pretty sure it is. Chat's pumping it. Hello, Nogmon Squad. Welcome. Yeah, this is pre-mission, I think. But what's up, beginning of stream slubs? Illustra says Pog map game. Hi, Illustra. Zard's also back. More like Terra, no thank you, I'm out. Get the fuck out. See you later, nerd. Hi, Pickle Puppy. Thanks for subbing. I appreciate you. Unlike someone. And Altager, welcome back for 41 months. What's up, Altager? Thanks for subbing. I got your money. You guys can do whatever you want after that. I also got some spucks, as the kids are calling it these days. Because their coffee's actually good now. I don't know. Here's the thing. Was it always good? And I just was being a... Oh, I didn't know this had a second part. They don't play this on the game files. They loop it. Yeah, it doesn't fade out at the end. That's new to me. Venti pumpkin spice latte with extra spicy, no capitalism. Yeah, it's just like... It's Starbucks, dude. It's on every street corner. People be like, I don't drink Starbucks, okay? I don't like supporting these mega conglomerations with their poor coffee bean business practices, and I will have a 10-piece chicken tendies with fries from Wendy's. Thank you. Pick and choose which megacorps not to buy food and drink from. Fast food's inescapable. And someone would say, you would disapprove of various aspects of our society, and yet you participate in it? Interesting. I bought an espresso machine and expensive beans and became a barista and still like Starbucks better. Okay, I read that as, I bought an espresso machine and expensive beans and it came with a barista, and I still like Starbucks better. I was like, that is a large purchase. Are you sure you are not now the proud owner of a coffee establishment? You may have just started your own business. I had to cancel an interview because the interviewer didn't even read my resume. So now I'm here at my real job, watching Etalyx. See, you've misspelled my username. I have to imagine that that level of attention to detail may have factored into your resume. You can't even come in and make sure that all of your chat messages are both punctual and grammatically correct. Then how am I supposed to assume that they are where resumes are concerned? Hey, Town Chat. Hello, Bucky. What's up? Cryo Storage, Nataru, Disillusioned, Robot Mystic is here. I'm here to chew aliens and kick bubblegum. And I am all out of gum. Okay. Where are we? Roof says, Etal Alien, we need more alien emotes in chat. Have I not provided enough? Is 7 days did I cope with Avid coming back someday? Yeah, we're gonna try and get another one in soon. It was the last stream we did, actually. So when you say, is it coming back someday? That implies that it's been a long period of time. This was the intro song. We can't listen to it again. It was the day before yesterday, guys. Terra Invicta, thank you for showing it. I have not played any other game in the last 4 days. I needed a grand strategy to play after CK3. My pleasure, Mr. Planty. I'm glad to create another addict. This game's been a blast to play so far. Glad you're having fun with the P4. And anybody else who jumped in, because I corrupted you. Today we're going to try and wrap our brains around shipbuilding for real. We kind of dipped our toes in the water last time by looking at, like, I did look at the shipbuilder, but today we're actually going to have to
the sub sound premium.
Create something with it. That's a whole different thing. and multiple times at that, because there's some just obstacles in our way as far as research and technology goes. And there's an in-game reason other than aliens bad for why we need to do this. It's actually a main story plot. There is a concrete campaign objective that necessitates us sniping an alien spaceship out of the sky, possibly sacrificing some brave human pilots in the process. Thanks for putting the flags up to celebrate my 3-year sub. Of course. My pleasure. I did not have any time yesterday to do anything back there. But you're welcome, Kate Dandy. And also thanks for 36 months with a double sub. Happy 3 years. But thanks again, Ruve, Robot Mystic, the G-Man for a big 5-0, and everybody else for jumping in, saying hi. Gonna do a little recap on Terra Invicta as we get started. Show you what we're doing, where we're starting from, sort of our goals, objectives, maybe listen to some XCOM 2 jams in the process, and talk about some video games. I assume there hasn't been another RimWorld thing yet. No. And also, you will be pleased to know I have not seen the Rings of Power finale yet, so you do not have to worry about that. It is not a thing today. Tomorrow, I make no promises, but today, not a thing. But I am still watching... Okay, speaking of finales, I'm still trying to catch up on the Marvel stuff. I have heard that She-Hulk is actually amazing now. Can anyone confirm or deny? Whether or not, because I heard people were like, "Eh, Twerk Hulk, don't watch." Like that was just the meme. I think it was just overblown to like a very, very large degree. Found the end bizarre. But I heard it actually good. I enjoyed it. I wouldn't call it amazing. Okay. I fell off Marvel stuff after Hawkeye. I haven't watched Hawkeye yet. Is Hawkeye even watchable as like a Christmas thing? Like, oh, Christmas superheroes. Or just no. Andor is the first good Marvel. Yep, sure is. Thank you, Pickle Puppy. Pickle Puppy, I'm trying to figure out, how did you follow in August of this year? You just subscribed for the first time, and your first chat message. Where the hell have you been for the last 3 months? Oh, you thought Hawkeye was pretty good, you just stopped watching everything afterward anyway. Okay. It was a lot of fun. Hawkeye was good. Chat likes Hawkeye, but that was the last thing anybody watched. I enjoy that it's over. Hawkeye is a great Christmas show. Marvel can be watched all year round. That's because that's how long it takes for you to keep up with all of the content. It's watched all year round because they just don't stop releasing things. What is the Marvel werewolf thing? It's on Disney Plus, but I don't understand. Is it actually Marvel, or is it just... Is it a gag? Is it a real thing? It's like the one-off werewolf special? Werewolf by Night is amazing, no jokes. I don't know if I believe you, Pickle Puppy. You've been in Andor's jail so long that I don't know if you have your wits about you yet. I had no idea what the werewolf thing was until I saw something about it. That's because the thumbnail they used is so bad. It looks... like, who made this? I don't want to watch that based on this poster. I hate the 2D shadow silhouette in the background. It looks really, really bad. Looks like Bigfoot. And I didn't know that it's actually Marvel. It looks like something completely different. It's meant to be like the Universal monster movies. Looks unfinished. To be honest, I don't know how any of the current Marvel stuff is different from Morbius. Really, Dev2? You don't know how the current Marvel stuff is different from Morbius? Well, let me be the one to enlighten you, okay? Because the truth of the matter is that Morbius is good, and the current Marvel stuff is not, so the fact that you would even compare the two and put them on the same plane is frankly insulting. I haven't seen Morbius or Marvel, so they're the same. They're roughly the same, yeah. But yes, anyways, let me close that. And get over to this. What are we jamming to now? Retaliation. Retaliation, also known as chat spending 100,000 channel points to time out their fellow chatters. Their theme song. Okay. But yeah, I'm ready for the next meme. The Morbius meme was fun for a little bit, and then it was done to death. And then I got tired of it. And I'm ready for the next one. If just like you guys could get back to the meme mines. Try to like crowdsource the next big hit, ideally. Hi, Etalyx. Missed you very much. Hope you're having a good day. Hi, Sim. How you doing? And good afternoon. Also, Sim, glad to hear things are going a little bit better for you now with the fam. Hope everybody is well and safe now. But good to see you again. But yeah, hope things get back to normal for you. Shortly. Let's bring back Dat Boy. Bring back... I mean, I don't... Here's the thing. You can't bring back something which never left. It's still here. Morbius memes don't even feel like they were this year anymore. I don't know what year it is. Let's see. Best memes of 2022, says the internet. The best memes we have are, according to the internet, Adam Levine's DMs. Wow, it's really bad this year. The Queen dying. Cool. These aren't, I don't think this is what I had in mind. Morbius. And the Oscars kerfuffle. That's pretty much it. 2022 has been rough. Sim says, Caleb is home responding well to antibiotics. We're getting there. Hey, good to hear, dude. I hope things normalize enough so you can get back to a good routine soon. Twitter memes. Here's the thing. Most memes come from Twitter now. They either come from Reddit or Twitter. Those are the two meme places. They don't come from anywhere else. They certainly don't come from Facebook. And they definitely don't come from 9gag. And everything else is basically just an echo chamber now. iFunny. Imgur or Imager is basically just a Reddit offshoot as far as I'm concerned. We're at a meme deficit. Yeah, I think so. Dr. Hammer says, I bought Terra Invicta 2 weeks ago, already have 90 hours of playtime. I can't wait to see what sort of content gets added. I think they're mostly going to do a bunch of like balance patches and tweaks and changes to make things smoothen out a bit. Imager is Reddit's basement. I think so too, yeah. What's up, Grugenvid Mod Squad? Hey. Elden Ring memes?
This stream is
sure.
Sponsored by viewers like
Error.
Wombat, I have no idea. What? Why is that your first time chat when you've already gifted 40 subs in the channel? Just no talk, only money. Here, money. I don't need this. I don't know what to do with it. Speaking is hard. Take this. Gaming Tortoise, Star Mage, Black Surgeon, Gigapixels, Favis Short, The Jersey Driver, Ring Wraith, 93. King Ponchi and Kono are all subs. Now. Enjoy Wombat. Enjoy courtesy of Wombat, I should say. And Macron, Imcrone, thanks for 30 months with the Etal Alien in chat. And Sim, how's it been 46 months already, dude? Get a shout out for Sim in chat. But best wishes to you and the family, and Caleb's swift recovery. You looking forward to any games possibly at the end of this month? I'm very excited for the new RimWorld DLC. And the new Paradox Grand Strategy game comes out, which looks to be a doozy. It looks like it's going to be exactly my speed. Like, we're going from Terra Invicta to Victoria 3, which is just two simulators that take something to an extreme. Victoria being just a full-on economic goods trading, exchanging, importing, exporting, building up. I think it's going to be for me. Have you watched Edge Runners? I have not, no. It's on the eventual list. When do you think you'll do another Hearts of Iron run? I don't know. It's possible we might squeeze one in before the week after next. The week of the 25th, all bets are off. Because it's just going to be loaded. And Lonely Swineherd pumping it in chat. Hi, Lonely Swineherd. Thanks for subbing. Let's get into this. I need to be somewhere else. Somewhere around here. I don't know. Okay. And let's get loaded in. We do not need to build a Mars space dock, so that is irrelevant now. But anyway, I have been making poor attempts at trying to get a 4080 these last couple days, but I actually remembered something sad, that even if I succeeded, like I'm on one of those like restock alerts, to try and get the first heads up whenever there's a new... Usually what happens is people order on Amazon and they cancel the order because they don't like the shipment time. So every time like a single card goes back into the pool, there's tweets, like Twitter tweets about it, if you know where to look. And I have clicked on the restock alert within 15 seconds of it popping up, like instantaneously, and still not been able to get one. But the thing is, even if I did, I don't think I could use it in this PC, because I realized that the card is so thick that it obscures PCI slots on the motherboard. And I would have to remove my capture card in order to even put it in. It's massive. It's like 5 pounds. Let me see if I can find a comparison. Okay. Somebody posted one earlier. RTX 4080 in PC. Let's see. Because just like a standalone picture, I don't feel like really does it justice. Oh, here it is. I found it. There you go, chat. I'm gonna assume that the first card is a 3080. I'm not certain, but I'm assuming the first card. I'll show you. Can you see this? The first card should be a 3080 right here. And then this absolute chunker. All right, turn it back. So like it goes to here. And there, I left my mouse there. Here to here. Woo! It's a lot of extra space. So it pretty much blocks slots below it. If I could get one, I think I still would, and just figure it out. Breaks the supports in 1 year. They have like a plastic, a plastic prong that's supposed to prop it up, I think. Me November 23rd versus me November 25th. Post Thanksgiving? Yeah, that's fair. How you telling, chat? What's up, Oko? Wanmin, welcome to stream. They should have went ahead and made it slot into 2 adjacent PCI 16s with a pair of skis. Because I think I have a good power supply for it. I just have to make space. I really need an upgrade. It's to the point now where I'm tempted to almost just get a pre-built, because a lot of these new cards are just going to be sort of, you know, they're gonna release some of them standalone, and they're gonna reserve some of them to put into pre-built machines. Of course, to get a full pre-built is like $6,000 if you're getting one that's at that level, maybe more. So it's a little bit more of an investment. Is Terra Invicta GPU or CPU bound? I don't know. I would assume there's a lot of CPU just because of the hard simulation. Usually grand strategy games are CPU bound. Alright, let me clean up notifications on the right or the left. Directions are hard, because I don't think any of these really matter.
This stream is sponsored by viewers like error.
There we go. People clap. 10 more gift subs from Wombat. And then some. Welcome back, Nom Nom Maki, AMC Dodge, and Dr. Hammer. Enjoy your gift sub. Thanks, Wombat, for the gift subs. A lot of first timers. Full Sec, Lucentai, Sigvid. Welcome back, Cloak for 9 months, and more besides. Appreciate it. Thanks for gifting subs, and you can give your mom back her credit card now. You've done your duty. Hello, Shy Wolf. Would you ever consider an AMD model? I'm going to say no, because brand loyalty is an inescapable truth that is buried so deeply into my brain that to change it, I would have to change everything that I know. Because I think it comes from a place of comfort where I know how much better a 3080 is than a 2080. And I know how much better a 4080 is than a 2080 and a 3080. I don't know anything about AMD, so I have to like basically start over from scratch in terms of the relevant knowledge. I'd have to do so much research to figure out what a comparable card would be. Like, I don't even know if AMD cards have AV1 encoders. They might, and I just have no clue. May 5th, AMD RDNA 3 Radeon RX 7000. See, everyone's naming conventions are just so stupid. That's worse than Xbox One S. Yeah, apparently they're gonna support AV1 on their next-gen GPUs that come out at the end of year. I don't know if those are already out. And then it says next-gen AMD GPUs support AV1 decode, but not AV1 encode. So I don't know who to believe already, but I need AV1 encode if I'm gonna get a new card. Because it's just there's a reason every streamer streams from an NVIDIA card. NVIDIA encoding is just very solid and consistent. But yeah, switching CPUs would probably be easier, I think, than switching GPUs. AMD has a chance to be the common man's hero if they set prices lower. Silicon be expensive, though. Yeah, Silicon very expensive. All right, let's turn the in-game music on for a bit. And then we can always switch back. When they're switching CPUs easier, what they mean is that streamers are very dependent on their GPUs. GPU streaming is the way to go, and NVIDIA cards support the latest and greatest, much like the Intel cards, but the NVIDIAs have much stronger software and drivers right now, where Intel is playing catch-up on all of the drivers because they're missing a decade of driver support. So they have a lot of catching up to do. And Intel has like tens of thousands of software engineers working on the same project to try to catch up. So right now, NVIDIA is just far and away the best for streaming. However, CPUs are not really used for streaming anymore. Therefore, making a computer that's Intel-based versus making a computer that's Ryzen-based would not be that difficult. You won't really notice it from a streaming perspective. That's why it would be easier. Bebo Bisomer, hey! What up? People Rive. But anyway, welcome back, everybody. Let's jump into things. I'm gonna close some menus and figure out where my camera is supposed to be first. Noom. Roughly there. Roughly there. Okay, that'll work. Welcome back to space. We have much to do today. Whew. The top of the list for the duration of this stream is eventually taking down one of these. It doesn't have to be Victor 6 or Victor 13, but if you ever see Victor anything in the game, that is an alien vessel. So, aliens have been in orbit around Earth, often doing surveillance missions, and trying to keep tabs on where humans are at, what they're up to, what they're doing, and also being a spot that they can deploy agents. So we have aliens that have been infiltrating planet Earth and humanity's politics, trying to accomplish whatever it is they're trying to accomplish in secret. It's up to us to sort of decipher why they're here and what their plans are. So they got a couple of ships, like this one is in Earth surveillance right now. Victor 13 is not yet assigned to anything. Our goal is this is gonna take hours, so it's not something we can do right now. But hopefully today, we will have made our first ships, and those ships will hopefully be armed. And if we have, I would say, a few, like 2 or 3, we need at least probably 3 to take down a single alien vessel. So if we have to fight 2 at the same time, we're probably super dead. But yeah, we're gonna have to like wait until just the surveillance ship by itself is just lonely wandering around, and then we might be able to overwhelm it. And the reason for that is because in our campaign objectives, we've had this objective for a while now, and it's kind of up to us to do it whenever we feel like we can. And that is salvage alien technology. And the premise is that if we can get our hands on actual alien tech, not the ones, they've been landing their own ships on Earth, but they've been effectively self-destructing them afterwards to prevent us from getting our hands on them and possibly jumping our own technology decades into the future. We've got to shoot down either one of their ships, find an alien facility, or a landed UFO somehow, an orbital habitat, or an alien army, and then research the alien technology project when it becomes available to sort of reverse engineer their tech to help us exit the solar system as Project Exodus. So we're trying to get ship tech that will let us hop to another solar system and find another habitable exoplanet to plop humanity down on and start hopefully an empire of humans is our actual goal. At the same time, we did manage to actually lock in our very own alien in a specially created containment cell. So we started previously by assassinating an alien and doing biopsies on them and studying their makeup and genetics and their biology. And we figured out that they basically have some form of pheromone that lets them exert mind control on humans that wears off over time, but it's very effective if you get infected by it briefly. So we had to kill the alien so they couldn't mind control us because we didn't understand how it worked. So then after intense study and dissection and whatever else is entailed, we figured out how the pheromones called ferrocytes work. And the ferrocytes are now able to sort of be pseudo-contained by, it turns out, just regular filters, because I guess they're airborne. So just good quality air filters, hilariously, is all it takes to stop them from infecting other humans. But just in case something seeps through, we have a SCP-esque containment facility for the so-called Hydra, where the Hydra is inside of a triangular cell that has 3 separate guard posts, one on each point of the triangle, so that if one guard post becomes mind control, the other 2 guard posts are still around to clean up the mess. So while our alien is in captivity, we're now trying to figure out how to communicate with it. So we've got a linguistics team that is doing research for trying to understand the Hydra language and see if we can get it to elicit some noises. So we've got quite a bit of research being funneled into understanding what they're saying, or if they're saying anything at all, while at the same time putting some points into lithium heat sinks, and we're just doing a bunch of different projects that might give us some ship parts that we want to use later when we're developing ships. And then up at the top for global research, what we're going to start trying to direct everyone to is other ship parts. We got railguns because I want to be spicy, and I want to try something that is not the missile meta for new ships, and we're going to try popping some railguns on there and see what they do, because I know they shoot slow slugs. Anyone know what the victory condition for the initiative is? I would say it's better to take care of that in DMs and don't risk spoiling the end of whole campaigns in chat. Or you can Google it. But I guess I should put the no spoilers tag up as well, because there were some people who were like, came into the stream for the first time a few days ago, and once they realized, they were very excited at first, but then once they realized it was no spoilers, they started to get much more comfortable in watching the chaos unfold. So there we go. Anyway, this is my favorite series so far. Glad you're enjoying it, Grimble. What else we got researching up here? Magnetic force manipulation. We're leading all 3 global researches right now, with only 11% of our daily research going into each one. And because we're researching a little bit of everything, we're getting a very significant research bonus in total, because we're up to like 70 research a day base. But in actuality, spaced out over all of this, we're getting a lot more, and a lot of that is coming from various bonuses that we have, like especially the Xeno bonus. We have a 101% bonus to researching anything related to the aliens, and then we have a general 70% research bonus to all engineering projects just because of our counselors. And also space stations. Our space stations are getting to be pretty legit now, and I'll show you what's coming in there, because I think we're just a few short weeks away from getting this 3rd engineering project slot. I'm very excited about that. So speaking of, let's take a look at what we got going on in orbit of Earth. So we got Schnoodly Station in low Earth orbit. This is these are among our first actual proper orbitals that are going to be full-fledged stations, and not just like tiny baby research outposts like Tiangong, which is what we started the game with. Used to just house 3 people, and now it's got a proper orbital core on it that alone has 15 crew, and then we're building up like all of these things at once. So I think we got 3 of these orbital cores. They're pretty expensive to maintain from a mission control standpoint, so we're trying to come up with op centers. Op centers will take a little bit of the burden off of our mission control cap so that we can sort of expand a little bit more. And I want to ultimately get all of our orbitals up to this specification, because the small ones, the tiny ones, look like this. So little, so cute, so innocent. Just a little core with 3 people on it. A little space science lab with 3 people, a little solar collector with 1 person, and a little xenology lab with 3 people. So tiny. Some of the counselor stats get really funny by this point. Oh yeah, we've got counselors with full-on cybernetics baked into their heads. They are more machine than man at this point, I think. So, yeah, at this point we've got a whole slew of stations around Earth's orbit. We could do even more, and the benefit of that is twofold. Number one, Earth obviously has the most going on this at this stage of the game, right? For us. So, if we get a bunch of stations in Earth's orbit and outfit them with different types of science centers, we're getting big stacking buffs to a whole bunch of different investments that we're making right now. So for example, even on the small bases, or even on the small stations that we've got, like Feistel Station, just a little one. But we have so many little ones, because every time we stack a xenology lab, not only do we get a +1 detection bonus to trying to figure out where actual living aliens are on Earth, we can max that at 9. We also get a 10% bonus to all Xeno research up to, I think, 50%, and then it has diminishing returns after 50%. But still, you can have up to 9 of these xenology labs and still be getting some bonus. Likewise, space science labs give us a 3% bonus to all mission control investments on our planetary holdings, so that we can invest in mission control and get higher mission control cap. And that can stack up to a 30% bonus, so you'll need 10 space science labs or some tier 2 modules to get those bonuses. So we've just been spreading platform cores and stations throughout the lower Earth orbit. There's like 2 layers of lower Earth orbit. If we zoom out here a little bit. So orbital wise, there's low Earth orbit 1, low Earth orbit 2, and there's only so many stations that can be in each orbit. I guess there's a cap on that, because if you have too many, then they're at risk of running into each other, because they're roughly the same altitude, just on different orbits, which means they would be at risk of some sort of collision, potentially, if it got too crazy. And there's also debris in orbit as well, which causes problems. Any map painting shenanigans? No, not for me. We have a bunch of different disparate places. I'll show you my holdings in brief in just a moment. But what I can do, there's 3 more slots in low Earth orbit, and if I take those, basically no one else can have them. So I can block out the AI factions from taking the final 3 spots, and we can have 3 more stations. That's kind of a tertiary objective right now. And there's ways to sort of upset the balance there. Like you can get Space Marines, take your Space Marines, lead them via a counselor into orbit, and commandeer forcefully other people's holdings in space. So that's one way to sort of reverse the reservation that the orbit necessitates. Because like right now I'm just like, oh yeah, these are all mostly me. Like in regular low Earth orbit, let's just see actually. How do I check this? I know how to check this. Because I can do all factions. These are all factions Earth stations. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 other stations from other factions, and the rest are mine. So I'm trying to take as many spots as possible. Greedy Earthlings taking all the station slots for themselves, leaving no room for the aliens. Can you sabotage other stations? Yeah, so you have to do various researches before this is possible. But, like, let's take, for example, one of my counselors. Jian Yi has the ability to assault enemy space assets or control space assets. So, with persuasion, I can persuade a ship or habitat crew to just join my faction. But we have to have sufficient mission control to take on the asset. Now, I'm not certain how this works if they're already with another faction, because I've never actually clicked that button. Let me see. Where's Jian Yi? What are the
At your service.
I don't know what the prereqs are for that. I think he might have to go into orbit first, because he's just on. He might be able to go to their station and convince them. I don't know. I've never used that ability. But the second one, of course, the easier to understand, is assault enemy space assets, which lets you lead Space Marines to capture an enemy habitat. You have to have Marines at the counselor's location, And fleets must dock with enemy stations to launch an assault. So you probably need to take them on ships. So you probably need to have ships first. Stations can also drop troops to the surface, and bases may assault nearby habitat sites. So those are your kind of two options to grab other assets that are already in space. Okay, so as far as map painting goes, we don't really have the option to paint anything. But I do have full control of the United States. This was difficult. We only had to secretly backdoor initiate one extra coup. Because we basically had 4 control points out of 6 of the United States. Project Exodus's influence was spreading. Others did not like that, and were sowing dissent and rose unrest to just, you know, a cool 10 out of 10 unrest. And the coup basically shook all of our control points out and gave it to AI factions, which was really annoying. But rather than save scum, we just managed to start a second coup within a couple of months and shake them out again, get back in, and we controlled 4 out of 6 control points, and then spent basically an entire stream trying to get the servants, the alien sympathizers, out of the USA. So we've locked it down. We control all of the USA's research, their mission control, which they've got a lot of, and the reasonable amount of boost. They also have, right now, 7 separate armies that are among the highest military technology in the game at this point, and it can go much higher, because the aliens, of course, are going to be doing alien things, and they're going to be better than us. So we're kind of needing to boost military a bit, but I'm trying to focus on some other aspects right now. Maybe there's like 10% into the military. We're spread really kind of evenly, probably too evenly at this point, but with a focus on more mission control. And also keeping cohesion going up, because after a couple coups, somehow the second coup was an extremely democratic coup, because after we upset the government, reset leadership, they went to a 10 out of 10 democracy after that coup. I have no idea what we did to change that, but we are the best democracy we've ever been at this point, and Project Exodus is well out in front of public opinion right now. So, doing pretty good. Why is your science so low? My science is not low. This is my daily science. My science is actually very high. My science, in fact, is the highest in the game. I mean, in my game, I should say. So if you take a look at everyone else's daily science, we're getting 70 a day. The Resistance is getting 19, Humanity First 26, the Initiative 25, Academy 24, Protectorate 24, Servants 19. And we're getting 70 a day. It's just night and day. But the US is really helping with that, because we're getting 615 research, monthly research from here alone, which actually benefits hugely from the level of unrest being down, democracy score being maxed, the economy is bouncing back. We're actually up $26 billion in national GDP over the last 30 days. And the education level's 9.4, so really one of the best spots for just pure research points that you can get. So that's been really good. But also, we started to get a foothold in China. So we got 3 out of 6 Chinese spots, and you'll notice that we are actually quite above our control point cap. So I can't have any more control points in China, which has a substantial amount of potential, obviously, without giving up some of my treasured possessions, because we also have influence over the United Kingdom and Ireland, which are just kind of nice sources of armies, nuclear barrages, and it's nice to have a springboard into Europe. So that's been good too. And we have a decent amount of mission control. And then of course Japan, which has a good deal of science as well for just 4 control points. And we've created a nuclear arsenal in Japan, and got a couple of armies that are pretty high military technology. So we're really trying to control the best militaries in the game, while also keeping control of disparate points around the globe to respond to alien threats. But the downside of that is we're not really uniting or map painting any particular sections. But we're also just trying to leave. And then, of course, we have Kazakhstan, which we sort of started the game with because its boost and space program is the best that you can possibly get. We removed that from the Eurasian Union so that they wouldn't be donating all of their research to their Russian, I don't want to say benefactors, leasers. They were leasing the space program to Russia. So that's basically where we're at now. But the only way that I can get the rest of China is either significantly boosting my control point cap or getting rid of some assets that I consider too precious to give up. So I just don't want to do it. I'm kind of happy just knowing that I at least have half of the seats in China in case somebody else decides to get in, but I'm also making it really hard for them to get in because we've monopolized public opinion in China after breaking through censorship with Petra Hubin, who has an amazing talent for persuading the Chinese government to work with us and only us. So going back to the orbital cores, this is kind of the biggest game changer for us right now, is actually building some space assets. And to that end, we have a short wait until these really start to pop off. So on each of, we have, I think 3? Let me double check. We should have 1, this one doesn't count, 2, 3, yeah. We got 3 big orbital cores. And those orbital cores, when they're under construction, when they're finished, we're gonna have these giant solar arrays that are gonna produce 42 power each due to our proximity from the sun. And to spin that power, the operations centers are gonna refund 2 out of our 3 mission control because the orbital core is so big, it takes more mission control. So having some on-site staffed facilities to manage the habitat itself sort of lessens the burden on mission control. So once these are built, we'll get refund of mission control. They'll take a little while. That's going to be like March of next year. But what I'm really excited about on one of these, is it Feng Shui? Yeah, Feng Shui has what's called a Skunk Works coming in on January 29th. The Skunk Works is what gives us the final engineering slot so we can have another research going concurrently with the other researches, and also boost our engineering research. So we might be making more of those, actually. Yeah, we're making multiple Skunk Works for multiple engineering bonuses because they're so stinky. Yes, chat's so stinky. And then on the right-hand side, we just have all of our Tier 1 science labs. And these are just going to give us huge stacking bonuses for investments into the nations on Earth. That's why they're in Earth's orbit. And also some science research speed bonuses too. But like, info science boosts our knowledge priorities in countries, military priorities in countries, welfare priorities in countries, mission control priorities in countries, and then xenology research for aliens. So these stations are going to kind of do a little bit of everything. And we're going to get more modules for them soon, and we're also going to upgrade some of these other small baby ones in time. And that's basically where we're at now. Other than that, the space mining is still going really strong. And in addition to the individual stations, we still got our mines, which now have the ability to upgrade to a higher level as well. Yeah, we got settlement cores now that we can put on them. We don't really have any reason to make a settlement core, but I think we will soon. Yeah, we got a lot of mining complexes on various surfaces. This is on Phobos in orbit of Mars, which you can see there. And then on Mars itself, I love how it's like, oh wow, that's a giant rock, and then you zoom out and it's tiny and really far away. But yeah, on Mars itself, we've got 4 separate sites claimed. It got a little spicy on Mars. Everybody else actually did end up filling in all these spots, which is good. I want some other humans in space. We don't have to be the only ones, because otherwise the burden on us is much higher. But yeah, we got some really good mines. And I think all of our bases on Mars currently have a mine. So we got a mine on Phobos. We got a mine in Ossidalia Planitia, Utopia, or Planetia, I guess it could be. Hellas Planetia, or I don't know, Planitia. Planetia. Planitia. How do you say that? And then Olympus. So they all look the same on the right, but they have different resource allocations on the left. And that's what's boosting our space haul up here. And these resources that we're getting from all these mines is what we're going to use to build ships. I think it's Planitia. Planitia. But yeah, stinky space. Stinky space is getting less stinky now. Okay, and then finally we have Lonely Swineherd base on 135 Hertha, which has almost 100 construction metals and a bunch of noble metals, which is fabulous for base and construction building for sheeps. And then Deisterskyer is on 69 Hesperia, also 100 base metals, 45 noble metals, great for shipbuilding. And we got 2 more bases coming in on Ceres, the jewel of the belt. You can't say Ceres. You can't say it without saying that too. We have monopolized Ceres. I am the only faction that is allowed on Ceres. And look at all this space water. The most. To look at intel, we can take a look at the solar system, or rather, out of all the places that we've prospected, the top 4 water spots are all Ceres. Boom, 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 and I have all 4 of them. Thanks to Just Mojo, Thornathus, and the 2 new bases that we haven't named. So we need to do that because we have 2 bases that are under construction. These won't be done until 13th of Feb, and we'll be getting a ton of water from each one of those, more than we need. You are Star Helix. I am Star Helix now. The OPA's got something to say about that. So chat, I need some volunteers with the keyword Beltalowda. If you want to have these 2 stations named after you. And we'll roll the dice with your 25,000 channel points and you'll be in the game. What is this word? It's a word from The Expanse. In The Expanse, there's multiple factions of humans. Some are Earth, some are Mars, some are from the asteroid belt. And the people that live on the asteroid belt have developed their own sort of dialect of English that's a riff on Cajun, basically. I guess riff is not the right word. Riff is like almost like a joke, but it's like Cajun Creole. And Beltalowda is one of the words that they use for people who like live and work in the belt, who are like belters, like in origin. Whereas an Inyaloda is like a inner, or somebody who isn't from the belt, they're from the inner planets. But anyway, you didn't need that explanation, but you asked, so I gave it to you. All right, Beltalowda. Roll the dice. Innis come to Ceres and take our water. Purple Page, you've been chosen. So the way to change names is to go here. And then we go to Ceres. Or just all locations is fine. Manage, change name. Purple page base. All I need from you is 25,000 channel points. Thank you. And second. 8 Cutter 8. Has also been chosen. Cutter 8 base. Ooh, okay. And now that we're there, let's unpause the game. So we need to go, oh, not to the stations.
What's the op?
I gotta figure out where everybody was and what they were doing. Okay, so Chief Scientist Bradford Spence, whose face I am covering, has been on a basically semi-permanent advisory role with the United States.
Offering support.
Which is boosting their research and the number of investment points that they get per month to sort of develop the US faster, because he's got a lot. He's got 2 good stats that basically max their research bonus out. We're also... What are you doing? I don't think we need to defend any of our control points. They seem to be all accounted for, except for one in China, which I'm not super worried about, because I don't think that they have a shot at doing a crackdown there. So I've been sort of inspiring my counselors, because they are 18, 14, 12, 16, 13, and we have 1 turned agent. I wouldn't mind finding another agent to turn. Get a double agent somewhere, so I think that's a good idea. Let's investigate people. I think if I wanted a double agent, it would be in the Protectorate. So there is Jiang Chun Rong in Spain. Okay. We already know their exact loyalty, and it's only 5. So we must have just finished this as a mission.
Your orders?
So if we know their exact loyalty to their faction, then we can send in Petra, our specialist diplomat with a silver tongue, and attempt to turn them to our cause.
They'll be working for us soon.
And once we succeed in that, which we probably will, unless the roll goes terribly wrong. Then we're going to get access to basically all the information that they have as far as what their faction can see. Because their faction is the current, probably leader, besides us. They have control over Russia, and they have control over the European Union. Okay, German Anzora. I'm going to have you continue assaulting alien assets. There is a lot of just fauna and flora in different parts of the map, especially in South America right now. But I've been trying to help in the Middle East right now, because we got all these cities and towns like Syria, Israel, Iraq, Sudan, and more.
Taking it to them. Where do you need me?
Okay, Jianyi, let's do... I think I'm gonna have you continue assaulting alien assets as well. So we're gonna just tag team this until we get this list down to almost nothing.
Going in hot. Where do you need me?
All right, Tarcisio, I'll tell you where I need you. I don't know where I need you. I need to figure out what their plans are going to be. I don't think we have anybody that I need to assassinate. It really depends on...
Don't let them find out.
Like, I'm trying to keep the servants as weak as possible. Someone's in Tokyo. That's my turf right now. Darren Stewart. Oh, you're the guy with 25 admin. Yeah, I like assassinating enemy counselors that have incredibly high admin because that just really hurts the faction. I'm sure they have some orgs that we could take off of them, but I'm kind of like done. We've tried a bunch of different orgs and I haven't had much success. I think our chance of success is also gonna go down. He's gonna probably leave Japan, and there's somebody else in Japan too that we don't know.
Taking them down.
But yeah, I'm just gonna try and assassinate them if possible. And then that's it. Off we go. Have we used our tanks against the aliens yet? No, there haven't been any aliens in places where I can move tanks. Or that I control myself. But yeah. Pew! I'm back. So, as chat has pointed out, a few of my counselors have been cited by various other factions, which is a little bit misleading to some extent because A, the AI is not quite as aggressive on normal as it is on hard, but also just because they've seen you doesn't mean that they still know where you are or that they've actually identified you. So on this list over here, factions that have spotted you but you're just a gray pip to them, it's the same as the gray pips that we can see from them. We may not actually know where they are, or who they are rather. But also, most of my counselors have traits that will make them almost unkillable, unless I am severely overestimating some of these traits. Because I've really been wanting someone to attack, just so that I can see how tough they are. Like, Tarcisio has 12 security, their ability to survive violence. So they would have to be overwhelmed. Assassinate requires espionage. So someone with high espionage would have to counter their 12 security, which is middling. But they also have a lot more besides, such as very hard to kill during episodes of mass violence. I'm curious if Survivor applies to assassination attempts or just random events that are in the world. But they're also, like, undercover is harder to detect when being detected by other counselors, and I can track their actual true loyalty as well with the loyalty monitors, and I'm fairly convinced none of them have been corrupted, but more importantly, you can see when someone's following you. So the biggest thing is you should just look and see where your counselors are, and if there is an icon, like in his case, Tarcisio has 22 investigation. He'll almost never not know when there's another counselor from some other faction in the same region that he's in. So if someone's following them around, then you'll know, like as long as you're paying attention, if that makes sense. Because they can't assassinate you unless they're there. They can't investigate you unless they're also there. So you'll usually have some clues, because they can't just do stuff to you out of the blue. They have to find your true loyalty like anybody else. And that's the thing that I find most interesting about this game, is we mentioned earlier that the aliens are in orbit of Earth right now with their own surveillance missions, because the AI does not cheat in this game. The aliens and the other factions are on the exact same footing as you are as a player. So they have to go through the exact same hoops and dot the I's and cross the T's the same way that you do before they're allowed to perform any of the actions that you can perform, which is pretty cool. It has a lot of good and bad. We've detected a new alien fleet. They've been making a lot of fleets. I think they're up to over 30 now at this point.
The target is down.
Darren, Steward of the Servants, is dead. 25 administration has just been depleted. I'm actually, oh, I don't need to change the screen, it's just a little bugged. So yeah, we just made them sink to 204 max control points, so they're like way over cap right now. So keeping the servants down via eliminating some of their counselors is pretty smart.
Technically, he is more of a super villain, but he's still my favorite. He's a survivor. He's uncompromising, and he does whatever he must to achieve what he believes in. Cool helmet, too. Colonel Hans Castillo, text message to his nephew.
We've got magnetic force manipulation, which unlocks a possible project for a cobalt dust radiator, and then Z-pinch techniques, which I think are for spaceships. Hey Tux, hi Etel chat. What's up, Avic? How's the alien ship exploding going? We're working on it. We're about to start snowballing the game speed. But thanks for jumping in, saying hi. We are, I would say, just a handful of good technologies away. And we're about to get to pick a new one that will hopefully help. We need weapons. I think we need a better drive, better radiators. We need better everything, it feels like. I'm not, better armor, never satisfied right now. But hope you're doing well, dude. I just got the itch to build ships. Human fascination with magnetism dates back millennia from the ancient Greeks, where the name is derived to descriptions in the Sushruta Samhita, where lodestones are used to remove arrows from wounded soldiers. Well, we've been able to create magnets or empower existing ones. It is only now that we're able to actively influence the direction and amplitude of that force. Magnets, how do they work? By exerting control on the magnetic force itself, we will be able to control increasingly dangerous reactions and materials. Advances in the field will allow us to pursue several distinct avenues of theoretical energy production and confinement. Hi, Tux and Chat. What's up, Zap Guy? Let's sort by category instead of cost, because cost isn't really an issue right now. So these are all the global techs that we have available to us. It looks like a lot, but it's actually not too bad. And there's a lot of good choices. At this stage, I'm going to focus on things that help us make spaceships. And a lot of things make us better at spaceships, unfortunately, but it's difficult to choose one over the other. Like, advanced superconductors give us a bunch of new global techs, and then a plasma wave drive eventually. Carbon nanotubes, I think, are going to be very important, because nanotube upgrades in general are something I think that we should strive for, because these faction projects are all very tasty. Lots of new reactors, lots of new radiators, armor, and more. So I'm probably going to pick carbon nanotubes. It's very cheap research as well, because I don't think we need to go to the inner planets or Jupiter right now. Z-pinch techniques is 15k. Research that's too expensive. Not sure about molten core. High energy propulsion is a new couple drives. Electrothermal is a new drive, and some solar steamers, whatever the hell that is. Life sciences, probably not what we want right now. Combat lasers are cool. They got new point defense. This is Space Marines. Point defense particle beams. That's going to be kind of nice too, especially if we want to shoot down alien projectiles. Terrestrial military sciences for Earth. Missile warfare is probably the best, but we're going to ignore it because we're stubborn. And then these are like great nations. Binding different areas of Earth together with bridges and crossings in places that are currently separated. Like making a bridge over the Gibraltar Strait, for example. These are things that like help Earth a lot. Let's just go with carbon nanotubes for now, kind of like I said. Try to get some new armors.
We've turned them to our cause.
Okay, we've got a second double agent working for us. We got one for the servants and one for the protectorate. So we're about to have a lot of new intel on the protectorate. Let's take a look and see what they know.
I'm on your side.
So they're actually really high administration. First things first, I'm going to tell them to fail any mission that has a 70, let's say an 80% chance or lower of succeeding. They will automatically fail it for their faction because they work for us now. What's up, Starwolfkin? This is Saki. Welcome. And we got 2 more assault aliens going. I don't know what that noise is. A probe that we sent has landed. I don't think we want this. We sent out like 24 probes last time. So we're gonna let those just kind of find their homes wherever they go. This probe sucks. You can't call a place Kraken's Respite, and there's only 20 regular metals there. It's too cool of a name for something that we're never gonna settle. More stinky probes.
Target secure.
Okay, we reduced alien flora and fauna. Anytime you see this screen, you're gonna see the screen a lot today, chat. It just means that our agents are trying to clear alien corruption from the ground and cities and areas, primarily right now in South America and in the Middle East. So they've reduced it, but not eliminated it. So it's kind of like a whack-a-mole thing where you have to just keep busting
Target
heads.
remains operational.
Wow. Gianni just failed a 94% chance to do the exact same thing in a different area. Do I need to investigate you, Gianni? I feel like you failed a number of things. Oh no. A tremendous earthquake has struck the Sapporo region in Japan. The damage is already done, and we can't really do much to help, but we can make a show of providing assistance for PR. Yes, help the people for humanitarian reasons? For public relations? Now we're talking. This is something for the local authorities. Major damage to the economy and population. Or use this opportunity for good. 300 cash reserves and 30 ops. This is a lot of ops. We get a small PR boost for Project Exodus around the world. Major damage to the economy and population in Sapporo. Agents for Project Exodus have positively IED'd an intelligent alien operative in the Calgary region of Canada. We can attempt to target this being with missions before it goes into hiding. There's a lot of aliens in Canada, I'm just saying. This is the second time we've discovered an alien in Canada. Alpha 6 is here. Very persuasive. Is the leader of a host of organizations. I'm not sure how the humans haven't detected that there's an alien leading a lot of these organizations, but they're just very, very persuasive. Here's the thing. If you're an alien, you have 2 choices. You can walk down the street and no one will bat an eye if you are in one of 3 places in America. Number 1, Hollywood Boulevard. Like, if you're just walking up and down Hollywood Boulevard as an alien, you're set. You can talk to whoever you want, you can do whatever you want. People just be like, whoa, that costume's incredible. How did they do it? They'll start throwing money at you. You could be at downtown Las Vegas and do the same thing, just as long as you stand in your performer circle. People will be like, oh my god, that's really realistic. And then the third one I would say is probably like New York City. Because, you know, I've seen Men in Black. Has Etalyx killed an alien yet? Yeah, that's why we're trying to decipher their language right now. Roswell, New Mexico. People would bat an eye if they saw an alien in Roswell. They'd be like, oh, that's an alien. I'm in Roswell. Hi, Ready and Miss. What's up? Okay, I don't know what to do with this one, though. Alien forces are attacking civilians in the Calgary region of Canada, and some authorities are pledging support. Oh, man. Aliens hate Canada. It's not good up there right now. The initiative has begun construction of a new outpost. on Ariadne. A main belt asteroid. Okay, I saw the Resistance made one as well. Now, I said all that about going into hiding earlier. We will still need to go into hiding soon. Ooh, look, our OG Tiangong station has got its first actual proper solar array here. That looks pretty sweet. It's a bit dark on this side, but that looks cool.
Flight controllers, about 15 seconds to CSM act.
That thing's gonna pump out some power. These are still under construction, but we got the baby labs, so those are still doing something. Other than my internet going out literally every 5 minutes for a day and a half, I'm doing good. Are you plugged in via Ethernet? Maybe check the connection of your Ethernet cable. Make sure it's secure. And I'm not being funny. I actually, on my computer, for some reason, the pins got bent on the back of my... Not the motherboard itself, but like the little silver... Not silver, aluminum sort of case facade piece. And Ethernet cables do not click into my computer anymore. The I/O shield, yeah. So the prong got bent and Ethernet doesn't click in. So I have to tape it to the back of the computer so that it doesn't, if it comes even a little bit loose, stream turns off. Like if I kick the wrong cable, stream turns off. It's over. We can now undertake the Settlement Mining Complex project. Interesting. That's a personal project. Which is where... Oh, right there. Allows a large mine, refinery, and electromagnetic catapult capable of sending processed materials to our other habitats. So this takes up 2 mission control instead of 1. But is it better? Because it doesn't say... It just costs 20 power. Chat, does this just dig more? It really doesn't have any distinguishing characteristics on this screen. I'm assuming it's just somewhere around twice as good as a regular mine because this is a tier 2 instead of a tier 1. It's more resources, I don't know the percent, but I think it's around 50. I wonder why it wouldn't say on the screen. Okay, we're gonna continue on our paths right now, unless there's something else I want to do instead of Hydra language. I think I want more than that, but yeah, let's just keep doing main story too. We're gonna get a third engineering slot, and that's really gonna speed things up for us. Xenoflora is getting out of control in Sao Paulo. I'm not surprised. Okay.
Don't let them find out.
That's not who I wanted to click.
Standing by for order.
Bradford, we're gonna make your advisory role in the U.S. permanent.
I will help them.
Because I don't have anything else for you to do. 2 of you are just gonna continue taking down alien assets.
Going in hot.
Jianyi totally failed last time, though. Go to Libya.
Gear up. I'm here.
Tarcisio can also assault alien assets, but 3 command is awful for that. So I'm gonna have Tarcisio go in. We're gonna start going into hiding for a couple people, especially while things are chill. I don't want to tempt fate too much. Okay, go to ground. I have been enjoying going to ground in... San Juan's been okay, but the problem is it's now neighboring... like the Protectorate, technically. Where you go to ground, it matters based on where other enemy counselors are, because they can detect you there. That being said, he has 17 espionage. He'll probably be fine.
Evading pursuit.
Ready for my mission.
Petra, the initiative is the only person that spotted Petra right now. So I'm gonna have her go investigate the aliens in Canada.
Investigating alien site.
Where we discovered signs of attacks. And we know that this dude's here. And I'm not really sure, like, when I say what I'm about to say, I don't want spoilers on whether this does or doesn't affect things. Like, my first inclination is if you know there's an alien there, investigate him and capture him just to keep, or assassinate even. 19 security makes that tough, but just to keep the aliens on their toes. But I'm also worried that if we just kill enough of their counselors, they're gonna get pissed, and the hornet's nest will be effectively kicked, because right now they're more or less leaving us alone. So we're just gonna go see what's up. Because the aliens do react and respond to things in this game. And the level of alien sort of notice, whether they notice you or not, notice me aliens, please, changes as you go through the game. And when they have enough cause, they start to act out a little bit. Okay. So I'm gonna leave Bradford, my best scientist, just continuing to buff the US turn over turn. We're gonna do a permanent assignment to the US. Because while he's in the US, we should be getting like big bonuses to both investment points and research. I'm laying low in San Juan. Okay, keep it up. A probe has arrived to Parthenope. Not good enough. And next time a probe lands, I'll kind of tell you what resources I'm looking for before I decide to settle something. Some of our major backers on Earth are very interested in touring the facilities aboard Feng Shui Gorilla Station. It's not done yet. You can't tour yet, it's not done. While the crew are already groaning about interruptions to their work, and security chiefs fret about the potential risks of letting outsiders on board, others recognize the opportunity to justify our backers' faith in us and, through them, influence developments on Earth in our favor. We will, of course, have to pay for all their travel expenses. They can make do with a remote tour. Nothing happens. If Hab's annual science income was greater than 0, we could boost knowledge. Wow, we can't do any of these. That event totally misfired because it hasn't finished building yet. You stinkies. But yeah, I'm aware that you can look at the alien's threat level on the intel screen. And I know that we're currently at 0 threat level. But threat level is an imperfect estimate. When aliens take direct actions against us, this can be updated. So it can say 0 threat, they can still do something, and then because we see what they do, we raise the threat level. But to some extent, we can't predict. And we know where all their fleets are, even though this is difficult. Wow, they've got so many ships now. And so many alien Habs, it's difficult to keep up with all this. I feel like this information should probably be presented in a more digestible way, but I don't think I'm the only person who thinks that. I'd like to see a few UI updates over the course of early access. Not my agent? What's up, War of the Worlds? Gifting a sub? Dagny, enjoy your 1 month. No ads at all. Appreciate War of the Worlds. Ash92 says true. Yo, dude, the Protectorate got a ship out before us. Humans have a sheep in space? I knew the Protectorate was our main source of competition. Is this them? Where the hell is it? I don't see it. This button's not working. Oh, it's here. But I can't zoom in further than this. It's just a tiny weenie ship. Lincoln Station is two baby solar collectors, a xenology lab, and a space dock. And they're in low Earth orbit, yeah. Interesting. So they built a ship that they're gonna need, like, where did it go? I can't see it anymore. There it is. Let's see if we can see the stats of this ship. Pretty sure there's a way. Ah, here. Ooh. That looks. They have. They have a crate missile bay and a 30 mil autocannon. Aw, so cute. Venture liquid rocket ×1 with a lithium-ion battery. They got a level 9 armor rating with silicon carbide armor. Their Delta V is about 5 KPS. That's not a ship, it's a flying coffin. It really is. Crate Missile Bay is actually the starting weapon. And I think 30 mil autocannon is pretty early as well. These are weenie weps. Not good. And it's also not, yeah, it's not gonna go very far. Its acceleration is 150 millig's out of 1 G. So they're about 850 millig's shy of Earth's gravity in terms of cruise acceleration. And its Delta V is like not enough to get to the moon. So I don't think we have too much to worry about this ship. Now, granted, it can still attack an undefended target and do some damage. The Model T of space. I was surprised they were a little defensive about the UI in their news update. I didn't see that. What, was it like under development plans? Let me see. Because I see they say... Maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing. Early access plans. This is a rough roadmap for what we got planned for Terra Invicta in early access and beyond. This is hugely subject to change based on player feedback and our own judgment, so don't regard any of this as a promise, just a plan as it exists. We hope that during early access you'll watch the game get better and better as you work towards 1.0 release. General UI. Camera operation will get a look. Right now, the UI tries to helpfully focus, zoom, pop an information panel when you click something. Sometimes that's not desired. We'll look at making mouse-camera interactions consistent, so you can say, get the information panel without moving your camera. That's good. Thank you, devs. I would like that, but I'm just gonna be real. Single click should open a panel, double click should move camera. I think that should just be standard in any video game. Alternatively, right click can move camera, like it often does, say in Paradox games. That should just be standard. I don't think that would be complicated. Notification controls. There are a few of these already, but the game generally is coded for notifications, pop, and alert. Add info to the top center horizontal feed, or just add something to the left side vertical news feed. We remain hopeful we can reach player consensus on what specific events belong where, but we'll look at adding specific controls for alert priority if we can't. Latest patch has the priority pips and research pips interface reversed. What do you mean? We will look at scaling UIs for greater accessibility and better deck support. Yeah, playing this game on deck sounds really tough. Oh, this is a much longer news update than I thought. I'm not going to read the whole thing right now. But yeah, I feel like for general UI, there definitely should be more stuff going on. Because, like, I know that the game is coded to have info here and info here, because that's how it works. That is how it appears in game, therefore it is coded to appear like that. Yes, that is true. They have a point. But people are saying that those two information panels are difficult to parse. Which may indeed involve changing the coding. Just change it, Forehead. It's easy. But yeah, like right now, I don't need to know most of this stuff. And a filter isn't good enough, because sometimes you do need to know certain things. And I don't know if my complaint is that there's too much information, it's that it's not collected in an easy to read way. So I don't know if they missed the point on that, or if they're just choosing to like not consider that that's like everybody wants to have all the information that they have, right? But take the intel screen, for example, on say the aliens. Like just having a list of fleets where if you click on one, it closes the screen and zooms the whole camera into where that fleet is, isn't helpful. Because as the game goes on, there's gonna be like 80, 120 fleets. Like they've already got 35 and counting. But what is helpful is figuring out a way to relay this information in any kind of order. It's not separated by numerical values, and it's not separated by the actual location. So we've got Victor 6 is in low Earth orbit here, and then up here we've got Victor 13 in low Earth orbit. So parsing this, the information's all here, but figuring out how to interpret it is nonsensical, because ideally the alien fleets would be grouped up by location, so that you could have drop-down menus where it can be like Earth, drop-down. These are the fleets that are at Earth. Or Mars. These are the fleets that are at Mars. If that makes sense. It's sorted alphabetically. It's sorted by first number. So since there's a 1 in Victor 10, it goes first, even though 10 is a higher number than 6. And that's why it goes all the numbers that have a 1, all the numbers that have a 2, all the numbers that have a 3. Alphabetically, not alphanumerically, yeah. But it's stuff like that. Like, that's just general UI things that it's not that I want to block or filter this information. I just want it to be grouped up in a way that makes any sense. Because you can present the location of, say, 130 fleets, and I'm just using fleets as an example. But yeah, just collecting this into drop-down menus, where it's like, even for sites, you can have a drop-down menu for continents, like North America, South America, Africa, and so on. Because these are just spiraling out of control. Like, I'm never gonna look at this Habs list. Just any kind of grouping. And then I'm just using those as an example to say that sort of logic needs to be applied to a lot of different menus. And I think that's what people really want when they say they want the UI to be changed or updated. Not that I want to block or filter this info that appears on the top or left, even though in some cases I might. But I want to be able to prioritize how I look at it at the end of a 2-week period. Like, it'd be fantastic if I have double agents. The double agents are feeding me information, and I can see, okay, well, second of all, like, there's some just bugs that need to be fixed, and that's the kind of thing that they for sure will fix over time, right? Like, okay, that somehow fixed it. Like, I can see what tech they're researching. And I can see what their current objectives are, because we got double agents, and I can see who their counselors are and whatnot from these menus. However, it'd be awesome if when you had intel on anybody, there was like a little summary at the end of every 2 weeks that said what every faction did. With key pieces of information, like sometimes you do want to stop someone's major research. Like I want to have like a little end of 2 week summary that says the servants researched this many points. That's far-fetched. I don't think anything like that's gonna be present in the game. But like a briefing, basically, that summarizes all the informational things that
Target
happen.
destroyed.
That's a good wipeout. Ooh, lithium heat sinks. Okay. I'm hoping that these are good. This is 128 tons and 525 gigajoules of capacity. I'm hoping that this is something that we can actually use. And now, what do we need? Those might not be good. Because we got molten salt, sodium, and potassium heat sinks. Potassium don't seem good at all. They're 200 tons and only 110 gigajoules of capacity. Whereas sodium is only 25 tons heavier and has 3.5 times the capacity. And is basically the same build cost. So potassium seems like garbage. We do need a better drive. So let's look at the drives real quick. Because we have a Dumbo drive. And what I'm looking for here is a decent thrust and exhaust velocity rating. So I'd like a higher than 3 exhaust velocity rating, because that sort of dictates the distance, the longevity that our ships can continue to travel and make burns and such.
Sub for your collection.
Run while you still can.
You know what, guys? Being a sub's not so bad.
Get that guy.
Because like the advanced Nerva is just cheaper on electricity, because Heavy Dumbo's 14 gigawatts. I don't even think we have a reactor that's good enough for that. Like this puts out 60 gigawatts, but I think the reactor 3 is not. It's like 15 or 20. So I probably need a different reactor for Heavy Dumbo. And then Advanced Nerve is 9.4 and 3. Pulsar is 7.6 and 4. So that's like 33% more exhaust velocity. Exhaust velocity is really low on this one. Extremely high on this one, but the thrust is so bad that it's for very specialized purposes that we're not doing right now. So I think let's get Pulsar and maybe the new fission reactor soon too. Let's get Pulsar drives. Those seem like a nice balance. 7.6 and 4 is a little bit more balanced. Hello, Mexa Dancer. Thanks for the gift subs, by the way. What up? Pluto is a planet is also here for 19 months. Hi, Pluto's planet. Mexa Dancer gifts and subs to Silico, Lunamo, Tendon, Pinology, and Spega. Hey, what up? Thanks for the sub, Tendon. Enjoy your sub. Hello, everyone. Metalbit, Mod Squad, welcome. Metalbit, Mod Squad, joined by Mary Skipper and Donk. Howdy. So, when a probe arrives, we're looking for potential spots that we may want to claim. However, 23 base metals is poor. Fissiles are somewhat difficult to track down and find. Like, even now, I have 23.9 per month, which isn't that much. We don't really need them at the moment, but it's still our lowest income of resources. But for somewhere that I settle, I have precious little mission control available. So I'm really looking for somewhere that has an excess of like at least 50 to 75 base metals in this case, and hopefully some other things instead of just this. It's a little sad. Speaking of having 2 extra mission control, I said we continue the theme that we're already doing, not you. Sorry, Nightbot. Not you, and trying to upgrade some of these stations, like T Birdland, around Earth, because we have the open mission control.
Controllers, about 15 seconds to CSM.
I'm gonna go ahead and upgrade you to an orbital core. It's gonna take about 60 days, and consume 2 extra mission control. We have to wait till that's built before we can add tier 2 components to it. So there you go. Enjoy.
Score one for the good guys.
All right, there's so many alien assets, it's a little ridiculous.
We found something.
We found something. Okay, there were aliens attacking humans in Canada, and Petra went and looked around. I bet this is an alien. There are multiple Protectorate people up here, and an unknown agent in Vancouver that we should probably investigate. They might have gone to ground if we don't know where the alien Alpha 6 is. That is not me. But you know what is me? Look at all this. We've completed construction on Schnoodley Station. Schnoodley's got some new buildings that have just gone in. Show me Schnoodley. Okay, these are looking good. I like these. Okay, we got the tiny ones. These are the baby solar collectors.
The all-flight controllers, about
And the
15
baby
seconds to
tier 1
CSM.
science labs. We're still working on all the big tier 2 stuff. That's just gonna take quite a bit longer. But I love the stations coming in. Okay, let's clear all this stuff. Sorry. 4 times speed from this camera angle is not ideal. That's a little better. "99% sure they're actually in Alaska, not Canada. Who can say? Who can say? We have lost Crackdown. We need to continuously... No one will ever take El Salvador from us. We're trying to get rid of it and Costa Rica. I'm sorry to both of you, but it just is what it is. Okay.
Reporting in.
I think we're just on pretty much autopilot. We're just taking out the easiest
Heading to the LC. Standing by.
alien cleanup spots. There might be something more beneficial that we can do, and I'd say if you're in chat right now and you have any
Heading to the
ideas
LZ.
for what to do with
Ready
these
to go.
counselors, I am all ears, because I'm pretty much just trying to keep tabs on aliens.
Surveilling target.
We're gonna go see if that's
Standing
an
by.
alien and try to keep the whack-a-mole list down. And Petra has been detected by the Resistance and the Initiative. I doubt they'll do anything. She just occasionally goes and builds up popular support in places where we might be struggling a little bit. Like, let's go to Japan again.
Making our case.
Or she can inspire my troops. We have pretty easy turns now.
I will help them.
Counsel them. What, like give them,
We've got some intel on
Are
our
you saying that
target.
my counselors need some sort of therapy? Possibly? Okay, that wasn't an alien. That was Valerie Kendrick working with the Initiative,
We'll be ready for new orders
who
soon.
we have now
Ready for
followed
your orders.
to India, actually. So just a random agent there. Another stinky probe. Whenever you have no pressing issue, you do whatever thing that gives you plus
Public
2
opinion
XP
is
per
moving in
action.
our
Oh, I need to
direction.
check on the... I do need to check on my counselors and see if they're proper ready for a level up. Excuse me. The Protectorate agent that we have as a spy is currently changing public opinion in the United States,
Standing by.
which I cannot allow. This is my territory. I'll have you know. 40 XP. That's exactly as much as I think we were waiting for to remove the addict trait. Tarcisio is addicted to an illicit substance and willing to go to any length to acquire it. You lose an espionage when being detected by other counselors, so he also loses 2 security, which is basically his survivability trait. So I'm getting rid of addict because he's supposed to be incognito, and a security boost is good too. Excuse me, tooltip. Does anyone else have at least 20 XP? Gianni has 48. So I'm gonna make Gianni a senior scientist, upgrading him from just a simple physicist. Wait, what does that upgrade you from? Senior physicist, excuse me. So he gets a 25% research bonus to energy research instead of 15. Yeah, I think that's worth. And I haven't really looked at orgs in a while. We have a PR org. Eh. None of these look juicy enough. Ooh. 15% space mining bonus is juicy, but I don't know. I'd have to give up somebody's 3 pips in someone to get that, which I don't love. And we've already done that once. I think that buying more space mining is a bit greedy. Because everyone's quite full. And some of these things are just mission control that we'll eventually be able to get rid of, but right now we have a very tenuous grasp on our mission control cap, so we're just gonna leave that alone. Our mining crews at Inspect Elemental have made an unexpected yet welcome discovery. During a routine excavation, a sudden rockfall exposed previously undetected deposits of valuable materials. Subsequent resurvey by our exogeologists has confirmed the findings. There appears to be some sort of extra-dimensional portal already existing on Mars. Scientists have begun trying to activate it straight away. I made at least one of you tap back in. That's not what we found at all. Chat, activating Martian portals is historically a pretty smart way to get research on aliens, right? Got me. I got him. Mining of all basic resources already present at Inspect Elemental's base get an extra 25%. That's actually pretty huge. Or conduct additional surveys. 15% chance of success? Wow. 85% chance of failure, but there's nothing wrong with failing because you still get the 25% bonus, but you can make it a 50% bonus with no risk. Let's take a look actually at your base. Inspect Elemental is currently providing us with this is not what I want to see. 40 water, 33 volatiles, 115 base metals, 3.9 noble metals. Additional surveys must be conducted. It would have been nice if even more resources were present, but it appears the solar system's generosity does have its limits. Alright, we still get a 25% bonus to all that. 40, 33, 115. Speen. This one didn't. Did it already update? It might have already updated. This number is the same. Maybe it already got the 25% buff when I wasn't looking.
Score 1 for the good guy.
Oh, dude, look at this. This is Nightbot. That's Nightbot orbital shipyards.
Target destroyed.
This is how far out Nightbot's shipyards orbit compared to all the low Earth orbit. I like that visual a lot. Oh no, we're finally losing Turkmenistan. Oh no, not Turkmenistan. We've detected a station belonging to the Protectorate. Why did you build a station here Oh, because you have a site. It's Swackhammer's Folly. Did you really need this site with 14 base metals? Maybe they're desperate. I've been hogging all the resources, perhaps. Schnoodley's got the sweet new solar array. I like that the solar array is like much smaller panels, but apparently just give a lot more energy for some reason. Even though they're tiny. Well, look, they're in a row. That's better, right? I think I like watching Etal play this game more than playing it myself. I need the commentary. 35 volatiles. I don't need any more mining right now. We're doing okay. And we're hurtling towards 2029. I'd like to see 2030 today, and I definitely would like to see either my ships or alien ships going boom somewhere. We're gonna abandon Uzbekistan.
Ready for orders.
Okay.
What's the op?
This list, is it getting shorter? I can't
You're up.
tell.
Ready.
Every time we hit these alien assets, I'm not
We're going
seeing
in.
the list get smaller.
Acknowledged.
Okay, what I want to do is investigate counselors who are in my territories. So, like, if they're... these, look at you. Who is this?
Investigating target.
You're in the U.S. You belong to me now. And I'm going to go ahead and inspire Bradford.
I speak with them.
Okay, we got some super fast counselor turns until something special happens, chat. 22 and very trace fissiles. No thank you. Chat
Offering support.
says, I thought boost was king early game, but turns out it's science. Yeah, it is. Boost is king very, very early, and then suddenly it's not. All right, this is really not bad. The water sucks, but some good volatiles, some okay base metals, and some decent noble metals. It's not the worst balance I've seen. Though I don't know that I want to spend a mission control simply to claim it when I see all these aliens around me. Let me see where it is relative to everything else. It's out there. I like how right now our orbit of Hertha is like, the people who are mining stuff on Hertha or in the outpost could just look over and maybe see Leticia or Antigone. Or is it Antigone? Because that sounds cooler, but it's Antigone! They're all right there in a little cluster. If I were to found an outpost, it would take 458 days. The latter is correct. I said Antigone last. That was not the latter. That was the middle. I don't know if this is worth. Chat, what would you do if you already had 42 out of 43 mission control and you saw this? 375 Ursula. Should I park a outpost there? What say you? This game is very highbrow. Chat, this is a highbrow game? Alien invasion? Does that constitute highbrow now? We need mission control for fleets? I'd say for fleets. Highbrow equals no tutorial. There is a tutorial. I don't know how good it is because I didn't do it. To be fair, you have to have a very high IQ to enjoy this game. You do have to have a very high IQ. Okay, fine. We'll skip it, but maybe we can claim it later. We do need to save mission control But here's the thing. I'm using mission control to upgrade everything to orbitals while we research, and then those orbitals will sort of refund some mission control to us later. It's an investment. And it will increase our research speed. So I'm trying to do a research snowball, more or less. And it's kind of working, because I think we were at 70 daily research, and now we're at 80.
I believe they'll stay loyal to the cause.
And that's just today. Counselor's loyalty is increased by 1. Bradford is at 19
I will
loyalty.
report
That's
when my
pretty good.
mission is complete.
Oh, we've deciphered the alien language. While it'll take some time to fully comprehend the Hydra language, we have now identified sufficient patterns and repeating elements to establish the core concepts behind it. Essentially, their method of communication is twofold: an auditory aspect, much like our own, and perhaps more importantly, a ferrocite-based aspect which chemically and wordlessly conveys the emotional context of their otherwise functional speech. We can now proceed with direct translation of the spoken element, should we wish. It remains to be seen, however, how effective any attempt at communication will be without replication of the chemosensory element. Objective complete. Our linguistics team have been working around the clock to compile the first ever English Hydra translation tool. By analyzing every recorded instance of alien audio that we have and comparing it to the Hydra's behavior and ferrocite production, they believe they've managed to translate the Hydra clicking sounds into comprehensible sentences. Audio playback should allow us to talk to the Hydra in return. Dude, I have to imagine if this actually happened right now, and there was an alien on Earth and we deciphered its language, the first thing we do with it is turn it into an AI neural net, like voice for sub notifications. You know, like when people were making like Morgan Freeman and like Donald Trump sub notifications, people like alien clicker notification sounds. I think that's what we do first. Do you have a link towards some ship designs for a beginner? Nescafin? There's a good video that has beginner ship designs that a lot of people have watched and recommended. And I'll link it to you. There you go. Kind of a long video, but it's very helpful, I found. Hopefully it'll help you too. Unfortunately, it appears a great deal of Hydra communication is carried out by ferrocites. The audible component of the language is only a skeleton, which the ferrocites build upon to transmit context and meaning. Since we can't reproduce Hydra ferrocites ourselves, and exposing our team to Hydra ferrocites is probably inadvisable, we will be restricted to audio exchange only. This makes any communication crude and limited, but still a significant milestone. With the first ever Xeno translation tool, we're ready to open a dialogue with our visitor. Our objectives are twofold: discover what we can about the aliens' objectives and plans, and find out what sector of our galaxy they currently occupy. Interrogate the captive Hydra is a new objective. And also we got a new probe. Okay, very cool. So, I don't think I have the mission to interrogate them yet. And I still need a piece of technology. So we got a second council engineering spot open, and we're gonna go back to trying to get ship stuff. I'm gonna go for this cheap, only 700 research reactor. And I'm just keeping an eyeball on the globals to make sure I'm the first, so I can steer global research where I need it to go, and I'm far and away too helpful on in-situ resource utilization, but oh well. We'll just help everybody out, I guess.
I have new information.
We have found Adam Kalina. They work as a tech mogul with the
Wrapping
Academy.
up here.
This Adam Kalina has been in America so many times. 23 admin, 21 science. I don't like the Academy either. I'm tempted to just try and assassinate this guy. Am I bad, chat? Listen, Project Exodus is just sort of, I don't know if I'm really RPing this super well. It's just like, oh, you have 23 administration? Kill that guy. What else do you need me to say? You are too good at your job. You have to die so that I can win. We can now undertake the Hydra interrogation project. Okay, yep, that's a project. Let's let one of these finish first, because we do need some good old-fashioned ship tech. It's all towards our agenda. Win at any cost. We have to leave, no matter who gets in our way.
The LC is secure.
Okay, wiped out every invasive flora and fauna in Baghdad. Look at this. We completed Skunk Works!
All of us here take water for granted each and every day.
True.
Yet, no matter how humanity might evolve over the centuries to come, one thing will never change.
Skunk.
Everything we are and
never
everything
change.
we do depends upon water. Chancellor Li Qingzhao, Public Lecture, Xi'an Jiaotong University.
We do be taking water for granted. Scientists around the world have gained a full understanding of in situ resource utilization. I contributed the most. You're welcome, world. As we establish more of a presence in space, the cost of transporting resources into and beyond orbit rapidly become prohibitive. Thus, it's imperative that we harvest more of what we need from space rather than Earth. Water is the foremost essential, as it can be separated into oxygen and hydrogen, which in turn can be used for creation of fuel, propellant, and a breathing mix for personnel and plants, not to mention also serving as coolant and radiation shielding. Fortunately, we're now confident that we can obtain sufficient water from the ever-shadowed poles of Luna, our own moon, in combination with mining it from asteroids. Beyond that, Phobos and Deimos, the moons of Mars, will provide all the water and therefore fuel we need to further our conquest of the solar system. May unlock the utilization of this in the future, so we haven't really gotten use out of it yet. But it's time for a new global tech. And I kind of identified some things that I think would be helpful earlier. And I just have to look at everything because my brain forgets things. I know missile warfare is cool. We're skipping it on purpose as a joke. Skip point defense particle beams. I think that's a great idea. So there's so many possible great ideas, but we're about to actually get railguns are going to complete as well. Space tourism is critical. Water, if only we had sole control of Ceres. Yes, can we get water from space? We absolutely can. A lot of asteroids are made out of ice. But harvesting that is a different thing altogether. Look at these solar arrays. I love these gigantic stations, and this is only tier 2 stations. Here's the Skunk Works, by the way. This is critical. The reason why the Skunk Works is so important is because it boosts all of our research speeds for our personal engineering projects by 10%, which has boosted us up to 70 or 80 at this point when we unpause. But also it's unlocked a third possible project that we can do 1, 2, and 3 engineering projects simultaneously, which is just going to divide our research up a little bit more, but that's okay because we have so much research that we're generating that we can afford that. So now we have Hydra interrogation. I can just keep a main story research just going sort of around the clock here. And still get like 18% research going into this. Or I could turn it even further down, because dialogue with the sentient extraterrestrial is like a lot. It's 200,000 or 20,000 research, but we have 105% bonus to Xeno research, which is great. Whew. Speen makes me dizzy, actually. There we go, it's a little better. Makes me want to play Kerbal again. Since the lore was you're doing research in space away from laws and ethics and such, are there unique researches that can only be done in space? No, but there are researches that make space politics change. I just haven't researched any of those yet. Because I don't plan on staying on Earth.
Target secured.
So I'm just gonna be an Earth bully until I can complete my objectives. Hey, there is an alien in Vancouver. I was right. There's Alpha 6. He's back, and he is attacking Vancouver, Canada. Look out your window. There might be aliens outside. You've been warned. I don't think Kerbal Space Program 2 has a release date, no. I do not believe so. You can have Uzbekistan. It's all yours. That is the sound of completing a bunch of schnoodly solar arrays. Solar arrays on Feng Shui and Schnoodly are complete, so we actually will have power on those stations in abundance. Bunch of alliances changing hands. Okay.
At your service.
I feel like these turns are pretty easy, but hopefully I'm not forgetting something important. Go to Saudi Arabia.
We're going in.
Clean up
Where
alien
to?
filth. Go to Chile. Clean up alien stinky.
Taking it to him. Where to?
Tarcisio could assassinate. Not, well, they could assassinate you, it would just be very expensive. We found the alien. Why don't we go investigate the alien? Let's stay on the alien's ass.
We'll see what they're up to.
Gotta find
Acknowledged.
their true loyalty.
I work for you now.
And then Petra. I like you continuing to inspire people. Let's go inspire a German Anzora. Actually, no, you can investigate the alien activity.
We'll recon the site.
That way you can get the Xeno bonus. Every time you investigate alien activity when it's available, you get a free permanent 1% bonus to all Xeno research forever. Doesn't sound like much, but over time, it's kind of a big deal. Because there's a lot of alien activity, so it's just a constant uptick of free bonus research. Okay, none for you. Dude, chat, yesterday, on the day off, I had an excuse to go to the strip again to meet some friends. RT and friends were in town, so I got to go chill and hang out and see some actual human beings for a bit. It was wild. There are ways to escape from this office, weirdly. And I have to tell you, the real world tried to kill me. I almost got run over by a car. And I've decided not to go back outside for a while. That was me. Cars are vicious creatures. They are, yes. But for real, though. We were coming out to get picked up by a rideshare. And, unbeknownst to me, I was walking on the sidewalk with the group, and I look over to my left, and there's a vehicle. And that vehicle is 10 feet away. Like, it's close. It's right there. It's a car. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? And your brain, when you're in an unfamiliar environment, is like, oh, I must be the problem. Like, I'm clearly in error. I should move. I'm probably in the street. And so I kind of like took a few steps forward after my brain processed seeing a vehicle there. It was driving slowly, like 4 or 5 miles an hour. And me and a couple other people like stepped forward and sort of moved out of the way. And then it dawned on us, the car is on the sidewalk, just driving. Like a GTA main character just jumped the curb and was driving down the sidewalk randomly. Luckily, did not hit the accelerator because I would have been on the news last night because I was like, I could touch the car as it drove by. And the guy had his window down and his eyes were crazy. Like something was wrong with his eyes. Like it was, I'm thinking drug-addled because he yelled out of the window, "Please stop! Please stop!" I don't know what that means. And there were people in front of him after I moved out of the way, and the other couple people moved out of the way. And they kind of like heard the commotion and like turned around. And then they luckily got out of the way because right when they moved out of the way, he accelerated and drove over like shrubs in front of the casino. There was like plants in the ground that were like rooted and they were tall and they had like wood and they were like 2 or 3 feet high. And he was just in like a 4-door sedan, like low to the ground. And like turned hard left to get back onto the street. And one of the giant shrubs got stuck under the wheel and he like accelerated to spin off and like you could hear the bumpers crunching and the pieces getting stuck under, and he was this close to stranding himself on the sidewalk after narrowly avoiding probably a dozen, maybe 12 to 20 pedestrians. And then right on the side of the road were like EMTs, and the EMTs were like, "What did I?" Like, everyone was just stunned and flabbergasted because he's like kicking up dirt and like ripped like the physical, I don't know, shrub is a bad word. It's not like a little flimsy grass thing. It was like a miniature tree that was only like 3 feet tall is the best way I can describe it. Like solid. It wasn't just like a fluffy piece. Like a hedge isn't even the right word. Topiary. And it like got stuck under the vehicle. He's like and like he kicks it up and sprays it back, and then like the car like bounced back onto the road, and there's like 7 EMTs that are just looking around, and one of them's like, "Is everybody okay?" Because he just like came out of the casino. Like the car may as well have driven out of the casino and gotten back on the road. That's how obscure the spot that he was in was. And then 2 of them, there were like 2 or 3 security guards, and they took off on bicycles chasing after the car. I don't know if they caught him, but I just looked over and the car is vrooming around a corner away, and then 2 or 3 bicycle security just started chasing after, and that's like the last I saw. Then when we finally got into our rideshare, I did see police lights down one of the roads, but I don't know if it was him or not, but it was like fairly close. But there was actual property damage. Like it was there was property damage and very nearly pedestrians struck. And I have no idea what he was on. But he just yelled, "Please stop," out of the window. While we were standing in front. That was the other thing. I was like, "Please, wait. Please stop for what?" While we were in front of the car. So I don't know. With his window rolled down, he was just looking straight ahead. It was very bizarre. He probably thought he wasn't moving. Maybe he couldn't stop the car, like mentally. I don't know. Anyway, I had to relay that odd story that happened. Because it was actually pretty scary. I'm just glad that he was driving slowly and people actually had time to move out of the way. Because there was no indication that there was a vehicle until it was just like, you know, you get that feeling like when you're walking through a parking lot and you're going back to your car and you like feel the vibrations of the ground and it's just like, is there, oh, sorry, like I'm in the middle of the road. I should go over there and get out of the way. It was like that vibe. It was like walking down a grocery store parking lot and you realize that you're in the middle of the road and you move over, except I was on a sidewalk and had a sixth sense that something was behind me and it was a vehicle. And like it was so sudden that nobody yelled like, "Hey, everyone, watch out! Like, get out of the way!" Like everyone, like I was just like, ah, and then I saw more people in front. I was just like, like brain just stopped working, and couldn't warn the other people who fortunately turned around, looked, saw it, and then moved. Why didn't you stop when he asked you to? I moved out of the way and then stopped. What do we need? I know I've been on the screen because I can't think and do things at the same time. We definitely don't need any of these drives. Rocket Companies is a new organization. Military Science Lab is good to put on our orbitals. I think we're gonna, I guess I don't mind having the settlement mining complex just unlocked, but I don't think we need it yet, because I definitely don't have the mission control for it. Or we could just finish photonic computing and get an extra 10 cap and just put points into that while we wait for more projects to unlock. I think that's okay.
Offering assistance.
Morocco has had a regime change as Russia has won a war. We have completed the Pulsar Drive project. Might have unlocked the advanced Pulsar Drive. Okay, so this is a pretty decent engine. It only takes water as a main propellant, which is quite good, because we have a lot of water, especially with Ceres. And I gotta pick another project now. There's too many possibilities. So I know I want different options for heat sinks, because I think the sodium one is okay. It's okay as an option. It's 230 tons with 370 gigajoules. Definitely better than the potassium, and not as heavy as the molten. So let's try sodium. Put some research in that bad boy. All right, we're investigating the alien.
Prepping for next mission.
We have detected their loyalty is also 25, and we know all of their abilities. Enthralling people, abducting people. They can extract their fellow counselors. And more besides. This alien is especially good at persuasion and security. 20 security is a lot. Crispy Scotch, I have no idea what you're asking. Can I give a rundown of the English language? I'm teaching English now. South Korea is asking its ally in the US to join its attack on Yemen. Absolutely not. You want me to join the initiative? No, no, no. Is there penalties for declining? Because I am not helping the initiative just declare a random
By the number.
aggressive war. Would a shipyard be a good idea? We have
The LZ is secure.
ship docks. Right now, shipyards are not necessary for us because they're basically just tier 2 ship docks, which also make it their own ships. So we don't need tier 2
Recon
versions of
complete.
those.
Prepping for next mission.
All right, we've investigated the alien attacks in Canada. Tensions are mounting between the US and China. Do you want to put sanctions on China? No. Because I also control China to some extent. Well, half of it, anyways. All right, let me clean this mess. Anything going on here? Probably not. We detected a base belonging to the servants. Okay, that's somewhat interesting. Where is this? Charlie's Chasma. It's got a decent spread of resources, actually. Some base metals, nobles, volatiles, and some water. Australia has deployed a new division in Brisbane. They've got 2 armies now with a 4.2 mil tech. That's not too bad. South Korea and Yemen are now at war. New alien fleets. That's basically it.
We can speculate about where these bloody things came from until the cows come home. But right now, all that matters is whether or not we've got something that can put a bullet square between whatever the hell they call eyes. Commander Fiona Iwade, secure correspondence.
Railgun research complete. Hell yeah. Put a railgun slug right between the alien's eyes.
The future of weaponry is one without gunpowder, where electricity alone powers each killing shot. Railguns employ the foundational tech behind mass drivers to propel projectiles at staggering speeds with kinetic force to match. Our previous breakthroughs in electromagnetics have been refined to allow a remarkable degree of miniaturization. By flowing current through an elongated, magnetically permeable rifle barrel, the sides of which are the titular rails, we can accelerate projectiles without the need for any explosive, achieving muzzle velocities far beyond even our most powerful explosive-based firearms. This is of great benefit to both impact and range. In consequence, slugs fired from the new railguns are able to pierce the densest of armor at extreme distance. The degree of energy involved does raise significant issues regarding heat and recoil. Railguns kick like the proverbial mule. But the more severe limitation is durability, due to sustained physical contact required between high-velocity rounds and the rifle's charged barrel. Our researchers are, however, confident that subsequent discoveries in the field will bring about more durable and in turn more powerful electromagnetic weaponry. In the meantime, there is surely little that can stand against a railgun for long. We may get, since we're the first ones to complete this research, we'll have first dibs on light railgun batteries, rail cannons, and light rail cannons. So we're going to have to take a peek at those as they unlock. But we can direct global tech towards something else now. Like, how about the militarization of space? Point defense arrays, torpedoes, marine assault units. I think defense arrays are upgrades possibly for stations, so that might be good. I'm sure we need other types of reactors. Maybe not yet. Let's sort by cost. We could do some of these really cheap ones if we wanted, but I have no idea what those drives do. Combat lasers are kind of neat too. Let's go for militarization of space. I like the idea of fleet logistics, space future, space assault doctrine, and different arrays and also space marines. Just sounds cool. Okay, so I don't want to lose out to research on the particle cannon. So we're gonna buff research here. We're gonna start losing to the Academy on nanotubes soon. Okay. We'll keep an eye on that. The alien's right there! What if we try to turn the alien counselor? We have the resources to acquire Delta Force for one of our counselors. I feel like that's making us too powerful. I don't know if we have enough spots for all those things. Humanity First has the Australian Army. Bangladesh is controlled by the Resistance. Also, Happy New Year, it's 2029. Like, I think it's hilarious the idea that Tarcisio could become the head of, oh my god. Under the right circumstances, Tarcisio could be the head of SEAL Team 6, Secret Intelligence Service MI6, the FBI, Delta Force, and Mossad. And the American Mafia if he was a criminal, and the first US Special Forces group, and the Australian, no, I'm just kidding. But like that's a few too many hats to wear simultaneously. That makes you one of the most powerful men in the entire world, I think. I'm curious what the benefit of Delta Force is. Assassinate, extract counselor, detain counselor, and assault alien assets. It gives you 2 command and 1 security. It's really not that good. I guess it is better than SEAL Team 6, actually. Because it's the same price, but you get 2 command, 1 security instead of 1 command, 1 security. Assassinate, extract, detain, assault. It has the same powers too. Delta Force is better than SEAL Team 6? That's strange. In my current playthrough, I've just been rushing antimatter. I have no idea if that's good. How the heck is that strange? It's Delta Force. I'm just saying that they're both 3 stars. They both have the same monthly income. They both have the same missions granted. It's sort of just like a repeat. Delta Force is bigger than... yeah, I know Delta Force is bigger. But I'm talking about from game balance perspectives. They're the same star cost, chat, you stinky chat. Okay, anyway. Where did we lose? Oh, we lost a point in the US. Oh, we didn't lose it. We're just not defending it.
Standing
So
by.
we're gonna do that with Petra for 1 turn.
Making things safe for our people.
But yeah, if I can
Ready for
afford
my
it,
mission.
then I'm just gonna switch, I guess, because it's just a free perk. I don't see any reason why we couldn't buy it. It's just 100 influence. Wait, I bought the wrong one. We got, I just wanted to buy this one for fun. I have 1.1 thousand influence. I just wanted to buy that one for fun. Now it's just been 200 influence because I just have that much. Game balance makes no sense, lol. SEAL Team 6 is like 8 dudes versus 2,000 Delta Force. Yeah. Alright, US Special Forces. I mean, sell that back for $0. SEAL Team 6, goodbye. Probably. Yeah. Okay, put it back on the market. Bye, SEAL Team 6. Now, back to assignments. This list is getting smaller.
Heading to the LC.
Ready for my mission.
It actually is getting smaller.
We're going
Cleaning
in.
up. Look how much
Standing
there
by.
is. Come to Brazil. We got alien life forms. Huge alien life forms. Oh wait, that's Big Beak. Okay, German and Zora needs to
Ready.
handle that one. Huge alien life forms.
Taking it to them.
Okay. They're corrupting everything. Tarcisio has been investigating this alien, whom we cannot assassinate without a lot of luck. We could detain them with a 50-50. The other option is basically just to... You can't sabotage the aliens, but you know who... Ooh, sabotage might be a fun thing that we haven't really done. Let's take a look at everyone's tech. So we have a good idea that Humanity First is getting close to transnational coordination, which if I remember correctly gives you some extra control point cap. The Initiative's also researching that. The Protector doesn't really have any big investments. If we were to, I don't know, try and sabotage Humanity First, if we know of an agent, we do not. But we do know of an Initiative agent, so let's try and sabotage the Initiative then.
I'm going in.
And we can reset their research on, make them lose like 5,000 research points. It's kind of good. Stinky probe. Me. Are you telling me how to shift click after just watching me shift click on the intel screen? While also not noticing that the screen was bugged? Because I just shift click text or tech, and then you told me to shift click. And also when a screen is bugged, you have to reset it by going back to counselors and then click through until it gets to the one that you want to see. I will simply backseat you with advice. Uno reverse card.
Offering counsel.
Protecting our interests.
How is this not a billionaire simulator? Accidentally bought the wrong Spec Ops team. I mean, I used influence to acquire them, not money. They work for me out of respect. It's different. All right, we're getting close to shipbuilding simulator. I expect we'll have enough different ship parts to try and cobble together a ship after the first gamer death. Well, sometime shortly after the first gamer death break. So this is, we're sabotaging one of the rival factions right now. The Initiative is the Corpo Illuminati. They have 6,375 points out of 10,000 invested. If I sabotage them, which I did, we can take a look at our intel, and we now reveal they're down to just 1,300 instead of 6,000. They just lost 5,000 research points, which is a pretty substantial setback. And we can just keep them from ever figuring out how to do those things. And I think that would be wonderful. Here come the alien assaults. That's not me. They're trying to push back in the US on public opinion, which is understandable. That's what they want. The European Union has declared war on Bangladesh. The EU's out of control. A new orbital core for T Birdland Station in low Earth orbit is in. Okay, so we got 15 people staffed on this bad boy. And look at all these spots. Look at all these tier 2 slots. So we gotta do some replacements first. What I've been doing right now, and this is subject to change for later, but since, ooh, we have 45 mission control. But yeah, since mission control is so valuable, what I'm doing is an ops center here. Build that in space 180 days later. Build another ops center. So ops center refunds 2 mission control, or it's 1 mission control per building. So 1 mission control back, because this costs 3. So now, if these are built, it only costs 1, and I get all the other slots for whatever I want. And right now what I want is just stacking skunkworks. I'm assuming that they stack, because they each give you 1 engineering cog, so I'm assuming they give you all 10% bonus to research. And then we have to pay for them with power. So these are 40, 40, and 30 monthly power. So we have our tier 2 solar arrays that are 42 power each. That's 42, 84, 126. And with 126 power, we should have enough for... Actually, we'll need another solar array over here, I think. Something's... I'll have to do the math on this again. Because then we do science over here and that's it. So we got a Xenolab. We're gonna do one of everything. These are just multi-scientific. You could just stack a bunch of one type of lab if you want, but I'm just doing a little bit of everything. Space it out, don't put all the eggs in one basket. So Xenolab is bonus Xeno research and detecting aliens. Space science is bonus mission control priority. That's the big thing we care about. And some bonus research. Social science is bonus to PR, public campaigns, and some science bonuses. Life science is welfare in nations and then like bioscience. And then information science is knowledge investments. And a different research tree. Okay, so let's do the math. This is 5 power, 8 power, 14 power, 19 power, 24 power, 64 power, 104 power, 134 power. So we only need 134 power. So we got 4, 8, 12. It's 126. Okay, so we don't need the 4th big solar array. We just need a small, little baby solar collector. There we go. And then those will all be powered. Perfect. It's gonna take a while to construct, but we've got a lot of orbital cores going in. Okay, I think next turn I'm gonna go into hiding on a few people.
Target destroyed. By the numbers.
You already had a solar collector and upgraded. Yes, I just want them in different places because it looks cooler. So I'll move them around. Another alien. Is it the same alien detected or it's Alpha 6? Okay, same alien detected. They're just moving. Receiving reports of alien abductions in Alaska. That's a difficult place to investigate alien abductions. You are now able to undertake the Cobalt Dust Radiator Project. Okay, show me. Ooh, 2 skunk works is better than 1. 3 skunk works is better than 2. We just got 2 more skunk works built. So, I want to see this above 80%. Maybe when we unpause. Unless they don't stack, but I think it'll be when we unpause. It should go to 100, I think. Unless I'm miscalculating. So yeah, Hydra interrogation is a lengthy project. We need to see if cobalt dust radiators are something that we want. Here's the problem with cobalt dust. It takes 19 noble metals. It's very expensive on the noble metals. So I think what we want is other radiator options. We have a okay amount of nobles. So what I want to do is sort of search the full tech tree. Okay, one thing is carbon nanotubes give you a nanotube filament radiator. And we're already researching that. So that one might be nice. Vacuum electrostatic is ionic. Magnetic force manipulation also was one that we've completed research on. That's the cobalt dust. So superconducting magnets also gives us new radiators. We're already researching one that should give us another radiator option though, so that should be good. Sodium heat sinks. Okay, more ship parts. Very exciting. Nice and easy. We can now undertake... Ooh, rail cannons. Rail cannons. Now, I remember there were like 4 different types of rail cannons. So I might wait a moment and see what the different types are. Because this is a nose mount that uses 2 hard points. And I want to compare that to the other ones, but we can't compare them without actually unlocking them, so... Let's research settlement mining complexes for later and, like, stall. see if we get any more tech, because we're gonna want the better mines anyways, right? Okay, what's going on? The abductions. We gotta investigate those.
What's the headed there now.
Okay, check.
Where do you need me?
New alien fleets are just constantly getting pumped out. The European Union has 4 armies now. They are mobilizing. They're putting a lot of points into their armies. Okay, I think you stay in Sao Paulo. Try to knock the alien assets here down.
Standing by for orders.
Can go to Argentina.
Heading to the LZ.
We are single-handedly protecting the Earth from alien megafauna. That's pretty much all I can say. I don't really know what I like Tarcisio to do now. Maybe sabotage projects again. We need to find a humanity first counselor. I don't know. Ooh. Okay, what about in Sweden? There is a counselor here. What if you just investigate that counselor and we'll just hope that they're actually humanity first because they're chilling there? And then we can sabotage them. So what I want to do is take a quick peek at my major powers and just see how they're doing on their investments. So we got 22% of the GDP in the UK going towards mission control. We got 7 mission control now. If you want to keep the elites happy, we need to take some spoils, which supposedly reduces the chances of coups. Keeping the elites happy somehow reduces coups. We need 10% at least in spoils. They'll also give us some more money. We have 26K. More money's good, because if we can turn the money back around into direct investments to improve different facets of the nation itself, but we're gonna need more than 26 grand for that to be a substantial bit. I also have been pumping the economy quite heavily, which is also causing some other side effects. I don't want to put as many points in the economy. Welfare's been doing good. Inequality is on the decline. Knowledge is still on the way up. We have diverse cohesion. We're still putting points into the military to try to get Miltech up. He's still finding an alien to fight? Oh, I know where the aliens are. That's not the issue. The issue is I don't have any ships. Check on Brad. Are you Brad? Does the game start making sounds when you zoom in? Yeah, because there's a lot of armies. It's like combat noises because the European Union is moving. Okay, but yeah, we need to use some more of this mission control shortly. Ireland is also making mission control. No more boost, Ireland. Spoils from Ireland is only 7%. Sorry for ruining your economy. But we're putting back. Don't worry. We've got welfare, knowledge, and we're helping your economy. Okay, you're doing fine. Let's see. Kazakhstan. The spoils here need 36%, so we're gonna ignore that. No more boost in Kazakhstan. Just a teeny bit in military. Let's do more in knowledge. Welfare is actually doing great, so I'd say the economy. All right, that looks good. Japan. Likewise, I'm done with boost. I like funding in Japan. How much for spoils? 13%? Okay, I'll take a little bit. Just a teeny bit. Yeah, everybody's economy is doing pretty good. 5.3 billion up in the last 30 days. Decent income inequality. Knowledge is on the rise. Yeah, this all looks good. All right, US of A. How we doing? Lots of mission control. We're still trying to get to like about 5.0 on cohesion. But everything's looking a lot more stable than it was. A lot more stable. Okay. I think all of this is lovely. Okay, there's another rail cannon project. How about more?
Offering support.
I'll check on Brad after this, because he's already locked in. Let me see the 2 rail cannons that we have available. Number 1, we have rail cannon and light rail cannon. Light rail cannon is, as the name suggests, only half the weight of the first one. It has the same 2 fire modes, focus fire and attack. Light rail cannon is mounted along the spine of a ship, offering higher muzzle velocities than turreted weapons, but we have to maneuver the ship to target with it. So the biggest flaw that rail cannons have is that their projectiles are slow. Space is big, and Cox is small. It's a small ISP startup that can't keep a consistent internet connection. Etalyx. We got Code Gray. I repeat, we've got Code Gray. Space is big, Cox is small. Etal 2022. Well, I'm waiting for the frame. Okay, here's what we'll do. While you guys are getting your frames back, let me do something real quick. I'm gonna go to Jolly Jackram base and just quickly do the whole orbital core upgrade. Pretty much the same way that we were doing it before. And then let's go, T-Birdland just got some big upgrades. Let's swing on over there. Okay, chat, while the internet's coming back, I know it's stabilized a little bit now, but let's go ahead and take a quick GDB. We'll take a GDB, come back, and start building spaceships. Once we get these railguns researched. Because I think we need railguns, radiators, and then we're ready to start cooking up ships. Listen to this while you wait. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight. Rhodey, sorry I missed your sub earlier, says I'm going to start using my sub message as a request from Midas Cam until we get one. You might be waiting a little while. You might be. There are station defenses that you can get. Yeah, Ballistic Bro. Alright, I'll be back in a few minutes, chat. Hang tight and look at space. Speed. Hey. What up? Water. Bubbly water. Hello, chat. Thanks for waiting. Welcome back after a nice break. Got some refreshments. You can die if you drink too much water. It's true. Every human that has ever drank water historically has not lived forever. Everyone who's ever died has drank water. How do you think the run is going? Etalyx, I haven't fully kept up and don't really know what's going on. Right now, this is what you're looking at is kind of the biggest thing we got going on. We've got like 5 stations in orbit. Not satellites, but stations manned by people. And they're going from small sort of 3 to 15 person stations, sort of like International Space Station size, and becoming actual orbital habitats. And on those habitats, we're getting some new tech that's going to boost our research and capabilities significantly if we get enough of them. So we're trying to stack them. And then we'll get a ship going, and you're going to see how we're doing, because we're going to take whatever ship tech we have and try to throw it at hopefully an alien surveillance vessel that's in orbit around Earth, if it's still there, hopefully alone, and see what happens. We're going to see some fireworks. But I think it's going pretty well, actually. Other than I wish I had some more control points so that I could be greedy and have all of the US and all of China without giving up the UK and Japan. Because I think China definitely has more long-term potential, but we're not really here for the long-term, even though we are. The other thing is it's going to take ages to bring China's miltech up. Like, they have 4 armies and a small nuclear arsenal, tons of investment points, tons of research, but Japan's, I've got 2 armies here with a 4.5 miltech, which is big, and a small nuclear arsenal. And then the UK has a comparable nuclear arsenal and 2 armies with good miltech. So I just don't want to part, like, the UK and Japan, to me, are as important as China at this stage in the game, because I have the USA locked down. And they're kind of carrying us, at least as far as, like, ballooning mission control. Once we get the cohesion locked, we're going to stop putting so many points into Unity and start repurposing those to other things. But yeah, I'd say it's going pretty well, because the US is 4.7 miltech. We need to unally a bunch of people. Chat, do we really need to be allied with Canada? Do we? Okay, for RP purposes, I feel like since we know they're all controlled by other interests, that's the resistance though. These are resistance locations. I think resistance is pretty chill. Humanity first, I'm gonna unally. If you're humanity first, you are not my friend, because you are probably gonna nuke the planet. Big moves. The initiative, you guys are exploiting everyone. And you guys are super weak. Oh, they have India, never mind. It's pretty good. India's pretty good. No more alliance with South Korea or Portugal. Definitely no allies with the servants. If anything, rival the servants. We're rivaling Germany, Brazil. Brazil's been a problem here. We'll start there. And we don't like the Protectorate either. I'm gonna rival the European Union. Spicy. Wow, okay. The Protectorate are appeasing the aliens, okay? They are willing to sacrifice humans in order to make sure the aliens are happy. And the Academy, we're just gonna have normal relations because they're alien friendly, but they're not, like, insane. Yet. Rivaling the Alhambras. Unbelievable. Okay. Let's go. New
Surveillance complete.
Okay, we're trying to find a Humanity First counselor, and we did. We found, Elon Zuckerberg. I haven't seen you in a long time. With the purpose of ultimately sabotaging Humanity First research. Is there anyone we actually like? I think the Resistance is okay, but we're somewhat apart from all of the other factions because we're just trying to get out of here. So we don't really want to keep any long-term friends. This is an okay spot. I'm not gonna take it because we, like I said, we need all of our mission control. Not my character, not my problem. Another probe. It's a decent chunk of water. Some trace other materials. Under the control of the Protectorate, Russia has declared war on Guatemala. Is the Monroe Doctrine still in effect? Who else are you at war with? The Ratnakaran states and Bangladesh. Spicy, okay. Our asset has gone silent. All right, we're gonna need to turn another
Target secure.
servant agent, and I'm not really sure how to.
For the good guys.
Ooh, wiped out.
We'll be ready for new orders soon.
Nice wipeout. Yeah, I'm not really sure how to keep your double agents staying double agents, really. They seem to just reset after a while. That just may be the way it is. So they don't just stay your double agent forever.
Here's what we found.
Okay, investigating in the good old US of A. And we can make ionic dust radiators. Hab modules complete. Let's check that first. Hab module complete. Outpost mining complex and series. Ooh, series. Wait, what? Okay, there it is. That's 147 water for us and 7 volatiles. And then the other one was Cutter 8. Yeah, Cutter 8 base is getting 144 water and 31 volatile. So we've got series locked down. It is 100% ours. Okay, I'm happy with that. So yeah, we have all these spots. You can see our total resources here. Is Ceres just a giant ball of ice? Chat, why don't we just create the technology to make an atmosphere on Ceres and just live there? It's easy. Just create an atmosphere from scratch. Who cares about these? Look at all those pockmarks. There's not going to be any asteroids that hit us. Doesn't mean anything. Gravity too low? We can create that too. Your imagination is simply not big enough. Okay, we got too many things on the list over here. Wait, didn't I finish a research? Oh no, we got one available. Okay, Hydra interrogation's gonna have to wait because what I was waiting on was radiators. Ionic dust radiators are 333 tons per gigawatt waste heat. They're so heavy. Combat vulnerability when deployed is low, and they cause a ton of volatiles. Okay, I don't think I want that either. I think we just hold and wait. Now, cannons. I do want rail cannons, so we should actually look at that. Option A right now is just regular rail. Option B is light rail. The good thing about rail is it's on the nose, so you just have to face forward and pew 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 pew. The downside of the 419 megajoules of damage or energy translates into what we're gonna quantify as 21 damage versus 7.3 damage. So you can see that the slugs from the big rail cannon are just 3 times more powerful. However, well, yeah, they're just better, huh? Because the 700 kilometers targeting range, what we're really looking at is the muzzle velocity. Because the muzzle velocity is how fast that projectile is going to cross space. And the little side-mounted spines, this offers higher muzzle velocities than turreted weapons. Define turreted weapons, but you have to maneuver. I'm also a little confused at how this is on the spine of a ship and also a nose mount. That doesn't make any sense to me. But yeah, this is some big power consumption, 2.2 gigajoules of power. Spinal or nose mount face forward only. That's kind of what I was anticipating, yeah. So what's interesting about railguns is that they can bombard. So you can use these in orbit of planetary, I guess, outposts, if you will, or even around Earth. And they can support your terrestrial war efforts, which is pretty cool. Where are we? We have points in China that need to be locked down.
I'm here. Securing our control.
Reporting in.
The alien life form list doesn't feel like it's getting smaller.
Gear up. Your orders.
But we're trying our best. Okay, 93%'s fine.
At your service.
Tarcisio. Oh, yeah, you were sabotaging a project. That's why we were looking for the Zuck. Because if we spend a little bit of ops,
Breaching lab security.
we can actually check the Humanity First intel on tech, and they are getting close to transnational coordination research. So we can give them a huge setback there. Basically, remove a lot of their research. Servants are working on that too. We're just gonna kind of get in the way, mess with them a little bit, you know? So let's take a look at the ship construction, because I don't think we have what it takes yet. I think we're getting close. We need just a couple more things. Because my nose weapons right now, we still just only have the cannons. But if we look at the different ship classes that we can do, like a destroyer has just the 1 or 2 nose hard points. So if we did just a rail cannon, it would take both of those. And then we have 2 hull hard points. And the hull hard points Like, in theory, chat, could we have one large rail cannon and then two small hull rail cannons, or were they all forward mounted? Let me look. The light rail cannon uses a nose mount, so no, these are not side. Rail cannon is nose mount, light rail cannon is nose mount. We haven't unlocked any hull mounted rail cannons to date. Yes. No, actually, we have not unlocked any to research. As I just said. Hello, Marshmallow says, who's the longest sub streak? I don't think 70 is the longest. You are correct. We are at over 100-month subs. So you've got like some 30, 40 subs to go. Just a little bit. Just a teensy bit. Okay, I still do need to start researching some version of these. But I guess the question is, if you're looking at rail cannons and they take, let's say 2.2 gigajoules per shot. Per shot. What sucks is they don't say how many shots they make per second. So if it's one shot every 5 seconds, then 2.2 gigajoules is different than 2.2 gigajoules per shot, and it's one shot per second, you know? So I feel like we're missing some information here. Because the information that typically tells you how fast they shoot is not present on this screen for whatever reasons. You kind of have to just go leap of faith. That being said, if I want the higher muzzle velocity and I want the higher damage. So I'm going to go for the big boy double nose slot. Because it's not that expensive anyways. So, particle cannon research is still being led by Humanity First, so we're gonna go all in there. We definitely have the lead on nanotubes. Militarization of space, got the lead there too. Alien Fleet Victor 242 is now in low Earth orbit. That is not what I want. Rapid landing. Oh. Chat, there are 3 alien vessels in low Earth orbit, and I do not want to fight one of them. I kinda need Victor 13 to go away. 268 firepower. Because we will not be able to defeat this ship. Sounds like a problem for Humanity First. There's the UFO crash. They crashed in Jordan. We think an alien life form escaped. Exploded shortly after touchdown. Good luck. We'll be there to investigate shortly.
I will help them.
Securing our interests.
We've hacked their research data.
We're about to delete like 6,000 research points off of Humanity First. Assuming we get the roll, which we did. They're not going to be happy with that. Maybe they're replacing the alien you kidnapped. It seems that way, yeah.
Score 1 for the good guys.
We're definitely the good guys. That's me. Oh, lots of things up here. Railgun. Oh, there you go. There we go. Let me see these. Railgun batteries allows for the construction of the following ship component. Railgun battery Mark 1. A railgun turret suitable for our larger ships uses 2 hull mount hardpoints. Big. So this guy has still a kind of sad muzzle velocity of 3 kps. 3 kilometers per second. Not ideal, really, if you compare that to even Even the nose-mounted light rail cannons is 3.6. The reason that you want higher muzzle velocity is because they are very slow in even though it's going 3 kilometers per second, you have to shoot these from hundreds of kilometers away. So the aliens will see the projectiles incoming on their scopes and be able to execute maneuvers to literally just dodge forehead. So you want the bullets, I mean, they're not bullets. You want the projectiles to be faster so that they have a lower chance of dodging all of them. And as far as dodging goes, that's why you want different drives that have a good amount of thrust, because high thrust is going to give you more advanced, like, combat speed for various maneuvers you might want to take to correct for different incoming projectiles. And you have full control over that while you're fighting. This is not Stellaris combat. This is like hands-on, choose the orientation of the ships, their positioning relative to one another, move intentionally so that your strong nose armor is facing the incoming projectiles, that kind of thing. And I have no idea how to do any of it, so it's going to be hilarious. But the benefit of railgun batteries is that they are mounted on the hull. So, being mountable on the hull does give a certain advantage, such as using up spots that we don't otherwise use. The problem is that these are not consecutive hull points on this. On the monitor, these are consecutive, so I feel like you could do one side battery there and one side battery there, but it'd be really slow. The frigate has 2 hull hard points here and a single nose, so you could do different combinations really, but we don't have a lot of options right now. So I think what I want is the heavy railgun on the nose and I need 2 single slotters on the side, maybe. Or you could actually make these point defense, but I don't think it's a good idea to try to hybridize this ship. I'd rather have an actual escort that functions as a screen for my kinetic railgun boys. So we're gonna try and do like 2 separate ship builds. Okay, some of you guys need to go to ground, for sure. What's going on up here? T-Birdland, 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 and T-Birdland. T-Birdland is getting some upgrades, so you just need power, which you just don't have enough right now. This will be done on the 7th of March. So when the power's done, all these science stations are going to go online and boost everything on Earth a little bit more. Is there a space blunderbuss? In FTL, that would have been like the scrap, what's it called? The flak. That would be flak in FTL, just shooting space junk. So much text, my brain is frying. Yeah, Twitch chat is just all text all the time. Fun size nuke, you know? When you're in Twitch chat, you become text, and like I have to read what everyone's saying, and it melts my brain too, because there's so much gibberish. There's too much chat in my chat.
Ready.
There is too much chat in my chat. Okay, Bradford needs to go hide out in San Juan.
Going silent.
Hopefully
Standing
just
by for
nobody's
order.
in San Juan. We're gonna have everyone just take 1 turn, except you. Because we need to defend Ireland.
At your service.
Petra can defend Ireland. We also need to investigate the aliens, though. Yeah, this is not a good turn to go to ground, actually, because we need to investigate alien activity. We also need to defend Ireland. So many things. You defend
Securing our
Ireland.
controls.
Ready for orders.
Tarcisio is going to go
Ready to go.
surveil the location around where the alien ship crashed down and look for the alien,
Eyes up.
as well as any signs of infection of the local wildlife. German Anzora has 16 security and is pretty difficult to kill, so we'll just assume that's gonna be okay. But I still don't hate going to ground with you for 1 turn.
Going off the grid.
I'm here.
And then Jian Yi, you 5 different factions know where you are. Everyone's just gonna go hide in San Juan. Everyone is going to go hide in San Juan and
Going
have a
off
party.
the grid.
But nobody's investigating the aliens. Someone needs to. Jian Yi, are you safe? Are you secret? Yeah.
We'll see what we can find.
Alright, you only 2 of you are gonna go party, I guess. Okay, we're almost caught up to Humanity First on particle cannons. I want to be number 1. Is there a good synopsis for what this game's about? Robot Mystic has got us covered. But a good synopsis of what this game is about, it's like part grand strategy game, part... I don't want to say real-time strategy game, but you sort of have to like be a faction. Okay, here you go. Aliens crash landed on Earth. Everybody knows it. It's on global news. Immediately, humanity panics a bit because of the crashed UFO that everyone witnessed. Split up into 7 iconic factions that each have a different idea of how to handle the confirmed existence of aliens. They all start dying of megafauna. No, well, you pick one of the factions to play as. There's 7 different factions. And depending on the faction you pick, your goals change. Then you influence nations Illuminati style. Control them from behind the scenes and in full public view. And once you're done with the early game of securing a power base on Earth, your mid game is going to be building ships after industrializing the moon and the inner solar system. So usually we'll jump from the moon to Mars and its moons, and then from there to the asteroid belt, from there to either Mercury or Jupiter or Saturn, and then try to track down the aliens, ascertain their intentions, and maybe influence them depending on what faction you choose to play as. So there's kind of a lot going on. But your end game is having industrialized the solar system and created fleets to presumably take control, unless you're playing as one of the alien sympathizer factions. So there's a lot going on. It's very board gamey. It reminds me of Pandemic, moving the counselors around. It's a combination of real-time turn-based. So everything happens in real time, but every 2 weeks, you get to move your counselors to do a different job. So you do that ad infinitum, forever. But it's by the XCOM Long War devs. So it takes an incredibly long amount of time. I've been playing for 50, 60 hours, and I'm still in what's called the early game, and I haven't made my first ship yet. So that's also streamer time, which includes explaining the game for the 30th time to someone who's new to the stream. But guess you're the first person to ask today. So the first person always gets a legit answer, and then like the 3rd time it gets asked, I'm like, yeah, you know? Long War is a famous XCOM mod. That is, as the name suggests, very long. It's a very popular XCOM mod. So the people who developed that made this. Hey, Tal, how does this game work? I've been watching a while. I'm still not sure. Yeah. Wait, that's your first message today. False Lobster, I honestly can't tell if you're trolling or not. Because I don't, that was your first message today, so now I'm actually not sure if that... Is this real? Because I just explained how the game works 30 seconds ago. I did just tune into the stream, but just in time for the game explanation. It was in fact a joke. Okay. It went over my head. It was very believable. It's like playing Eve in the early days in terms of time sync. Big time sync, yeah. But honestly, the repetition is very fun. There's a lot of things that I want to see changed while it's in early access, like information-wise and balance-wise, but it's just very addicting. Like, I just like... It really stimulates my imagination, and I have a genuine curiosity about what the aliens are doing, and I like the way that the information's presented via your campaign objectives, and... I don't know, I just like games that try to do new big things, and this is definitely one of them.
Evading pursuit.
Going into hiding.
What?
Cleaning things up.
So I just had 2 of my counselors go into hiding in San Juan to try to shake the detection from other factions. German and Zora has 6 espionage
Nothing up here.
to Bradford's 1 espionage. Bradford was not detected, but German and Zora was. So I guess we just got a bad roll there. But
Initiating surveillance.
only 1 faction detected him, so I'm gonna leave it at that. So an alien
Wrapping
UFO
up
just
here.
crashed down in Jordan, and I did a survey because usually after a crash down there are other alien bits, and surveilling a location like here touches all the other regions around it. So we've just detected alien phenomena in some different regions, and this is the Pandemic board game-esque quality, so it's up to us to sort of take these down. The other AI can help, but they have to know they're there, and it's basically been my job to do it because I'm the player, so I have to be responsible for ensuring the short-term survival of the Earth so that I, as Project Exodus, can get the hell out of here. Are there a limited amount of orgs? The number is finite,
Protecting our interests.
there are a lot. Gillard. A lot. That seems kind of metagaming. Yeah, Chameleon Blue has a problem with metagaming and just writing stuff in chat. Definitely. Even when they're timed out multiple times. What's up, Etal and Heyo chat? What's up, Bucky? How's it going? I think some are procedurally generated and some are unique. Yeah, I think so. But here's the thing. See, I thought that the way that the organization marketplace worked was that there were multiple pools of organizations. Orgs are added and removed from this list periodically and may become available to other councils, is what it says. Purchase an org by dragging and dropping its icon into your org window. Dimmed orgs are beyond your current capabilities to acquire. So is my understanding that there are, like, okay, my assumption was that each council has a different organizational pool. And over time, those rotate like a draft system. So like the ones that I had access to, it's not necessarily, this is not necessarily the same thing that everyone else in the game currently sees. Because also, what happens when you sell an orc? Like, where does it go? Because if there was only one pool, it would go back to the orc marketplace. Right? So if I, say, dropped this entertainment spot, Circinus should be back in the org marketplace for now. and then it'll rotate out. Goes back to your pool till the pool rotates. That's what I thought too. Okay, just making sure. Because that goes opposite of what Chatter just wrote about buying it before the AI. Because I don't think the AI can buy your orgs out from under you. Okay, anywho's. Okay, I was curious what this is. I don't know what ISRU module is, so let's find out. But I unlocked it, and I'm the first one because I did all the research. The in-situ resource utilization module allows for ships to repropellant at unimproved hab sites that produce raw materials used in the ship's propellant. Ships that use anything as propellant can repropellant at any site. So this is an addition to ships that makes it so that you don't have to dock your ship at a proper resupply depot or at a space dock. You can just create your own propellant as long as the place that you're at produces the resources that are required by your ship's propellant. So that's interesting. It lets you not have to worry as much for specific ship outings. Like you don't have to worry about sending a ship to a certain base and then making a space dock at that base. I don't really need the settlement mining complex, but now I'm almost done with it, so I'm just gonna let it go. Where were we? $20 metals, 10 nobles, okay, it's fine. Settlement mining complex project complete. That's gonna be our tier 2 mine at all of our outposts. We don't have any tier 2 outposts right now though. Solid core fission reactor 5 might be good. But we just got tier 4 and I bet that's enough for what we're doing right now. 5 is probably gonna be like the peak. A adapted nuclear power plant that operates about 2,500 degrees Celsius. And pumps out 125 gigawatts maximum power. What I want is something I haven't gotten hold of yet. Because it's not railgun batteries. I think we're still waiting on a couple things to pop. I will go ahead and do solid core fission reactor 5. And we can just have the best reactor possible here. Does tier 2 mining outpost use more mission control? It does. I think it's 2 mission control. From what I remember reading. But we can't actually look at it because I think to look at it, I would have to actually have this upgraded to a settlement core, because the settlement core costs 3, just like the outpost tab. And I am maxed on mission control because those series mines just popped in and took what was left of my mission control. Speaking of buildings getting made, T-Birdland just got power, so we just got a big, probably science boost. We're still at 80%. I thought we'd be higher than that. I thought we have like 3 skunkworks now, unless skunkworks don't stack. Which is possible, I guess.
Recon complete.
Okay.
Wrapping up here.
This is probably the alien, by the way. We just did a surveil of the area, found a figure of mysterious unknown origin, and some alien life forms in the local area. So I'm betting this is the alien. And I wouldn't mind. Oh, excuse me. Humanity First is very interested in this spot, too. Sure it's not 5%, they do stack. Well, it doesn't seem like I'm getting what I'm supposed to get. Because I was at 70 or 80%, and then I got 2 more skunkworks, and now I'm at 80%. I don't know. Here's the thing. It doesn't break down the information in the game, so you can't see where all of your stuff's coming from, only that I'm getting plus 80%. I don't know how to tell my own information and intel. This is the kind of stuff that should be like much more digestibly presented to you as a player. Because it's just like, I don't know, 80% is good. I like that number. We fight alien ship yet? No, because even if I decided to start building warships, the aliens are parking their strongest, well, maybe not their strongest, but they're parking right outside. And that is the issue. They've got an escort now. Victor 6 is probably the target here. And then Victor 13 is sort of just hanging out, being a huge deterrent. Victor 13 is way stronger. But hello, Mr. Sharps. What's up? Could some of them not have enough power? The UI's hard to problem solve with. Well, take a look. We can just math it out. So Tiangong does not have... Why do you have 3 op centers? Oh, there's the Skunk Works. I don't really need 3 op centers. I don't think. Because that's just taking away from some free science, but... but yeah, there's 1 Skunk Works that's powered, okay? On Tiangong. Feng Shui has 2 Skunk Works that's powered. Schnoodly has a 3rd Skunk Works that's powered. T-Birdland does not. Okay, so we got 3 total Skunk Works there, yes? Now let's take a look at orgs. We have 3 here, so that's 10, 20, 30. So that should be 60%, 70, 80%, 90, 100, 110%, and 120, 130%. Like, we have 13 cogs. And we're only getting a bonus of 80% research. So something is missing somewhere. Is there a diminishing return? There's either diminishing return or a hard cap. I don't know which. But if there is a hard cap, I can... If Skunk Works are probably better than orgs, and I can replace orgs easier, and Skunk Works can just stay where they are. Because that's what I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try just removing one counselor's orgs for a turn, and just keeping them, and see what it changes to. So let's try removing 2 from Petra. So she's got Ares. Well, this one's actually good, so we're just gonna remove just Ares by itself, I guess. Yep, that's 5%. I swear they're 10% up until a point. Is there like a soft cap or whatever it's called? Because I have 13 cogs. Mathematically, you can't get 8 out of 13. Because if they're 5 apiece, 13 times 5 is 65. So, it doesn't make sense. If there was a soft cap of 50, and then you get diminishing returns. Because then you'd be... The first 5 cogs, but then there's 8 cogs. 8 times 5 is 90. I mean, it would be 50 plus 40 is 90. So that doesn't make sense either. Because then if there's a soft cap of 50, then the first 5 are 10 each. I have 13 cogs, so there's 8 cogs still left to account for. And if they're 5 each after that, that would be 40. So it'd be 50 plus 40 is 90, but I'm at 80. If you mouse over the middle project engineering icon, it'll show total org. Hold on, like here? Mouse over the middle project engineering icon. On the research screen? Our counselors have orgs that grant 14 engineering projects. These orgs and our HABs are giving us a bonus of 75%. Our HABs have modules that provide 3 engineering projects. The project is researched at Project Exodus headquarters. Our project granting orgs and habitat modules are giving us they are all different tooltips. All 3 of these are different tooltips. Wow, okay. That is confusing as hell. And that's more than I counted for. Our counselors have orgs that grant 14 engineering projects. These orgs and our HABs are granting a bonus of plus 75%. I'm very confused. Falky, I don't know what these... You just wrote numbers. I don't know what those numbers mean. I mean, I just saw that it took 5% off, so I'm gonna get the org back, but I don't know how to interpret this data. But I think this is what people mean when they want, like, refined UI experience, because, like, this shouldn't be this confusing. Where you get 14 plus 3 plus 17. Do you mean 14 plus 3 equals 17? Chat is not good at math. Okay, so hold on. So I have 15 engineering projects now. Okay, so it's 15, and you have to use 1 just to hold this, and 1 just to hold this open to do research. They don't give you any benefit towards bonus speed. They just bookmark your ability to research extra researches. That's very unintuitive, but okay. So then we have 15 total cogs minus 2 is 13 cogs. And 13 times 5 is 65, plus the HABs. Well, how much is the HABs? HABs provide 3. Okay, so it's 15 plus 3. 15 plus 3 minus the 2 from the research is 16 times 5 is 80. Okay, Jesus. We figured it out. Good job, chat. We're hacking into the Matrix. That really obfuscated. Okay, go back to your little advisory role.
Offering counsel.
Didn't know this game had SAT questions.
Ready for orders.
It sure does. Okay, we got even more life forms to take out now. This is getting... It's out of control.
Gear up.
Where to?
Tarcisio, I want you to investigate the mysterious alien.
Tracking target.
Reporting in.
Petra, go check out the
We'll see what we can
activity in Calgary. All right, Chad, we got it. We figured it out. Solved. We do not need civilian photonic computing right now. That can't be the most important thing. But none of these drives are good, from what I can tell. Heavy Dumbo is tons of thrust, but I need more Delta V. Mobile Space Science Lab is gonna be fun later. We definitely don't need potassium heat sinks or molten. Ionic dust radiator is heavy and lots of volatiles. Graphene batteries. I don't know if graphene batteries are any good. Let's see. 120 tons, 48 gigajoules of capacity. Let me compare that. 48. Okay, so we got the next cheapest one is 20 tons, 20 gigajoules, 33 minutes. 20, 20, 33. 20, 20, 33 versus 120. That's like 6 times heavier. Yeah, we're not gonna get that. I guess just keep researching this for now.
Offering assistance.
If the alien got on the train at point A and takes 5 hours to get to point B, how many engineering points is Etalyx getting from his habs?
Prepping for next mission.
Who is this? Patrick is ready for sexy Halloween. Sexy police officer costume Halloween. Look at that hat. They are getting ready to go on like a parade with a baton right now. That is not an alien, it turns out. What is sexy about that? It's not sexy. I'm just saying it's like one of those. If you looked up like Halloween sexy costumes, I'm just saying if you looked it up, chat, I imagine that this would be one of the costumes. I didn't say that Patrick Carrillo was sexy, but who's that? Yeah, that's like a Vegas police stripper sideshow. You gotta go to Old Vegas and you'll see this. What's this? The Resistance has a base on a rock. And it's got decent resources, actually. Good water, good volatiles, some metals, a little bit of everything. It's honestly pretty decent. Is this the one that chat told me not to get earlier? Probably. Bangladesh is now governed by the Protectorate. The Resistance is not doing good. They are just getting picked on. Hardcore picked on. We have completed rail cannon research. The Mark 1 rail cannon may unlock the improved rail cannon. I don't have anything else to research right now. That seems important. Because these are too big. We can go back to just studying the Hydras, I guess. Nothing wrong with that. So we get some better side things. I'm really waiting on nanotubes. I'm gonna put some more points in nanotubes. Tone those down a little bit.
Target destroyed.
Good job.
Wipe them out.
Recon complete.
Ooh, okay, solid core fission reactor 5. We have tier 5 reactors, and I am just swiftly running out of things that I really want. Let's just get the research for military science lab for later, because I think it's the one science lab we don't have on our orbitals right now. Yemen is now controlled by the Illuminati. Also of note, we need to redefend Kazakhstan. Okay.
Standing by for orders.
Got it.
Making things safe for our people.
Acknowledged.
Nope, don't advise
I'm
Kazakhstan.
here.
Oh my god.
Standing by.
The camera!
Offering support.
Standing by.
Okay, you nerds. This list is getting larger.
We're going in.
I have 2
Reporting
people attacking alien spots full time.
Taking it to him. Reporting in.
And they are not making any progress. Alright, I want to check intel and maybe do another project sabotage. Show me your tech. Show me your tech. Cooperative resolution. 25 grand at the academy. Wow. Yeah, sabotage here is sort of wasted. You can do better. How difficult would it be to assassinate this guy? It really depends on if he stays in the US. If he stays in the US, not so bad. If you go somewhere else, this is a waste of 32 ops.
I have them in my sights.
Okay, whole bunch of politic bullshit up here. Alright, chat, what are you guys playing tonight? You should put your second army in Texas in its home state. It's costing 0.5 IP to be deployed away. I thought armies cost 5 investment points regardless. Oh, you mean like, hold on, where? Why? I don't know why there is an army in. It just kind of spawned there, I guess. But yeah, we can move it over. I don't know how I got there. Humanity First has a station orbiting Mars. People are getting some fancy... Oh, we have a lot of control point cap, actually. And I know why. We got some op centers built.
Okay, all flight controllers, about 15 seconds to CSM.
Tiangong has our first function... Ooh, damn. Look at this station. That is a proper station right there. Probably too many op centers, but okay, I asked chat a question. I'm playing Terry and Victor. No, me. Overwatch, Kerbal, Loop Hero, Stellaris. Grounded, Space Station 13, Warhammer 3. Okay, no duplicate games. Deep Rock Galactic, Slime Rancher 2, Minecraft, Warhammer 3. Damn it, there's 2 Warhammer 3s. You guys are out. RimWorld, Hearts of Iron 4, League of Legends, CK3, World of Warships, Dyson Sphere, Legend of Zelda, Link to the Past, Medieval Dynasty, Super Auto Pets. Super Auto Pets, no! You guys are out. You lose. But yeah, having this complete a station feels really nice. And then T-Birdland just got some power, so these are up. And with my extra mission control, I'd say we just keep investing in more orbitals. I don't know if this is a good strategy, but I feel like it makes sense to me. So you can look at the icon over here, and the one that has like the extra pips means that it's already an orbital core. Except it doesn't give you that icon until it's done building, apparently. That'll be the 5th of April. So, another orbital core for you, my friend. And we will need some mission control just to build ships. But keep in mind that we have basically Domino stations right now. Because Tiangong just popped. We got these op centers at the end of April. Feng Shui's are also at the end of April, so they're going to give us some refunds. T-Birdlands are the 25th of July. They are arguing on comms right now. Tell them to keep comms clear. It's ridiculous.
Securing our control.
We're never going to function in space like this. Okay, but yeah, I think we should just save all mission control from this point on. For sheeps, because we'll need it. Here is your solar array, your other solar array. I finally got this down to a science. 2 op centers. A skunk works for more research speed. 3rd solar array, a smaller solar collector. You get it? I got this down to a science. Oh, it's because of all the science labs. Like space science. And social science. And a materials lab. Wait, is life science? Info science is better here. Uh-oh. Chat, there's another protectorate ship? Papa 2? What are they calling it? They're gonna make me call their ships Papa. These things suck. They've got crate missile bays, 30 mil autocannons, fission outpost and platform kit. Why? Why do you have those? 9.3 deep DV, that's Delta V. You really want like what, 7 to 10 to get to the moon? So this thing can't even go past the moon, really. And its cruise acceleration is 9.3 milligs. That is so sad. Max combat acceleration of 186 milligs. That's 18% of Earth's gravity. What the hell is this thing gonna do? I don't know what their plan is.
Missed the target.
Oh wait, where was that? It's actually an extreme Mars orbit. Ah, they made it at Mars. 70. You have got to be kidding me. Assassination success chance 76.7. We rolled a 77. We missed an assassination by 0.3%. See, like now I want military science labs for the Miltech bonus. I just don't have anything to put points towards. Because I will eventually want mobile space science labs, because you can have ships that prospect bodies, which look cool, or supply depots. Fill up on propellant, munitions, and supplies is going to be useful. Fine, give me the 300-point supply depot then. South Korea has declared war on Upper Guinea. What are you guys doing? But yeah, they made that into a colony ship. I don't know where they're gonna go with that. Another war. The European Union has declared war on Iceland. Oh no. Why do they hate you so? It's because it's controlled by the resistance. They are just like super hostile to the resistance.
Score 1 for the good guy.
Meanwhile, I'm just gonna keep going over here and like...
The LZ is secure.
Wiping out invasive flora and fauna. There's a supply depot that we just queued for later. I guess we can just have all these suck. Give me some free ops. We're really waiting on, the reason we don't have any projects is because we need these top things to be researched so we get the projects underneath them. So, to that end, I might just pump research in all three of these just to get them done faster. Some new orgs have become available on the marketplace. Doubtful. Wait a second. That's a +4 admin for one org. Well, then let's get rid of one of these, because that's just an easy exchange. Oh, well, okay, I gotta equip the new one first. And then unequip the old one. Okay, so now we have 1 space, 1 star. That's it. That's all I get. More espionage isn't bad, because I like German Inzorda being a little more incognito.
Do 1% bonus information science? Oh, Pog champ. Oh, yeah.
You also have 35 XP. So why don't you take plus command? Jianyi, you take a... I don't know, you're just kind of here, to be honest. You're doing a lot of command stuff too. So you take another command. I don't like having 2 people that I'm putting command points into. It feels wrong. Petra, you take... espionage. Or I could have given you a trait. Me. Okay, now, where are you guys going? Stop complaining about how much influence it's costing me to... Get off my screen.
Offering counsel.
What's the op?
The op is, we're never gonna finish all these.
Heading to the LC.
I wish there was a way to just tell them to automatically choose another asset to attack each turn with a minimum of 95%.
Ready for orders.
You failed at assassinating this guy, so what do you want me to do with you? Nobody's in the US. Let's do a surveil. Where's surveil? Surveil in the US area.
On Overwatch.
Ready for orders.
What did I just click over here? Okay. Petra, how about you inspire some friends?
I'll make sure they're on our side.
Because we are genuinely sort of just waiting for global researches to pop. Can you say Pog Champ like that again? Pog Champ like that again? I don't know what's so special.
Surveilling target area. We'll be ready for new orders soon.
Okay, there's actually no alien flora or fauna over here.
I think we had a breakthrough.
All right, what is it? Late April. We're hurtling towards 2030, and these are the final pieces of ship. Oh my god, not again. We've identified a piece of orbital debris which will pass close to Bebob Isomer Station. There's no risk of a collision. Okay, good. This represents a rare opportunity. If we could safely remove the debris, we'll improve the safety of space operations in low Earth orbit 2 going forward. I can't believe that they made a sequel to Low Earth Orbit. The savvier members of our council are also pointing out the significant public relations benefit of such a mission. Enter the debris into our tracking. Wow, we're so smart. 50 research. Cool. Cool. That's not even 1 day of research from watching that rock. Chat, Russia also declared war on Iceland. There's an issue called Russia has 5 armies. And they have boosted their military. They're putting 44% of their national GDP into military, and then the rest of it into spoils, building armies, navies, and mission control. Okay, we're back to competitive cohesion now. So I'm gonna tone down the unity. Tone up our own military. We gotta stay competitive. We're only at a 4.7 in America. We gotta stay #1. No, but seriously, we need to be up there. We can also pump the economy a bit. All right, we're going all in on mission control, which is probably the #1 thing. #2 tied for military and the economy. We're bringing wealth inequality down too. It's almost under 4. Etal, do you think this game's too dense for the average dummy chat member to get into, or is it not that bad? There's a lot to take in for sure. However, the way I would describe the game is tutorial videos will be mandatory. That being said, it's really not that bad. Like, figuring out the moment-to-moment stuff, I would say the initial hurdle is high, but the drop on the other side is not that tall, if that makes sense. Anyway. Watching 10 days of Etal streams tutorial video. The core gameplay loop is simple. Yeah, I think the core gameplay loop is simple. You just need to find out what certain economic terms and orbital mechanic terms mean, and that comes from the form of just someone on the internet helping you out. But I don't really think the core gameplay loop is all that complicated. There's just an initial sort of big bite. It's like taking a big bite of juicy steak, okay? You took way too big a bite for the first bite, and you gotta chew on it for a while, and people at the table are starting to look at you. They know you're still chewing on the same bite, because they haven't seen you take your fork and your knife and cut another piece off, and you're still chewing it, and there's some gristles in there. You know, there's some gristles. You eat like that for some reason, you pig. But eventually, okay, don't go to the bathroom. Do not get up to go spit the food out into a napkin. You just have to keep chewing. And if you chew long enough, you will find it not that difficult to consume. What did it just say I researched? I don't know, I didn't look. Maybe someone, oh, I think we did free ops. It's basically free. I have wanted augmented combat training for a while. Boosts our points that we put into nations' militaries by a lot. Why not? We're almost done with some global techs. We're gonna do like 3 global techs almost back to back here. And then hopefully we get some things.
Destroy.
New skunkworks.
This little building right here on the end just boosted us up to an 85% bonus to all research. It's nice to have.
Flight controllers, about 15 seconds to CSMX.
What? You heard
Target
me.
secured.
You heard me, Rottenworm. My analogy was perfect.
When faced with a large problem, we must think small. Look to the mongoose, fearlessly striking down the king cobra, or to the Eurasian stoat, killing prey nearly 10 times its mass. Chancellor Li Qingzhao, lecture at Tsinghua University.
By furthering research into the manipulation of carbon atoms, we can now create a new nanostructure that is both far stronger and far lighter than metal. Carbon nanotubes are a new artificial molecule consisting of chemically bonded carbon atoms rolled into a cylinder mere nanometers in diameter. To the naked eye, sufficient quantities of CNTs resemble a powder, one that can be incorporated into other materials like plastics. One of the more obvious applications of this is ultra-lightweight armor and shielding. CNTs can possess 400 times the tensile strength of steel, yet only 1/6 the density. CNTs will thus be of particular benefit to humanity's conquest of the stars. It is believed that they could reduce craft weight by some 30%, while their astounding resilience and thermal deflection properties will greatly ease the pain of orbital re-entry, to name but one of the long-standing problems now potentially solved. There is, in addition, significant potential for the containment of volatile energies, as CNTs are also highly chemically and radiation resistant. Wide-scale implementation of carbon nanotubes will be a true game-changer for humanity's future. We only ask that you do not attempt to pronounce CNTs as an acronym out loud. Thank you. The following technologies may now be researched. Next Gen Aerospace. The following projects may unlock in the future for us: nanotube armor, nanotube filament radiators, compact solid core fission reactors. We really want armor and radiators. That is what we really, really want. Big time. Kind of just picking the things that seem most immediately useful. Next Gen Aerospace is the thing we just got. Unlocks the next mil tech up by 0.5 for everyone. A new generation of aircraft will transport our counselors. Interesting. Improve shipbuilding techniques, Earth-space economies, hybrid air-breathing rockets, scramjets, hypersonic sea-launch cruise missiles. These seem interesting. Space tourism nopers. I say the aliens are gonna land eventually. Let's do terrestrial military science. And we'll slow down research for that a little bit. Okay, what's going on here? People are being detected, there's rocks getting investigated. We just completed 4 op centers. 2 for Feng Shui and 2 for Schnoodley Station. So those stations are effectively done right now. Unless we want to make any changes. We got science going on over here. Power, power, power. These give back a little bit of mission control, and then this is some bonus for our research. So we have some pretty sexy stations going on now. And we want to save that mission control for sheeps, which we are very close to building. We just need to get some of these engineering projects done. And we need particle cannons, because it would be nice to have some even cooler point defense. But really, I just need all the nano stuff, I think, and then we can start building. We're just gonna build whatever we can, okay? If it's not the best, then that's fine. I think that that's part of the fun too. If it's subpar, which it will be, I feel like we're still short railguns. Are we not? I think there's a railgun project that like has not popped. It is a prereq for light rail. Yeah, we haven't got light railgun batteries. We've gotten railgun batteries. What? Unless there's another tech. It's magnetic force and railguns are the two prereqs. And where's magnetic force? Yeah, we got both of them researched. Because they should be. They just haven't popped for us to get under engineering yet. Don't worry about this, chat. Don't worry about this. It's blue! Light railgun batteries, and light railgun cannons are all right there. They're all right there. But they won't unlock. I have light rail cannon. I'm looking for batteries, though. Not railgun batteries. Light rail batteries is what I want. Meanwhile, all right.
I'm here.
You can complain all you want, but that's not going to change anything. Let's go play more whack-a-mole.
Going in hot.
Acknowledged.
I'm going to have Ji on Yi go to ground for one turn.
Hunkering down.
Ready.
Tarcisio has just been surveying different areas, sort of looking for more problems. Let's survey in
Setting
South Korea.
a watch.
Why not? I don't know. Petra just occasionally inspires our counselors.
I'll ensure their loyalty.
We don't really need to do PR campaigns anymore that much because we've kind of solidified our control points. We just only have half of China, which is annoying. But to get the rest, we need a lot more CP.
Offering counsel.
Evading pursuit.
Initiating recon.
I believe they'll stay loyal to the cause.
Bradford was detected. How many people know where Bradford
We'll be ready
is?
for new orders soon.
2. Okay, it's not too bad. Hey, all you have to do is bitch about it a little bit. There it is. All right, Hydra interrogation, you're really cool. Don't get me wrong. We'll get you sorted shortly. Light railgun batteries, 1 hard point on the hull. Really slow muzzle velocity, 2.5 kps. Real slow, but they're just gonna be extra. That's not gonna be the main thing. They can be used in both offensive and point defense capacity, which is kind of interesting. I don't think they're gonna be that good at point defense compared to just our PD lasers, but we're gonna have a screen ship that runs point defense for them. So I'm probably gonna have these all on offense and just shoot a bunch of rounds downrange. Even though these do 1.4 damage. Damn, that's not much at all. Well, it'll be my funeral. So let's pump points into that. Okay, we got so much research going into particle cannons. Now we need nano stuff. Nano stuff should be popping shortly. What's all this? Jolly Jackram Station. Bunch of science labs. Is there a way to see your total, like, HAB science bonuses? Like an aggregate. Because you can already see, sort of these have little percentages, but I want to see, like, the totals. Alien detected. Alpha 1. The original alien has been found.
Target secure.
The Dark, I have no idea we were asking. Does this game have rods from God style space weaponry? What does that mean? People arrive. Hello, overtly esoteric. What's up? Also, Orgorix, I appreciate that you seemingly just came in from the directory, but I'll let you know when I need some advice or have requests with particular bits of help, but otherwise I'm just going to continue to enjoy my first campaign as I see fit. Marky Mark, getting down. You can see your total bonus percents among Habs orgs by hovering over the lab vial up top. Ah, that is very helpful. Okay, I figured that was consolidated somewhere. So we're getting a pretty, I mean, Xenology is clearly our best, 110%. Those are our main story quests. Typically are all Xeno research. Information science is second at 53. Our weakest is life science and materials. I think we could do better on materials. Bradford Spence. What's it like having two last names? Kinetic bombardment, I guess, is normal speak tungsten rods the size of telephone poles bombarding the ground from space. Yeah, that's basically what our railguns are firing. Just giant projectiles. And there is orbital bombardment with railguns. It's better than two first names. Spence is more of a first name, though. Spence's last name, Spencer, is a first name. But Spence is definitely last name. Oh, I thought we were in the assignment phase. We are not. Oh my god, what's all this? The United Kingdom and probably Japan simultaneously. Do a little defense. You know how it goes. Go to South Africa and take a peek around. Maybe we don't need you to do that.
Ready
Petra,
to go.
You go investigate.
On the way to the target site.
Ready for my mission.
Tarcisio, we're gonna need you to do the defend of the control points in the UK.
Securing our interests.
Standing by for orders.
Gianni, go whack-a-mole some aliens in Thailand. Actually, go to Argentina.
We're going in.
At your
It does make a difference. Some of them are a little bit more advanced in their growth than others. And then... Wait, someone else needs to defend. Oh, Petra needs to defend. Okay. So Tarcisio investigate alien activity.
To the target site.
Petra defend Japan. Yeah, there we go.
Protecting our interests.
Thank you so much. Lock it in. Noom. Chat, I'm very excited. It's gonna be ship time.
Securing
We just
our
need
control.
more mission control because I'd like a few more ships.
Securing our interests.
It's almost time. We just have a little bit more to go. I would like to get some of these techs from particle cannons.
By the numbers. Here's what we've found.
Okay, Uzbekistan is not a problem. Yeah, we just gotta go 5x.
From gigantic atom smashers to household television tubes, particle accelerators are versatile tools. Practically, I see no reason why they could not be weaponized. Ethically is perhaps another matter. Chancellor Li Qingzhao, testimony to the Central Military Commission.
All right, we've got reports of more abductions. They are really abducting a ton of people in Alaska and Canada. They love everybody up there. Our guys are getting detected. The Protectorate denied all involvement with the atrocities in Reykjavik. What? The Protectorate is committing atrocities in Iceland. A particle cannon might sound like a concept ripped from the silver screen, yet until very recently, the same was true for alien life. For the scientific community, our first prototype particle cannon has been a concept long in the making. This new type of weapon fires highly focused, extremely short bursts of protons that can penetrate through various materials. These proton bundles are generated and accelerated using superconducting particle accelerators, while electromagnetic lenses focus and aim their beams. Even though the tunable particle cannons can bypass most traditional armor, its range is currently very limited due to the nature of charged particles. The particles repel each other so that as soon as the beam leaves the confining electromagnetic field of the accelerator, the bundle starts spreading, losing its deadly power. Nevertheless, for close combat, even in space, this first generation of particle cannon has the potential to be truly devastating. So what we need is some of those. Basically, we just did a global tech, and it has some baby techs that we might get access to that can help us improve things like point defense and whatnot. So we don't have access to all the new tech yet. It's just that the world at large has started to understand the overarching umbrella of technology. And then, since we invested the most research and science into it, we'll be the first ones also to uncover its specific secrets that will help our faction exclusively. We're skipping missiles on purpose for fun. Okay, just for the vets out there. For fun, I said. Just to see what happens. I don't even care if I get blown up. I don't even care. You know? Let's do Min-maxers on life support. I don't know what any of these lead to be honest. So I'm just picking something that sounds cool. That's also not too crazy expensive. Let's try, let's do advanced superconductors. It's not too expensive either. And then we'll tone down that contribution as well. We are by far, we've gone from like 70 research daily to 86 research daily today, and we are just leading the pack scientifically. It's not even close. There's more alien activity. Go to Calgary.
Alien site.
Where do you need me?
German and Zora, I need you to start poking down. There's aliens in Mexico City, Mexico.
Taking it to them.
Your orders?
Lower Guinea.
Heading to
So,
the LZ.
if they're in Mexico
Where to?
City, Mexico, I'm gonna go over there and surveil Mexico City, Mexico,
On
and see if there's
Overwatch.
more, because I don't want it to spread into the US. For sure. Missiles are actually fun. Strapping 40 nuclear torpedoes on a ship is a good time. Well, there's missiles and there's torpedoes. You can actually do one or both in this game. Torpedoes will start unlocking soon too. So particle cannons, let's see. A linear accelerator firing pulses of charged particles to disrupt a target. Only useful at short range, but ignores most armor and can cause extreme damage. So what you're saying is, chat, make the fastest combat acceleration ship possible. Just dodge enemy projectiles, get in close, and shotgun them in the face like a Mass Effect charge shotgun. What the hell is the name of that? Vanguard? I feel like it was a Vanguard. Cannot bombard. Its targeting range is 250 kilometers. Okay, so compare that to... Railguns are like 500 plus, so it's half the range. With only focus fire and attack. We're gonna skip that for now, because I don't think I have the necessary specialty to make it work. Got some halves. All right, let's do the thing. Big. We need, I'm just gonna move everything around as you do. This is all around Earth in low orbit, so we're doing all solar, solar, one more solar, and then the baby solar collector, and then we're gonna fill that in with 2 skunk works. Wait, no, an op center, sorry. An op center, another op center, then a skunk works, and then on the right-hand side we go Xenolab into space science for mission control bonuses, into... Don't really care about social science. Let's do military science now. And I want to catch up on military science because I want Miltech and I want research. So I'm just actually gonna do 3 military science labs because we don't have any military science labs on any other platform at this point. And then there was another one. Bebob Isomer. Okay, I'm lost. Where am I? Solar arrays. Wait, not there. 1, 2, 3. You can check the box at the bottom to make things auto-build from space if possible. I mean, that's good, but I don't really mind clicking because I like to see how much it costs. Like 16 out of 9.2k isn't that bad, but it seems actually pretty cheap. Quick build modules is useful though, but yeah. Xeno, then what did I say? Xeno into space science. And then sure, let's do 3 more military science labs, because you can have up to 10 military science labs and still get value out of them. They boost your Miltech value of armies during combat by 0.03 up to 0.3. 0.3 is quite high. Military tech doesn't sound like 0.3 is much, but every 0.1 represents a 10% cumulative bonus. So, for example, math is hard, but if you were fighting a 4.5 Miltech army versus a 4.8 Miltech army, you're like, oh, it's only 0.3 better. But no, the 0.5, or the 0.8, 4.8 over 4.5. Since there's 0.3 difference, it's 10% better, then 10% better again, and then 10% better again than that. Not 30% better, but 10% each time stacking buffs. I don't know how much that actually is, but every 0.1 is 10% better, and it's like compounded. Compounded is the word I'm looking for. 10% and 10% and 10%. Okay, chat. It's calculator time. So if you have 100, right, and you add 30% to that, you get 130. But if you take 100 and you add 10%, and then you add 10%, and then you add 10%, you get 133. 133 is more than 130. And that is every time you get a 0.1. Hello, Toxin Chat. Have we done space combat yet? No, but we've almost got all the parts that we need. We're just waiting on nano stuff to unlock.
Support.
Setting a watch.
Did we find anything? We did not. We already knew that there was alien life forms. We didn't find any additionals. Got light railgun batteries. I don't think those are going to be good at all. Am I going to put them on my ship anyway? Hell yeah. Okay. Next for research, we can go back. I don't think we have anything except Hydra. Hydra. We don't need all that. What exactly are the aliens doing right now? Well, here's the thing. The other problem is the aliens have been kind of a pain in the ass, and even if we did build ships, they are camping Earth because the Victor 6 surveillance ship that only has 80 combat power is being escorted by Victor 13, a consuming Darkstar class destroyer with 268 military power, which means even if we did have ships right now, 268 military power is a lot. That's over 3 times the strength of Victor 6, which itself is going to be a big pain in the ass to take down. So just comparing them to us, we're not even close. Okay, this ship has a combat acceleration of 2.4 Gs, which is fast. For comparison, we're going to have roughly a 0.75 to 1 G combat acceleration. So this thing can just move and shift around 2.5 times faster than us. It also, of course, has armor. They've got alien exotic armor. We're gonna have a little bit of armor, and that's if we get nanotube. Their Delta V is like in the orders of magnitude of 600 left. We'll be lucky to have 10 KPS Delta V. That's just distance they can travel. Their cruise acceleration's pretty slow, but combat acceleration's the big thing. And then their hull weapons, they have glittering jewel missile bays and alien point defense particle beams. So we got to be able to take down alien mag cannon, which for some reason we know a lot more about than I think we should. This thing is shooting at 7.68 kilometers per second. We're gonna have a muzzle velocity of like 3 or 4. So they're shooting projectiles twice as fast as we are. They got missiles that do 60% damage to armor and some of their point defense. Is the first combat mission expected to be a total suicide run? Basically, for us, yeah. Typically, you would be fighting only this weenie ship, and even that's tough. But it's a lot easier. They just have like a laser cannon. They don't have this sick-ass missile bay. They do have big combat acceleration, to be fair, but yeah, the other ship represents a lot more firepower than we're going to represent. We'd have to have superior numbers. Like, we'd have to outnumber these guys like 8-2, and then we might still lose. Heavy particle cannon. Only a 325 kilometer range. This is so close. Are Are you taking it anyway? You gotta take it on eventually. It's actually part of the campaign objective. We cannot leave the solar system without somehow getting our hands on alien technology. And the options, the ways to do that are limited. You have to either engage an alien facility, a landed UFO, an orbital habitat, a warship, an army, and then research the tech so that we can reverse engineer their technology. So we gotta do it sometime. Plus, it's a nice way to test how weak we are against them. A point defense particle beam. That's kind of big. Let's go ahead and do that instead of this. Point defense particle beam is a 200-kilometer targeting range, but we're gonna put this on our screening ships. A neutral particle beam weapon that can disrupt the atomic structure of incoming particles. That's gonna be a nice one. So we're gonna put all research points into that.
By the numbers. Prepping for next mission.
Spinal particle cannon Mark 1. I don't think we're gonna want that, but I'm just gonna look at it anyway, because, oh, it's 400 kilometers. That's not as bad. The nice thing about the railguns is they can start from an extra 25% range out. Will only fit on our largest ship, uses 4 hard points. Ah, we don't have a 4 hard points nose ship yet, I don't think. Wasn't sure what the objective was, since they basically out everything us here, yeah.
Something.
Humans being humans, you know, we're plucky. We always, humans love nothing more than a good underdog story, you know? Still in Earth. Am I, though? Or have I just not looked at Mars in a while? Because I can actually upgrade to a settlement core and a tier 2 mine, but I'd need more mission control. So we're focusing on all of our Earth orbital stations right now. I'm trying to get some combat ships up. Okay, people are getting detected. There's more Canadian abductions. There's a new Russian army under control of the Protectorate. They are just mass-producing armies. Russia has 5 armies now, and they're all actually tech level 4.5, which is getting spooky. We need to put more of the US GDP into the military, and probably less into unity. Probably time to start building another army too, because we gotta stay competitive. Now we do have one advantage. Like, they have 4 armies in the European Union, and they're also decently high. But we got the UK and Japan and the US. But yeah, they are starting to get pretty scary between Russia and the EU. They've fully locked down the European Union. Oh, they have a crackdown on their first executive control point. How long does that last? 31st of May of 2030? Dude. Oh, that's a long time. You only need 1 control point to steal the executive, right? Etal is an American. Please stop with the whole GDP military thing. Aliens aren't real. The government says the aliens are real. They're actually developing their nuclear arsenal. is like, I don't know what Navy points mean. What is 28.4 Navy points? We already have 28 nukes. Like, Russia's got 30. We don't need to put more points in the nukes. I'm scared. I'm actually kind of scared that they're catching up. But we just need to get better ships in orbit. And then we'll be doing fine. But yeah, I actually do think that there is a world in which we just snuck in and took over European Union spots just to dismantle them, because I have plenty of CP. I can just get rid of I can abandon my Chinese holdings, which I know they're more valuable. But each European control point is only 20. So it's 20, 40, 60, 80, 100 to take over the European Union. And I got 30, 60, 90 in China right now. Basically, if you're at war with someone with a higher Navy score than you, you can't move over the sea. Interesting. You know, if the US government came out and said, yes, aliens are real, they'll be here in 200 years, and I would be like, okay, and go to work as normal. That's the thing. They already basically have. That was like earlier this year. They, there's like a department of the Pentagon now for UFOs. From May. Pentagon now reports about 400 UFO encounters. We want to know what's out there. Officials are, quote, reasonably sure that pyramid-shaped objects in one video were drones. Yes, chat, they're all drones. Nothing to see here. This game is actually a simulation to run different scenarios against the aliens.
They know. They figured it out. They already know. Heading to the LC.
Ready.
I just want the record to show that I am doing my best for humanity and trying to stop all of these alien assets from popping off. Let's maybe do some sabotage. Let's do a little sabotage. Who's got the most? You actually guys don't have enough. I'm not ready to sabotage. I want something more than 5K. Something more than 5K? Let's go find... Let's go get another servant and turn them. That's actually a good idea.
Initiating surveillance.
Where do you need me?
Petra, go investigate alien activity in Anchorage.
Headed there now.
Iceland was conquered by the European Union. And it's now part of the European Union. By force!
Offering assistance.
Ooh, radiators. Ooh, radiators. Nanotube radiators? Those are only 153 tons per gigawatt of waste heat. That's actually pretty light. And volatiles are pretty affordable. All right, we're definitely going to research that. Put all the research on it, please.
We've got some intel on our target.
Critical success. Ooh, we tracked you all the way to North Korea. We need to find your loyalty, though. That way, we can make you a double agent that works for us. Okay, so chat, the good news is we're only missing one piece of the pie. We just need armor.
Target destroyed.
And then we can start building our ships.
Score one for the good guys.
Stinky probe. Another resistance fleet in low Earth orbit. This is their third ship. We're gonna let them be ahead for now. My ships are gonna be way better. They just got a crate missile bay and some auto cannons. Okay, who cares? Acceleration of 150 milligs. They don't even consider this ship a threat. How do I see this ship's combat score? Their combat score is 16 for this ship, okay? For reference, the aliens that are in orbit are 80 for the weak one, and then 268. Like, it's not even close. The servants engineered a coup in North Korea. I'm so glad I dismantled their nuclear weapons program. We got an outpost of the Resistance? No, the Academy has an outpost on this little rock. This little chicken tindy. The Protectorate ship Davao is now taking orders from the Resistance. Oh, they stole it. How do you do that? You can just convince them to join you instead, huh? I need to figure out how to do those things. Just go to orbit.
Here's what we found.
Why do we need radiators in space? Because there's really only like 3 totable, totable. The hell did I just say? There's only 3 total usable methods in space to dissipate heat, and radiation is the one that we understand the most. So when you have heat, typically, there's also, on Earth, airflow that assists in a big way. Think about like a car. You know what the grill on the front of a car is for? So that air can come in. And it does a lot of things, obviously. And we have coolant and things like that. But the heat has to dissipate. It has to go somewhere. Space is a huge thermos. Vacuum insulates really well. So if you're hot, you just get hotter, yes. Radiators and radiation, we can sort of collect the heat, dissipate it, and project it via radiation into space. So for example, I thought space was cold. How do you think the Earth gets warm? Huh? Magma at the core. Did you know that the sun shoots radiation through space and it hits us and gets hot? Whoa. That's crazy. Okay, but seriously, it's the difference in conduction. Conduction and convection. But yeah, the sun's radiation hits Earth, chat. That's how we get hot. The sun is a deadly laser. The sun's not real. Don't make me feel stupid. Just stop. Oh, dude, Daniel Two Barber. I didn't even see this. I was looking at chat talking about radiation. We are gonna be sick. I want to do civilian photonic computing, but like, this is more important. Okay, we're gonna tone research down here. And focus on our engineering projects for once. And once those are done, we are gonna be building ships. If space is cold, why does global warming exist? Because there's so many the human population is so large now that all the hot air coming out of our mouth has to go somewhere. It goes to space. It gets trapped by the atmosphere on the way out to space. Sewer Rat, are you really trying to say that the heat on Earth is not entirely the sun, but yes, mostly the sun? Are you really gonna do that? Okay, I gotta do it to him. I gotta do it. I got NASA. I got NASA document here. I can't even read this. The bottom line, says NASA, is that of the total heat reaching the surface of the Earth of this number, this is the, I can't read it out loud, I'm just gonna show you. I need a text box. That's the number. That is how much of Earth's heat is coming from our own internal heat. The rest comes from the sun. That is an answer provided by Dr. Sten Odenwald of Raytheon STX for NASA Image Poetry Project. So you're saying there's a chance. That's now the BRB message.
Standing by for orders.
Standing by for orders.
Ready for orders.
I'll give you my orders.
We're going in.
Go purge the
Ready for my
alien
mission.
flora and fauna, and report back to me.
Gear up.
Acknowledged.
Okay, I need you to do a little bit more investigation of this person. Oh wait, we already have the exact amount. Fantastic. Okay, you're done. Let's go investigate someone else in China.
Tracking target.
While
Your
Petra
orders?
turns that counselor in North Korea, and we get ourselves a double agent.
We'll bring them to our side.
Point defense particle beams. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay. I'm looking forward to seeing how much better they are. Let's actually look now. If we were to make a point defense monitor, we just went, oh look, we actually have guns! check these out. Okay, so this is the original point defense laser turret. Shoots down, but if you don't know, chat, point defense shoots down incoming projectiles. In this case, they can be kinetic projectiles, such as railgun shots or missiles. Doesn't matter. Just anything you can shoot down, it'll shoot it. Lasers are the only thing we can't shoot down right now. So, a point defense laser turret has a base shot power of 50 megajoules and a targeting range of 250 kilometers. It also shoots every 3 seconds, okay? Whereas a brand new, improved point defense particle beam goes from 20 tons to 3 tons. A cooldown of 4 seconds, slightly longer cooldown, 200 kilometer range instead of 250 kilometer range. And its damage is unknown because the developers do not say how much damage it actually does for base shot power. We just know that they're more better. Get this nonsense out of my chat. Damage is not relevant for point defense. All projectiles are one shot. That literally can't be true. Because 2 reasons. 1, this has a base shot power. 2, they have the exact same shot battery consumption, but the point defense particle beam has 50 kilometers shaved off of its targeting range. But yeah, projectiles do not get one shot implicitly. And it has a 1 second extra cooldown. Literally, according to this, the only bit I'm certain that the particle beam does more damage than the default laser turret. Because the only other trade-off is 17 tons of weight, which, in the grand scheme of things, is very negligible. Particle beams ignore armor, at least in the description. I don't know if that has an effect for PD. I believe that is the most likely thing, because I know point defense particle beam is mo better than point defense laser turret, and it's not just because it's 17 tons lighter. I'm gonna look it up. No one knows. No one knows. Okay, there are subs. I'm just gonna have to go on faith that these ignore armor, because why would you wouldn't want to have 50 kilometers less targeting range on point defense if this was the same damage. That would be silly to save 17 tons. All right, anyway, that's sad that I can't tell how much better they are, but I know they're better. Gotta pick another project. Where's... Hello? Sub notifications? Hello? Excuse me?
This stream is sponsored by viewers like you.
There it is. There it is. Another base. The Resistance is getting their ass kicked on Earth, but they are trying to make some possible mining outposts. We can now undertake the Compact Solid Core Fission Reactor 1. I have no idea if that is of value to me. It is very cheap. Let's see. A miniaturized fission reactor offers space and mass savings. It is 6 tons per gigawatt with a max output of 1.5 gigawatts. That is not much at all, so we're not going to research that right now. Who just gifted subs? Jackson TC's gifted subs. Jackson TC said this is the worst, literally the worst Twitch channel. Why would you say that? Papa Joe, thanks for 25 months, by the way. Over 2 years. Welcome back. Jackson TC, thanks for gifting us. The King of Rome, Huffblon, Bacchiaria, Baka Okami, Tactical Snail, Town M, Avian Blue, Madam Sophia, Jinusk, and Rintintin. Howdy.
Cleaning things up.
Ooh, we found a humanity first.
Hab module complete. A skunk works has been built.
Skunkworks has made it so we now have 90% bonus on all engineering projects. Very exciting. And Bebop Isomer Station has some new upgrades, including a bunch of military science labs. We got triple military science labs boosting our terrestrial Miltech, which I definitely want to do even more of. I want to get some more of those on there, because I think we do 3 more. Actually, 4 more. Waiting on the rest of these solar arrays. Because we don't have any power here right now, I don't think.
Mission abort.
Turn counselor aborted. They might have gone to ground. They might have gone into hiding. Well, we gotta find another servant then. Track them. Are you serious, chat? Even the servants have a fleet? Where the hell? I hear it, but I don't see it. Oh, there it is. Why is it doing that? It's very annoying. Just let me look at the damn ship. Why does it do that? Oh, it's fine. Sierra 1, Wraith class escort. This thing sucks. 157 milligis of max combat acceleration. We're rocking a Nerva drive ×6 with a bunch of silicon carbide armor. Maybe our ships are gonna suck too. They very well may. About to find out. Because I'm gonna be the 3rd one to space at this point.
Score 1 for the good guys.
Target secured.
It's halfway through July. Light railgun batteries. Mark II. Improved. Oh, damn. Why would you give me that right now? Don't you know that I am researching other things? Don't you know that I have other things? Yo, I just beat this game? I doubt it. Doubt it. Would you come into a chat and lie? The initiative has a new base on Hazel Crater. That place sucks. You played yourself. New alien fleets. They're up to almost 40 alien fleets now. Okay, we are, like, really close to having everything we want, having everything we need.
Ready to go.
Everything has to be
I'm
perfect.
here.
Everything has to be perfect.
Gear up.
If it's not perfect,
for
we can't
orders.
have it. No, but seriously, like, we're on the, like, final
Going in hot.
home stretch here,
What's
chat.
the op?
The op is find a servant counselor, please.
We'll see what they're up to.
Standing by for orders.
Where to?
Wait, where are you? That is Tarcisio. Oh, yeah, we need to find your loyalty. I need to turn a servant.
I'm here.
Petra, go inspire your... Actually, you can go to ground for a turn.
Going into hiding.
Okay, chat, I'm gonna take a quick GDB, because I'm thirsty, and I'm hungry, and, is this gonna make you guys too dizzy? Look at all these space stations. Is this gonna make you too dizzy? Okay, this is my BRB message. That's too big. How about that? Alright, pee break, and then it is shipbuilding time. We only have 3 techs left to research, and we got everything we need for our beginner baby ships. And then we can go get curb stomped by the aliens. It'll be so much fun. It'll be so much fun. BRB. What is this? Get out of here. Okay. Is it time?
I have new information.
Still don't know their loyalty, so don't talk to me until you do. Okay, this one actually helps us a little bit. Not with building the sheeps, but our control point cap goes up by 10, which is nice. And our economic investments are worth a little bit more. So now the final piece of the current puzzle, which is, we could do improved light railgun batteries and just have Mo Betta. I'm curious what the big difference is. Slightly more damage. We're gonna give it a try. It's only 2,000 points. So these will be quite quick. This one, not as much. But once we're done with these, we're gonna divert most of our research into the nanotube armor. Because we don't want to wait till the 16th of November. That's a ways out. Has Ito killed any aliens yet? In orbit? No. On the planet Earth? Yes. Technically, yes.
Target secure.
Target destroyed.
Speaking of aliens, I'm detecting one now. Alpha 15, that's too many aliens. Does this alien have a monocle? This alien bastard's wearing a monocle, dude. That's how you know he's evil. We've done a full investigation into alien corpses and we didn't make any comment on their, like, 17 tongues. So what's up with that? Alien forces are attacking in Damascus. We're doing a lot better job of just straight up detecting them now. Also, what's this? 2 ops centers. Chat, we have 60 mission control available. Normally I would be spending that. This is a done station. Looking good. So now Tiangong, Feng Shui is done. Schnoodly, T-Birdland, Jolly Jack rooms are still under construction 3rd of October, as are Feistels on the 30th of November, and then Bebop Isomers on the 30th of November. And then we've only got 2 stations still in orbit that haven't been upgraded yet to the orbital cores. Humanity First controls Vietnam and has an army. All right, we are missing a defense of a single spot in the old USA.
Standing by.
So I'll have Petra defend that, because
Making
why
things
not?
safe for our people.
Ready for my mission.
German and Zora will take down some aliens
Going
in
in
Brazil.
hot.
Ready to go.
We're almost done, at least catching up on all the most advanced alien life forms.
Taking it to him.
So I guess that's
Your
good. but
orders?
other than that, I need to investigate. Yeah, just investigate the same servant characters so that we can
Surveilling
turn
target.
them. Dude, turns are going fast, chat. We're easily gonna make it to 2030 tonight.
Offering support.
They commented on
our
them
interests.
during autopsy, but called them tentacles. Oh, did they? Interesting. I guess I didn't think. An alien megafauna was destroyed. I forgot that there was one here. But good job. You guys did it. What's all this? We have solar arrays for Bebop Isomer. Okay, so those stations are at least online, which means their labs are functioning, including their military science labs. So we should start to see a little bit of a bonus there already. We should have like 6 military science labs online simultaneously. So I want to see the Miltech of the US go up, as it should.
We've got some intel on our target.
We've got your loyalty and your 22 administration. Now it's time to get a little insights into the servant's operations. Project complete, nanotube filament radiator. This is a radiator that's going to dispense waste heat into space. And we're going to be plopping that into our ship here shortly. Okay, we're basically good. I think we go back to Hydra interrogation. Wait, no. Yeah, no, that's fine. Okay, so we're going to tone down research of everything that's not nanotube armor and railgun batteries. We did that.
The LC is secure.
The LZ is secure.
Dude, I miss having like alien UFO sighting news. Oh, this is new. In real life, I meant. We're receiving reports describing a sudden swing in the behavior of leaders in Syria, which we believe may mark an alien attempt to secure a control point for the servants there. We've determined the aliens are now able to infiltrate national institutions in what will look from the outside like a purge mission by the servants, but may not be prevented by our usual legal and political defenses. We believe that developing the science attribute among our counselors will help us understand and defend against this phenomenon. Future notifications like this will only appear in the notification queue on the left side of the screen. Okay. They're starting to learn new tricks. That's gonna upset the balance of some things a little.
Reporting in.
Okay, Petra is gonna try and turn the counselor that we just researched. Or,
Reeling
oops,
them
hold
in.
on. I want more than a 91% success chance.
I'll make enough or they can't refuse.
Ready to go.
Okay, go to Brazil.
Taking it to them.
Where do you need me?
Gianni, I need someone to investigate the alien activity maybe for a turn in Damascus.
We'll recon the site.
Which is in Syria,
Reporting
and then
in.
Tarcisio. Actually, you can do that. You do that.
We'll see what we
Or
can
just
find.
surveil in the area. That's maybe a good idea too. Just surveil in the area. Look for the alien. Or just investigate this person and maybe one of these two. I bet that one's the alien.
Investigating. Target.
Maybe we need to gamble some more ops and try and assassinate him. Maybe. Make him fly some new operatives over or something.
Offering counsel.
I offer
I will
you.
report when my
wait, what's
mission is
this?
complete.
Ah, Turkmenistan.
Surveillance complete.
Hey, we did detect an alien. Alpha 15. There's so many of them. But I was right.
Wrapping up here.
He was an alien. 20. There's such high security. That's the one with a monocle. I recognize that face anywhere.
Mission aborted.
What?
Cleaning things up.
Every time we actually get close to turning an agent, the AI is hiding them from the servants. The servants are doing a much better job of going to ground when we detect them. They know.
Target destroyed.
You can't say target destroyed and some of it likely remains
Here's what we found.
in the same sentence. Those two things don't add up. Okay, we're just gonna skip straight to light railgun battery Mark II. And advanced light railgun batteries might unlock for us in the future. Now we're gonna do some easy stuff. Or just continue some old stuff, I guess. Because I don't think I'm missing anything here. We're just gonna have to make do with what we got. I guess we can get a shipyard for later. But augmented combat training helps us now with military priority points and build army points. So we're just gonna tone that down to just a 1 pip. So we're only diverting 13% of our research there. We're trying to get 40% in on nanotube armor. And that's still gonna take till the 8th of October, which is in over a month. I'm just gonna stop researching this one. Stop researching this one. Just stop researching everything. We're gonna lose some research, but we're gonna finish this really fast. 14th of September now. That's in 2 weeks. Because that is like the #1 thing that we need at the moment. I'm tired of just making 50 assignments.
Securing our control.
Where do you
popular support in the US just dropped suddenly, but it looks like we're still very much in the driver's seat there. Okay, what should we do with this alien? I say...
Standing by.
Let's just, like, investigate the hell out of him.
Eyes on target. At your service.
Only at 18%. Let's go for at least a 61% chance of successfully investigating him.
At your service.
And then Gianni can just do a few alien assets in Brazil. Okay, we're trying to make this as quick as possible so it's painless on you, chat, because I desperately am ready to get to at least the shipbuilding phase. Because we're basically there. And we got 12 mission control ready to go. And it's about to get even more. Because we got 2 stations that we should have some more mission control open up in October. But yeah, we're getting skunkworks. And we have hit 100% bonus engineering research speed. Up from like 70% earlier, so that's gone up by 30.
Offering assistance.
Securing our interests.
And now we wait.
I have new information.
Does that even raise threat level? Which part? Assassination? Pretty much anything you do that's hostile against the aliens does contribute
next mission.
Towards your threat level, yeah. Okay, so you did a crit success in that investigation. So if you investigate aliens multiple times, you get a bonus to your offensive jobs. So like if you're having trouble with imprisoning or assassinating aliens, you need to investigate them a little bit more and just make sure you focused your
Nothing unusual found.
organizations to try to boost the relevant stats as much as possible. So I've only got 2 investigations. God, rail cannon Mark IIs. If they dangle that in front of me, it almost feels like you have to take it. Because that'll be the... Research is hard, chat. Research is hard. Rocket science time! It is rocket science time, Parkside.
By the numbers.
Okay. Chat. Hit me with the games you're looking forward to soon. Slash Darkest Dungeon 2. Explain to me what the Altar of Hope is. But speaking, like, is there anybody in chat that wants to sell me on Darkest Dungeon 2 and tell me that I'm crazy for thinking that the first one's better? Victoria 3. Yes, Victoria 3! Yeah, I should have known that one. That's in like 10, 11 days. It's close. It's very close. Don't think we need any of this. I should have known better than that. Have you fought an alien ship yet today, or are you gonna scream? The stream's not over yet.
Where do you need me?
We are just sort of patiently... Hold on, I want to check this real quick. We're patiently getting all the best things that we can currently get at this moment because our situation is difficult at best. And I'll explain that in a moment. 2% chance to assassinate this guy, even though we have a bonus on intel. We can get it up to a 17%. I can get it up to 36% success chance to detain them. And that's with 64 ops, which isn't great. That's basically a quarter of our total ops.
We'll bring them in.
I'm gonna go for it, even though it doesn't really make any sense, and I'm gonna try to investigate him again too.
Investigating target.
Reporting in.
Just to keep tabs on him. Okay, Jianyi, you've got almost all of the largest alien flora and fauna threats. I'm gonna have Petra go inspire Tarcisio.
I speak with them.
But yeah, I'm not screaming yet, don't worry. The first Darkest Dungeon is better. You're crazy, never played the second one though. I like the first one better. I think with Darkest Dungeon, they just like over streamlined it and over...
Selfish fools! You seek to abandon humanity rather than save it.
This hasn't happened in a long time. A representative of the Academy wants to speak with you. They want to trade. They want me to give them the Omega Strategy Group, more like Omega LOL, and Pulsar Drive Technology, and they will give me $296, 10 influence, and 1 ops. What is this bullshit? Get the hell out of here. This is the worst trade in the history of trade deals. Like, it's not even close. This is just like a you click OK and you scammed yourself. Supreme Ruler 2030 supposedly coming by the end of this year. I don't even know what that is. They tried to make Darkest Dungeon into a more standardized roguelike. This is an insulting negotiation. I'm out.
Offering counsel.
I think we had a breakthrough.
Okay, Nano 2 armor. Done. Next gen armor created by the fusion of millions of carbon nanotubes. Okay, and put them back on augmented combat training for a bit, but then turn that off. We'll finish this on the 29th of September, and then it's time. It's time to learn the ship editor.
Prepping for mission.
We have a 36% chance to imprison Xenoform Alpha 15, and we spent like 64.
They slipped away.
Yeah, I didn't think we were gonna get it, but it was worth. I think it was worth a gamble because we got as much intel on them as we could.
Target secured.
Chat, do you guys think it would be cool or dumb if you could have multiple counselors boost the success rate by committing them to the same job? Like if you have 2 assassins, I guess this might be too strong, but like what if you had 2 assassins and if you combine them into the same job, they can combine their chance of success because they're helping each other. Dumb, cool. Yes. That would be insane to balance. You're still dedicating more resources, so it could be balanced. I don't think that's too strong. It takes a counselor out of doing anything else for that turn. Additive would be too strong, but some sort of bonus would be cool. Sweden has deployed an army. Humanity First just did a coup in the Philippines. And we got improved rail cannons. Oh, it's time. It's time. Okay, I don't know what to put you on now, because we did everything we wanted to do, really. I think we should do ops research, since I'm spending all this ops on trying to get the... Let's just do an even spread. Well, we don't need to do an even spread in the top stuff. These are done. Militarization of space is literally 1 point away from completing. Yeah, we should do main story things. All right, let's just let him finish the research. It didn't proc. The research should be done. We only need 1. It was more than 1 day. Doesn't make any sense. Okay, deep breath, chat. Let's go. It's time to design ships. And I have never done this before. However, I did watch the newbie tutorial video, and I understand that these ships are gonna be garbage. That's okay. Let's do this. So, I'll try to explain what I do know to you so you can follow along. The first thing we need to do is choose a class of ship. So different classes have different allocations of part mod spots, or hard points, basically. So you start with a gunship, an escort, and a corvette, I believe. And we have unlocked via the tech tree frigates, monitors, and destroyers, which have different configs, mix and match. So my goal is to create 2 ship types right now. One, I want an offensive kinetic railgun ship that we're going to laugh as it misses every slug, and when it does connect, the armor of the enemy alien vessels on their nose armor just pings off all of my shots. It's gonna be hilarious. But damn it, we're gonna try. So, we need a ship that can do both, and I think the destroyer is gonna be our best bet for that. Because we just have to try. And there's a reason. Some say I'm stubborn, but I'm gonna give you an actual explanation. Because the devs, I'm trying to figure out their design motivations, because missiles and railguns are both researchable from the same portion of the tech tree, and they cost the exact same amount of research to pursue. So from a game design perspective, they should be comparable. Sort of like picking a weapon in Stellaris, right? If you go blue lasers or if you end up going kinetics, or if you end up going, if you pick another weapon that's on the same tier, you're sort of doing a side grade and choosing a different path. But in this game, I guess it's possible that their design perspective is pseudo-realism at the expense of game balance, which I guess is fine, because it's generally accepted that missiles are better early on against the aliens. And there's a simple reason. Because a lot of armor is concentrated in the nose of the ship. These 3 pips down here will let us add armor to our vessel, and we have nose armor, we have lateral armor, which is our full body, and then we have tail armor. So the theory being that when missiles fire, the odds of them hitting square on the nose of an enemy ship are very slim, but the odds of them hitting the side, which is less armored, is very high. And so any missiles that get through enemy point defense are going to do a much better amount of damage because of that. Whereas railguns are shooting in a straight line, and if they're facing you, they're going to ping right off the nose, which that makes sense. Railguns just don't have that armor pin at the beginning of the game. But I'm just trying to figure out, is this supposed to be an alternative to missiles, because they are unlockable at the exact same time? So I just want to look for myself and see how useless they are, because everyone just agrees that they're useless. You're meant to mix and match here, using railguns as your nose gun and missiles PD in your hull slots. See, that's not the strategy. The most commonly accepted strategy right now is missiles, missiles, missiles at the beginning of the game. Like, from this stage. To shoot down your first alien ship, it's missiles. And the meta is, you take I think a monitor, and you put 1, 2, 3, 4 missiles on the hard points, and you overwhelm enemy point defense with just a plethora of missiles, pop in a couple of magazines for full reloads, and off you go. And it's actually very, very strong, and there's plenty of demonstration videos on why that is the current early game meta.
You're just an egotistical streamer.
This wasn't even my idea. I've just watched the videos that definitively prove that missiles are every bit as good as they're claimed to be. Sewer Rat just gifted a tier 3 sub to Private Peepo. Private Peepo, enjoy your slub. Pack for 4 months. Thanks for 5 subs and 1 Sewer Rat, and T Birdland with the Etal Alien in chat. Yo, howdy for 12 months. I did that, but I didn't watch the video first. Accidentally a meta slave. Admittedly, missile tech right now is pretty great, so it makes sense for them to start buffed, I guess. Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm trying to figure out if there's a game, like from a dev perspective, if kinetics supposed to be an alternative right now, or if it actually is just that shitty. We're gonna be at a disadvantage because I need to find out how to attack a surveillance alien vessel alone without their friend just gonna body slam us as a bodyguard there. So anyway, we're gonna start with the destroyer. The reason we want a destroyer for kinetics, I think, this is just my own, I'm making this up, I'm just winging it from this point on, okay? Is because there's 2 adjacent nose slots. And if there's 2 adjacent nose slots, we ought to be able to fit in one of these 2-slot rail cannons. So our options are, if we take a look, okay, there we go. We got guns and we got magnets. Guns include a 12-inch cannon and a 10-inch cannon. These are not good. This is effectively classic cannons, like from naval vessels that we have adapted to use in space. Magnets, since we don't know how they work, they are much more effective because they're mysterious. A railgun mounted along the spine of a ship, or an enhanced spinal mount railgun. So either one of these. We have Railgun Mark 1 and Railgun Mark 2. That's why we spent the extra time to get Mark 2. The benefits of Mark 2, it's 10 tons lighter, and we go from 419 megajoules of damage to 644 megajoules of damage. That is a difference of 21 to 32 damage, which is how we've kind of summarized what megajoules of damage mean. So it's roughly 50% more damaging. In addition to that, its muzzle velocity goes up from 4.3 kilometers per second to 5.18 kilometers per second. So it's a much faster projectile. And not only is it much faster, we get an extra 50 kilometers of range. Now, to pay for all that, we do need a little bit more power. It's half a gigajoule more battery consumption per shot. The magazine is the exact same size, though. It's just better all over the board. So we're gonna plop that on right on the nose. And we can also click these arrows to change up the design of the ships. For some reason, the developers put this ship in, which is ugly, and this one, which is cool. I'm just kidding. Okay, is this one actually that much larger? Or is that just a perspective? Because like I'm worried that this is gonna have like a massive hitbox if it's actually that much bigger. Because this one looks awful by comparison. We don't have the rest of the parts on, so I'm gonna wait for a second. I'm gonna show you what this one looks like first. So anyway, giant rail cannon on the nose. Sure. Now what? Hull weapons. This is what we've been researching. So we got basic guns, your 30 mil autocannon, 6 and 8 inch cannons. These are stinky terrestrial guns. Not really supposed to be used in space. We got baby crate missiles. These are your tier 0s that you start the game with. Also not good. You have to get the better missiles for them to be useful. And then we got magnetic weapons, lasers, and particle beams. We're looking at magnetic weapons. We want more offensive firepower. We're gonna make a whole second ship design that is focused on basically being a screen, which is there for point defense and ensuring the survival of these ships. And we're gonna see if we can have our cake and eat it too a little bit there. So we got light railgun battery Mark 1. These are weak. Whereas this nose-mounted cannon is 32.2 damage. The light railgun battery is 1.4 damage. Wowee. And the upgraded version of that is just 2.2 damage. Now, these can actually be used as point defense if we want. But I'm probably just gonna go in guns blazing because at least 2 of these firing is 4.4 damage, which ain't much. But I guess you can have them set the point defense until they get into range of 550 kilometers. Because the nose cannon has about 200 kilometers bonus on them. Is that damage DPS? I don't know what it is. Because we shoot every few seconds, I think. Does it even say? It's funny that this doesn't say how often it fires. Only that it has 240 rounds in the magazine. So I have no idea how fast it shoots. But anyway, yeah, we're gonna put the 2 light railgun batteries on the side. They double as point defense, but I would probably just use them for extra pew-pew. And those are mounted on this side of the ship facing forward. Yeah, they probably should have a fire rate, but I don't know. Does guns blazing mean full DPS nose cannons? I mean, yeah, we're going all in on the damage on this ship to try to get as much out of railguns as we possibly can. So then we go over to utility modules, and utility modules are these sort of squarish slots. I don't know what shape you want to call this. We have 3 such slots. And a couple things that we want to look at are magazines. Because I think 240 rounds in the magazine, I feel like I need to know how fast they fire to know if we need magazines. I have no idea how it plays out in game, but a point defense railgun seems like an awful choice if you actually want point defense to do its whole defense thing. Here's the thing. This rail cannon can shoot from an effective targeting range of 750 kilometers. Okay? 750 kilometers. Its muzzle velocity is 5.18 kilometers per second. So if we release a slug at max range it will be traveling towards our ship, or towards their ship, for 144 seconds. That is over 2 minutes, nearly 2.5 minutes, for one of my point defense cannons to figure out the exact trajectory that that projectile is going to take, create a shot that will intercept it based on its own projectile's velocity, fire, and intercept their projectile on the way in. That's actually what's happening. These are gigantic rounds. They're, as chat put it, larger than a telephone booth. These are huge slugs. These aren't like little pew-pew 50 caliber bullets. I believe if you right-click on the cannon, it shows the rate of fire and the cooldown stats. If you right-click on the cannon, it removes it from the ship. But maybe if you click on it, right-click on it here, because you can do this. Its cooldown is 0 seconds. But also, its salvo cooldown is 0 seconds, but its cooldown is 30 and 20 seconds. So it should be one shot every 20 seconds? Etalyx just hit midnight in EST. I live in the Pacific. It's 9 o'clock here, Burnt Heat. You're gonna have to start... You know, like when you're playing the Battle Royale and the wall's closing in? Now, the sun is that wall. You gotta chase the sun west, because darkness is behind you. It's closing in. But yeah, our point defense cannons here can fire once every 20 seconds while the... there will be a... You probably could calculate this, but it can get at least probably 4 to 8 shots off. I would say 4 to 6 shots off to try to intercept an enemy incoming fire. That's a big upgrade over the Mark 1. Yeah, hidden buff for sure. Significantly faster fire rate. Anyway, that's a good point. I'll remember to right-click again in the future. So for utility modules, if I wanted a reload, I would have to be concerned about this magazine getting spent. The Mark II cannon shoots every 36 seconds, so to go through 240 rounds, this is an extremely long engagement. Times 36 seconds each divided by 60. Would that be a 144-minute engagement to spend our entire magazine of ammo? I don't think, that being said, that one magazine is wrong, because it just feels like something you'd want for the future. Because you just don't want your combat vessels to run out of ammo. And I know it's 100 tons of mass, but we're already at 1,100 tons. So it just seems like you don't want this to run out of ammo. Adds an additional full ammo load for all projectile weapons with ammo counts. So that's an extra mag for you, and you simultaneously. Then we have outpost kits. These are for ships that you want to use as colonizing vessels, colonizer ships, which we do not want to use that right now. Liquid hydrogen containment is an effective 10% bonus to the ship's exhaust velocity, but needs a hydrogen propellant system. We'll take a look at that. And then we have heat sinks. So heat sinks are for dissipating heat via radiation into space, and what we're looking for is low mass, high capacity, basically. So we want this to be as light as it can be. So definitely not 250 tons for 100 gigajoules. 230 tons for way more gigajoules with sodium. 128 tons. Lithium is excellent in this case so far because it's the lightest and it has the most capacity, and it's using base metals to build, which is great. We also have heavy water, which, as the name suggests, is heavy and uses water. We have a heavy sodium, which is also heavy and uses way more base metals. And then we have heavy lithium, which is like the lithium, but twice as big. So we're gonna go for light, regular lithium heatsink here. Radiators are for removing heat, heat sinks are for storing heat. Yes, but the heat sink holds onto the excess heat so that it can be dissipated. It doesn't just keep it indefinitely. The reason that you have a heatsink is for when the radiators have to be retracted, something has to still deal with the heat that the ship itself produces. So a heatsink contains that heat at 525 gigajoules capacity until such time as you can extend the radiators again and release the heat from the heatsink that it's holding on to for you. It's an in-between. It's kind of like a battery for heat, more or less. And then radiators. This was the one that we were waiting on for an upgrade. So we were patiently waiting for nanotube filament radiators, and here's why. So with radiators, to dissipate heat kind of as we mentioned, we want to choose the one that's going to be the lightest per gigawatt of waste heat. So 400 tons per gigawatt of waste heat is a lot. So if we plop this on, right now we're only at just a little bit extra in terms of tonnage, but we got this large, I guess you can't really see, but we have this large fin in the back, and these are retractable for when you get into combat. Over here we got one that's much lighter at only 181 tons, so it's almost over half more efficient, but it uses more expensive noble metals for us, and we don't really want that one because of its excessive cost on nobles. The molybdenum pipe is kind of half and half. It's okay compared to the first one of 400 tons, only 222 per gigawatt, so it is much lighter, and it'll take half of each type of metal. But nanotubes, we go down to a very comfortable 153, which is the lightest of any of these three, and good preference for volatiles, which we make a good amount of, and some base metals, so that's ideal for us. Plop that in there, and you can see that they're much smaller profile as well, because nanotube filament radiators are only moderately vulnerable when deployed instead of highly vulnerable when deployed. So it's a different ship profile as a result. So then for our battery, batteries, we've got a few different choices. Batteries are going to take some time to charge, and that time is going to vary depending on the battery, as is the build cost, the total weight of the battery, and its capacity. So we start off with just a 15 and a 21 gigajoule with the lithium sulfur. Molten is extremely weighty at 80 tons, the heaviest of these three. Saltwater battery is probably what we're going to end up going with because it's 20 tons, which is lighter than all three, and is basically tied with the lithium sulfur for capacity. So we're not going to be able to beat the molten salt in capacity, but only a 33-minute time to charge, and it's really cheap on materials too. So we're not using much that's going to need the battery. It's just there for excess energy costs, because we got what? These are 0.18 gigajoules shot battery consumption each, and this is a 20 gigajoule capacity saltwater battery. So if you wanted to math this out, I think the only downside is this big rail cannon is probably going to chew through the saltwater battery. So I'm curious about the power plant choice, and I'm also have a question to put to chat that I'm a little confused by. Because batteries are measured in gigajoules and power plants are measured in megawatt hours, or gigawatt hours. How do I math? Like, is the battery hard capped at, in this case, 33-minute time to recharge regardless of the power plant that we put into play? Because that's something that I'm a little confused by. Watts is joules per second, but there's a conversion ratio. Ken the Mortician, please. It might be based on physical limitations. In a perfect world, batteries charge at the rate of their supply, but you can't charge your phone battery in 30 seconds safely no matter how hard you try. Yeah. But I guess the problem is, there is no ratio, it's 1-to-1. Here's the thing, chat. First of all, Cox takes issue with what you said and is coxing the stream. When you add hours is when you get the 3.6 multiplier. See, I told you guys were getting coxed. Okay, but how do you measure this, a solid core or just any reactor? God damn it, Cox. How can you measure any reactor without measuring it in terms of hours? Because like a reactor's maximum output is 125 gigawatts. So you have to be able to convert. Like, I guess the game might simplify it. It's just 125 gigawatts at all times? $125 gigawatt what? Anyway, you should have picture back. $125 gigawatts is 125 gigajoules per second, but how do you assume per second, though? Is what I'm asking. The definition of a watt is 1 joule per second. Okay. That's what I'm trying to figure out. So, if I'm just trying to understand some basics, if they're the same ratio, unless you're measuring in gigawatt hours, why have two separate terms for this? Like, could you put this, the power of the fission reactor is 125 gigajoules and it would mean the same thing? This game will make us into electricians. Basically. Gigajoules per second would mean the same thing. Okay, but like... a battery makes sense to measure in gigajoules, a power producer does not make sense. But if they're interchangeably ratioed, that's what I'm trying to understand. Because you're telling me it's 1-to-1. Okay, so hypothetically, if this rail cannon Mark II, right? Let's say that it fires once every second at 2.7 gigajoules. And then let's say that the power plant produces 2.7 gigawatts. Would it ever run out of power? I feel like I'm back in 6th grade. It's like saying my car can travel 120 miles. But in that example, if gigajoules are the miles and gigawatts are the miles per hour, then it doesn't make sense to me to measure the rail cannon in terms of the other one. I don't know. I'm confused. Think of it like speed versus distance. 1 meter per second is like power watts and meters is like energy joules. This analogy is not a good analogy. Okay, I think that the core issue isn't that electricity is confusing. I think that the core issue is that I feel like there's an easier way for the game UI to just show you how much power you need for everything. That might be crazy to say. We have the best scientific minds known to man working for us right now. So like, for example, what I'd like to see is if I have this many weapons and I can see the heatsink capacity is 525 gigajoules and the battery capacity is 20 gigajoules, what is the actual gigajoule usage of my weapons if they're all firing without me having to calculate it myself? Because the problem is different weapons fire at different speeds, and it's only telling me the per shot battery consumption of each one, not the number per second that it's actually being consumed. Per the Discord, reactors scale based on the drive power requirement. So long as the max the drive needs is less than the reactor, that's it, it'll be fine. I'm not worried about the drive and the reactor, I'm worried about the weapons and the reactor and the battery. Because like, let's say I was using a... I mean, none of these are really that hefty, because this is like 1.7 gigawatts for just a Dumbo drive, which I'm not going to use. That's very true. The game should list the drain per second. Because, okay, explain this then, chat. If all that matters is that your reactor has a bigger max number than the drive and weapons, what is the battery for? They should put a spreadsheet in the game so you don't have to tab out. So true, Betsy. It's Bestie, not Betsy. So true, Betsy. Don't tag me to say emergency measure in case a reactor screws up, like you have some insight into the fact that there's... Oh, yeah, listen, it's there in case of an emergency, because in this game, we simulate, there could be some malfunction, and your technicians that are definitely on board the ship are gonna have to go and fix things. In fact, if you zoom in on them, you can see them doing like extra vehicular activities. The wiki says the ship's primary battery stores energy from the power plant and provides it to weapons, life support, and other key systems when the main power plant is unable to do so, either due to damage or when the drive is operating on ships that don't have an independently powered drive. The last part is curious to me. But yeah, I guess the first part is if your generator gets shot out, you have a battery. But if your generator gets shot out, can you do repairs in space? Or are you just like shit out of luck? I don't know how it works in this game, but a railgun might draw 5,000 gigawatts for like 0.01 second. Yeah, and it's just too much for the reactor, so it dips into the battery. Okay, so anyways, to recap. Gigajoules is a measure of the energy that is, in this case, basically stored to some extent, and gigawatts from the reactor is the electricity that is generated, converted into energy in the form of joules. 1 joule is 1 watt for 1 second. Okay. Yeah, but what's a second? Like atomically speaking. I'm just kidding. Okay, so let's recap what we got on the ship so far. The rail cannon Mark II is going to be our primary firepower, and it's going to pump out 1 round every 36 seconds. That's going to do ostensibly more damage. Now, does anyone happen to know if the damage calculation is based on DPS or based on a per slug? I'm assuming per slug, and because this game doesn't summarize anything, so I doubt it would summarize DPS. But 32 damage every 36 seconds, 240 rounds in the mag, shoots fast, okay? Then we got 2 pew-pews that can be either point defense. They're very weak. They're only 2.2 damage a shot. They're much shorter range, and the muzzle velocity is much shorter. 3 kilometers per second as opposed to 5, so it's like, whew, substantially faster rounds, substantially more damage on this nose cannon. But these are just here for more, because you can't hurt to have more. We're gonna have 1 full reload magazine, lithium heat sink to contain heat when the radiators are retracted during combat. In addition, since we do a 3rd slot, you don't have to put anything in the 3rd slot if you don't want to, but we have 2 decent options. In fact, I think 1. I like the idea of just putting an ECM on every single ship, because I'm wondering if this stacks. ECM is an electronic countermeasure. It gives you a flat 20% chance of detonating enemy incoming missiles before they even get there. 1 in 5 doesn't sound like much, but I'm curious if it's a 20% roll per ship, where if we got 3 ships right next to each other, each with ECMs, if it would have a 20% roll per ship per missile, and you can just detonate every single missile with enough ECMs. ECM requires you to research the projects of the missile variant coming at you. Okay, interesting. So the scientific definition of a second is 1 second. Cloaking Wolf, you're way back there somewhere. Good against other humans. That's true. We might be fighting other humans at some points. I think it's still worth keeping on the ship, but it's good to know that that's how that works. Okay, moving on. We got the battery with a decent saltwater battery that's only got 20 tons, 20 gigajoules. Pretty quick refresh. Now the power plant. So we did research all the way up to solid core fission reactor 5. And the biggest difference between 4 and 5 is that solid core 5 is going from 60 gigawatt max output to 125 at 8 tons per gigawatt specific power, which I have no idea what specific power means. But they're all just 75% efficient. I'm assuming it has something to do with weight or mass, because that goes to 1492. Is there any reason not to put the best one that money can buy? Because it's actually cheaper. The level 5 one is actually fewer resources and materials across the board. So there's no reason not to put the best one we have on there. And now the big decision. The perfect drive. And as the game progresses, you will be unlocking dozens of drives. There's just going to be way too many, more than you ever need. And the one that people typically start with is the Nerva drive, because it just has like a flat 6.6 thrust, 3 exhaust velocity, and only needs water as propellant, which is quite easy. But we would really like something even better. And I've got the Pulsar. So the Pulsar is just, I think, better in every way. It requires a lot more power, 800 megawatts. However, The solid core fission system has a better thrust rating and a better exhaust velocity of 16 kps. So our exhaust velocity is our effective range and how efficient we are at traveling at distance. And then our thrust is sort of how quickly we can sort of change direction and accelerate from a stopped position to a go position. Like if we were needing to dodge an incoming projectile, thrust is what we need in order to do that. Whereas exhaust velocity, my understanding is that you can have a giant amount of thrust, but if you have the same thrust and you can sort of temper how quickly it's expelled and use it more efficiently, then exhaust velocity will use the same amount of thrust to take you further because think about like, the way I think of it is a water hose. I don't know if this is a good analogy or not, but if you turn the water on a water hose, water's coming out. That's thrust, just a bunch of water. But if the water's coming out and you stick your thumb over the end, the same amount of water is coming out, but it's coming out at extreme velocities by comparison. That's, like I said, a terrible example, but it's using the same amount of water to different levels of efficiency, tempering the rate of release and making everything more efficient. I have no idea what you guys are talking about right now. But anyway, I think we're just gonna go with pulsar drive. Because like the Dumbo is like, wow, look at that thrust, 9.6, but its exhaust velocity is much lower. So we can do a couple of experiments with these. And there's also easier ways to compare these as well. Like we can sort, actually. So our best exhaust velocity is actually the ion drive, which is a 6.3. This is gonna be able to take you across the entire solar system with absolutely no downsides. And if you are new to this game, you should put the ion drive on every single one of your ships because it's simply the best in the game. In fact, I would stop researching drives once you get the ion drive. Just plug it into the back of each one. Definitely don't add any additional thrusters either, just one. And that will suffice. Oh no, I just dropped something. By the way, chat, everything I just said was a lie. Do not do what I just said. Gauissimo just claimed to spend much time in atomic rockets and just tagged me to write the same thing that I just said on the microphone. Thank you. I said, if you want to go fast in combat, you want this. If you want to go far distance, you want this. And you just wrote the same thing that I said and then like put it back in the chat. But like, I apparently I'm pretty good with atomic rockets, it turns out. I didn't know that. I'm gonna have to give myself that credential. So, what you're actually looking for, chat, is a nice balance. Now, a neutron liquid rocket on the other end of the spectrum, or a Diana Super Heavy, these things have get up and go. So let's take a look and see what the differences are between these. Let's just take the extreme, 15.3 thrust. Add that module on, okay? We're gonna wanna pump this up to 6 nozzles on the back of the ship. And once we start adding propellant, this is our fuel. So the 6 separate actual rockets down here doesn't change really anything. We have 0 cruise delta V. We can't go anywhere because we don't have any propellant. But if we put some propellant in, suddenly how many propellant tanks do you need to get over 5 cruise delta V? Possibly 7? Way too many. But if we, let's say, we're just using this ship to defend a high orbit Martian base or habitat, damn, this thing's got a hell of a combat acceleration. You can hit the gas on this thing and be slammed back into your seat with the power of 4 times Earth's gravity. 4 Gs are gonna come back at you if this thing hits the gas. Okay, extremely fast. You are going to be popping turns you didn't know were possible. However, you will not be able to escape the orbit of Earth or reach the moon with 2 cruise Delta Vs. So this is about how far you can go. So you can have insane acceleration, but if you don't have any Delta V, you don't have really any gas in the tank. Even if you do have a ton of gas in the tank. So you might say, well, just add more propellant. It's true, every time we add propellant, we are increasing our Delta V because we have more fuel. And if we have more fuel, we'll be able to go further. However, with more fuel, since we're spending it so abruptly and so inefficiently, we're losing combat acceleration and cruise acceleration because we're adding weight in the form of fuel. So weight goes up, cruise Delta V goes up, but acceleration goes down. And before you know it, you need so many propellant tanks to even get from Earth to the moon that it's just not viable because we're spending 1,000 volatiles in order to make this happen because of all of the drain on our propellant tanks. So it's just not, you have to find something that can do both things. So that's why we're gonna try and use, I think I said Pulsar. Pulsar I think is our best bet. It's got a healthy amount of Delta V, healthy amount of thrust. And if we put 6 thrusters on this bad boy, what we're looking for is around 7 to 8 Delta V. The problem is we are not gonna have the combat acceleration that I really want. But look how much faster cruise Delta V is jumping up with even fewer propellant tanks. So like somewhere around here gets us that 6 to 7 cruise Delta V. So the only way for us to get better acceleration is to pick an engine or drive that has better thrust. And the only one that has better thrust, I would say, is the Dumbo. But the Dumbo, we can try that one just out of curiosity. With 6 thrusters, we need a lot more tanks, and look at that cruise acceleration. It is shrinking. So we're not going to be able to travel anywhere with any sort of speed anyways, because at 26 tanks, it's a little pricey. We do get that 7 Delta V, 1 G of combat acceleration, but only 53 milli-Gs of cruise acceleration. How long is it going to take us to get anywhere with 1/20th of a G of cruise acceleration? We can choose an example transfer to find out. So an example transfer might be from, let's say, Nightbot Orbital Earth Shipyards in high Earth orbit to, not Mars, Shy Wolf Luna Station in low lunar orbit. Just hypothetically. And you can see our acceleration here. We launch on the 1st of October. It actually says it would take about 1 day to arrive, which doesn't sound that bad, but it feels like it's not true. But is that true? It might be. We're also starting in high orbit on Earth, so I think we're just that much closer. I'm curious if we picked something that wasn't high orbit, where that would end up. Like, what if we did Feng Shui Gorilla in low orbit? Insufficient Delta V to escape Earth's orbit. You'd have to have at least 7.3 kps. So, if we went back and tried to raise it to 7.3 kps, I'm curious what... That would take 3.19 days. 2 kps is enough Delta V to get to the moon and back? No, no, no. No. Not even close. Does Delta V matter if you have a space dock in one of the L points, like Lagrange points? You still need Delta V to get places, because gravity still exists as you're flying around other planetary bodies. If you, like, Delta V doesn't really matter if you're not gonna move the ship, but if you're gonna fly, you need Delta V. Cannot wait for the Expanse game. What are you talking about, Ugly Elite? That's a Telltale game. Is that from Earth's surface or a station? This is from the station. This is from a station in low Earth orbit. I was just doing it hypothetically to see how long it would take to get there and how much delta V we need. So we need about 7.3 delta V to get from low Earth orbit to a station in low Luna orbit. Does the amount of KPS depend on ship size, or does it take that into account in the calculation so it's a generic, reliable value? It takes into account all the aspects of this ship, yeah. Because even the game suggests that ships with less than 8 KPS may have trouble reaching the moon from Earth orbit. May, because it's not hard and fast. What if auto design? Well, right now it's set to transport, which I don't want this to be a transport ship anyways. So this, you set the AI. It thinks this is going to be a transport vessel to avoid combat. How dare you? Do you see the guns on this thing? What do you think we're transporting here? This is clearly a fighter, okay? Strategic range medium, preferred range short. It's not a fighter. Define short, medium, and long range, by the way. Strategic range long emphasizes propellant for planetary operations. Preferred combat engagement range short. Rare metals to the enemy fleet in the form of slugs. How much will armor slow it down? A lot, actually. Even though we have actually good armor now. So this is just basic steel armor. This is heavy and difficult. Steel armor shouldn't be used basically at all. It's easier to just go naked. Spaceships are very fragile anyways. Titanium armor likewise, while it's a little bit lighter than steel, we're weighing it based on how many tons of weight equals a single point of armor. So 1 point of armor just on the tail or nose is 184 tons. To cover the body of the ship's 2,310 tons. So 1 point of armor would double the wet mass of our ship. So what we need is something that's better. Silicon carbide is the best of these three. It's a ceramic armor from silicon and carbon powder, but we can do better than that, I think. Boron carbide's a bit heavy for the same amount of stuff. We have composite armor, which is 83 tons per nose or tail point armor. That's pretty light. And then, of course, nanotube. Nanotube is like cheat codes. It's less cost than all of these, and it's only 42 tons per point of nose or tail armor. So if we wanted to get some nose armor, we could put some nanotube here. You can still see that it's taken away from our Delta V. Granted, we're just checking out the Dumbo right now out of curiosity. And I can throw 10 points of armor onto the nose. So I think the meta is something like 20 points total spread out over different things. I don't know. Your mileage will vary. But the likelihood of your tail getting hit is very slim unless you're turning your ass to the aliens. So you're likely going to get hit in the nose, especially since we're going to be facing them the entire time, unless we're doing a specific maneuver. Because putting this on the side is... You do have to... We can fill these in and just not put any armor, but... Yeah, even 1 point takes us from 6.5 to 5.6 KPS cruise Delta V, so it's a little spicy. Enemy missiles are likely to hit our site anyways and just blow us sky high. But yeah, we can put like 15 points on the nose, 1 point on the side, and then you gotta have so many tanks to try and compensate for that. The cost is going up pretty substantially. Because 40 propellant tanks is a significant amount of propellant tanks. So I wish I had a better drive. We're held back by our drive and probably the amount of armor we've got here. So let's say like 12 points of nose armor, which is hopefully decent enough. It'd be nice to have like 2 points in the side, if not 3, and then nothing on tail. So let's see what the pulsar looks like. With fewer propellant tanks. So yeah, we can get around 7 KPS of Delta V with only 360 millig's of combat acceleration. And your choices there are be a little heavier and slower, or be lighter and more nimble. Because now I can get 7 Cruise Delta V with twice as much combat acceleration. What do you guys think? Chat? What do you think? Those of you who are still following along, this is the final step of this particular build, and then we're gonna do basically the same thing, but for a point defense. And it's gonna be a little faster for that one. Because I think that putting armor on is probably only good if you can put a lot of armor on. Just don't get hit. I think we can afford to put... Don't need armor if you don't get hit. Early ships seem to kind of just be suicide ships. Go 60%. Let's put, let's just put 6 points in the nose. I say low armor. I feel like if the aliens hit you, you're boned at this point. They gotta have good weapons. Basically, we'll put just a minimum amount of armor. Like 6 points in the nose is a very small amount. Just to shrug off some glancing blows. Okay? And then, I'm curious whether I should do the Pulsar or the Dumbo. Because Dumbo does have a need for a ton of tanks. And I guess that's the fear. Oh, well, the Dumbo looks sad now. Because it's only 193 millig's of combat acceleration, even with all that extra thrust. Yeah, if we put 6 points of armor, I'm only getting 109. Oh, wait. Forgot the other thrusters. Okay, yeah. Sorry, my bad. I wish it just kept the same amount. Because if we get the Dumbo drive, we do have to pay more. Like, it's a more expensive ship with a lot more propellant tanks. However, you're getting almost a full G of combat acceleration, which I feel like is more valuable to me. Like, I'd rather pay more resources for 50% more combat acceleration. Why would you ever want 1 thruster instead of 6? I don't know. Chat may know. Because we're not going to be making like 1,000 of these ships. We're going to be making like 3. And I have a stockpile of space resources already. And we can always change the design. Okay, we need a title for this. And also, what does this look like? Beak. Chad, do you like the little guy? Or do you like the Covenant design? If it keeps the ship alive via dodge, it'll pay for itself. I just like having 1 G of power, yeah. Little guy? Just this one? You don't like the big Covenant ship? He's scrappy. He is kind of scrappy. Okay, we need a good name. We need a good ship name for our first pea shooter. Project Exodus. So we're gonna have like the human arc. Since we're leaving here, we gotta have like every animal from Earth. The Heart of Gold, the Destroyer of Worlds. More thrusters add reactor weight. And also your reactor may not have enough max wattage, so single engine is max delta V. How do we confirm? More thrusters add reactor weight. Can you explain? Tadpole, the pioneer. Reactor will change size to meet drive wattage. It's going up by what? 77 tons? Okay, yeah, it is max delta V. It's funny that it actually gives me a much higher combat rating. But we're losing combat acceleration, I guess. But yeah, we're gonna keep it like around here. Solid Core 5 is very light anyway. Yeah, I agree. Okay, you come up with a name. This is gonna be the... I don't know, the first word that came to my mind is Space Ghost. Coast to coast. I don't know why. That's what I thought of. Maybe we could call it the Mantis because it's gonna be small and annoying, but loud. Space Mantis. Chaz, it's a boomer reference, okay? This is a boomer reference. We're not referencing an actual animal. It's this guy. Zorak. Alright, I'm gonna call it the Zorak. I hated that show. If you, okay, hang on, I'll find a picture. That way at least you know the boomer reference. Chat, WebP images are the bane of my existence as a content creator. Here we go. It's the guy on the right. Cartoon Planet was better than Coast to Coast. Yeah, I hated this show. It is what it is, though. Alright, the Zorak Destroyer. I will take back seating on what role I should put. I don't understand. What is space superiority? Strategic range medium, preferred combat engagement medium. Standoff. Strategic range medium, preferred combat engagement long. What about Meatloaf and Frylord? That's a completely different show, and yeah, you meant Meatwad. What about Meatloaf? Hey, Etal, what about Meatloaf? You like Meatloaf? Do you like Meatloaf? I love Meatloaf. I need to know. Skirmish question mark? That's not one of the words on the screen. Patrol seems to be the sort of orbital defense role, but I don't know the ideal. Patrol says strategic range short will limit propellant mass in favor of maneuverability. Preferred combat engagement range medium. Sure, let's say that. Okay, save this design. It lacks sufficient delta V for almost any transfer and can only be useful to defend a space station. Try to add more propellant, reduce mass. Shut up. Save that design, okay? Where'd it go? Where is it? Why did it disappear? Game called your ship shit. Excuse me. Okay, but seriously, where's my ship? Oh, there it is. So check this out, nerd. Earth to Luna. Excuse me. Earth to Luna. No, but here's what we'd actually do. It would go origin. The origin would be Nightbot Orbital Earth Shipyards. The destination would be like Tiangong Station back to Nightbot Orbital Earth Shipyards. But let's actually reverse it, because I'm curious. Surely it has enough Delta V just to get back to Nightbot Orbital Earth Shipyards, right? It just needs 6 Delta V. One day. So it's gotta get out of Earth's orbit. And it can resupply in Nightbot Orbital Earth Shipyards. Or we can go ahead and make another ship dock. That's a good idea. I think it would be wise. Excuse me. But yeah, we should just
Flight controllers, about 15 seconds to CSMAC.
take like Bebop Isomer Station. Or Eskia. And then just make a space dock or a supply depot. Let's make a supply depot so it can refill. Only take 30 days. So, supply depot means a place for our ships to refill propellant, munitions, and supplies. Because we're gonna have to fly down from Nightbot Orbital Shipyards to lower Earth orbit, refuel, and then come back up. It's gonna be a little complicated. Okay, ship 2. We're making a second one, but this one's gonna go much faster because we have a general idea of what we're doing. Okay, that's a destroyer. Now we want to monitor. And the reason we want to monitor is primarily because we don't want any nose weapon slots. We want hull weapon slots. And we want point defense. So we got point defense laser turrets that can go in here, but we discovered that point defense lasers have a 3-second cooldown, whereas particle beams have a 4-second cooldown, sure. But short-range armor effectiveness of regular point defense is 1,289%, whereas particle beams are unlisted because the developers hate information, but also chat was saying it probably just has full armor piercing. But it's interesting that it lists the one for the lasers. And then medium range, and then long range, but no such information for particle beams. But everyone seems to agree that point defense particle beams are better. Because it says short range damage 0.8. What the hell is 0.8? I think they just go through... They just go through armor, but... Point defense is 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. Particle beams are 0.8, 0.5, 0.3, but they shoot slower. So how is particle beam better? How much armor do weapons have? Should I just put one of each? I think they do go through armor, but the damage is like 500% more on regular point defense lasers, and they shoot faster, so I'm just super confused. Should I put 2 and 2, or is that really dumb? 250 kilometers, because the particle beams are shorter range as well. 2 and 2 feels really bad. I don't think that can be right at all. But I don't know. Anyway, we're gonna scoop ECMs on this bad boy. We're also gonna put the... What heatsink was it? I think it was his lithium heatsink. Very light, good capacity. Oops, wrong button. Leave the other one open, I believe, because we don't need magazines. They're lasers. It's 10 o'clock on the West Coast, which means backseaters have gone to sleep and no one knows how to play the game anymore except me. Nanotube filaments. These are our light retractable radiators to dissipate heat. The battery, we agreed that the lithium sulfur goes in. Power plant, big one. Our drive, either the Pulsar or the Dumbo, depending on what we want. I'll probably just keep it uniform with the Dumbo. Avik, have you gotten to this point in the game? What's up, dude? Welcome back. Did you sleep? Or were you here? Were you awake the whole time? We need 6 engines. And then at least 7 Cruise Delta V, and then we're gonna throw on the nanotube armor. And we can afford to get a little crazy with these. We do 8.
Okay. Okay, we're off to a good start, Blade. Cool.
So point defense needs to live a little longer than our other ship. I didn't eat. What are you talking about? For the first time in 4 days. Are you saying you haven't eaten in 4 days? That Twitch split is affecting a lot of streamers.
Procedures for flight, we make sure the doors
I think that's
secured now, please.
it's very obvious here. I can't believe that they've forced you, not even ramen.
Procedures for flight. Go ahead. You secure the doors. Measure.
Were you doing some sort of fast? I will never go 4 days without food unless I am trapped under debris. I feel weak after missing one meal.
Data from Goldstone is from the 210-foot dish. Roger, 210.
6.9 KPS Delta V. Let's up that.
Okay. Did you get his tickets real good, P63?
7.1. Okay, chat. How about this? Longest I've gone without food is 22 hours. The real question is, why did you count? You have a utility module that will help you thrust since you're using a hydrogen-based drive, right? That is true. It's only 5 tons to add a liquid hydrogen containment. That's 10% bonus to ship exhaust velocity. That shoots us up to a 7.6 cruise Delta V.
Initialization and alignment. Okay.
So I actually want to drop some propellant tanks. Just to try to increase my combat acceleration, because I feel like the point defense ship should be a little more nimble than the combat ship, so this can maneuver into position in front and have a little bit more armor. But I'm not going to put any side armor, just the nose armor. So we have only 11 points of nanotube armor. And this, we have the Zorak. How about they can be joined by Brack? Brack and Zorak. That's going to get really confusing, actually.
See if we can get this alignment and initialization in, man.
We'll say Brack PD. This one's not on patrol, I don't think. Would Intercept? No, Interceptor is not what I want. How do you, what would be the correct, like, screen? This is a monitor ship. I was drinking whiskey while playing 7 Days with Etalyx, which is also made with water. Sure it is, yes, 3000 IQ. Okay, chat. I need help, okay? I need you guys to tab back in and focus so you can play this game for me, okay? So that I don't have to make decisions that I don't understand. This is where I am finally being like, hey, I need backseaters, and you guys are like, nope, no help, nopers. I've been pretending how to play this game this whole time.
How you doing, and how can I have your digitals?
Okay, they'll be up in a minute. Flight machines are going to power descent now. Roger.
Just use the auto designer. The auto designer doesn't know.
22, thank you.
It just made it an... It's an interceptor, according to that. Okay, we'll go with that. Does anyone have any actual information about point defense particle beams or point defense laser turrets? And if you don't, it's okay, because I don't either. But now's your chance. Because it's extremely confusing.
Light up.
Radar check indicates 50,000.
Dude, this is Etel Chat ML. Why are you surprised? You weren't here, Avik. There have been people with good information for the last, like, 4 straight hours. But as soon as the clock strikes 10, they go to sleep. I didn't build the ship fast enough.
That's terrible. What do you think, Don? Sure would, Flight. How much? Which direction? Stand by.
And Houston, we got a 500 alarm.
Because, okay, let me explain the problem. There's 2 types of point defense weapons. There's point defense lasers, and then there's point defense particle beams. Point defense particle beam is ostensibly an upgrade. You get the research much later. However, the UI does not tell you the difference between them. In fact, for laser point defense, it says that they have a short range, medium range, and long range damage of 2.5, but then an armor effectiveness of long range armor effectiveness of 32,000. What the hell does that mean? Medium range armor effectiveness 5,000s. Okay. And then Particle Beam has completely different stats. It has no armor effectiveness stats. And then only 0.8, 0.5, and 0.3 damage, which is substantially lower than the stated laser PD laser damage. It also has an extra second cooldown of 4 seconds instead of 3, and its range is cut by 50 kilometers. So I'm trying to figure out, in what sense is this an upgrade? And the game does not say. I was told from the video that particle cannons do more damage, but are shorter range. Yeah, like the video says they do more damage, but the UI doesn't have any indication that that's the case. Lasers do much less damage to armor as distance increases. I believe. I mean, that sounds intuitive. I'm just gonna go all particle because it has to be better. I'm just going on blind faith. Okay, save it, lock it in. We have our 2 ships. Now let's build them. You can do a skirmish in the main menu and see it in action without any investment, or, as I call it, be a coward. How about you just build your damn ships like the human you are and kill that alien scum? Instead of double, triple, quadruple checking that your build will work, you gotta send it. We didn't get here because we tested everything first, okay? We gotta be brave, intrepid forerunners. Not forerunners, explorers? I don't know. People that go first to do stuff, you know? Okay, we actually need to build the ships though. Ship construction. We got 2 ship docks at Nightbot Orbital shipyards, which are ironically not shipyards. And each of these ships is going to take... how much? One important caveat. How much do they take? Okay, they're each 2 MC, or mission control. We have 12 MC available, so we should be able to field 6 ships and control all of them. They have an estimated combat readiness score of 71, and then the other one has an estimated of 69. Is that patched? I don't know. So they're roughly equivalent. 71, 69. Now the ships that we're fighting are much better than us. And that is where it gets tricky. Because Victor 6 is an 80. And that's handleable. But they have a bodyguard, Victor 13, which is probably unassailable for us. That's 268 effective combat power. And he's gonna kick our ass. So I don't really know how to handle this, but damn it, I'm gonna try anyway. So let's go to ship construction and build some damn ships. Give me some destroyers. That's a 135-day build? Okay, hold on. We're gonna do something real quick. Space docks are slow. Yeah, I see that. We never researched shipyards. Well, I'm researching shipyards now. That'll be done on the 30th of October. Okay, show me orbitals. Let's get an orbital core here. That's going to take 60 days. And take a little bit of mission control, but that's fine. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and get Nightbot started. So we can add a destroyer to this queue and the point defense to that one. And let that just roll. Wish I would have built more of these now. Whew.
Reporting in.
Okay, chat. We're ready. We're gonna go back and fight some aliens on the surface.
Standing by. Gear up.
Ready for my mission.
Tarcissio's been investigating / trying to assassinate this alien, but it's been very unsuccessful. Only a 1 in 3 chance at best. There's not like a lot we can do. So I say instead we sabotage the Protectorate.
I'm going
interrupt their research.
Ready for orders.
And then Petra can inspire German Anzora.
I'll make sure they're on our side.
Okay, off we go.
It is only a matter of time before this rush for gold turns red. To staunch the flow of blood, other nations will send their own armed envoys. It is in our best interest to be gone before that happens. Director Khalid Al-Ashgar overheard private conversation.
The militarization of space. The threat of force is often more powerful than the force itself. Absent clear borders, human expansion into space brings with it a host of danger. Overzealous neighbors, extremist terrorism, and the threat of piracy loom before us. It's necessary to create a reliable system of command and control, alongside the armaments necessary to enforce it. If we're to have any hope of maintaining dominion of newly acquired resources and facilities in orbit and beyond, protection, and if necessary, preemptive defense must be prioritized. We might get fleet combatants, marine assault units, and marine platoon barracks soon. And we're gonna ride from this to self-reporting software. Let's do some more propulsion stuff. I don't know which propulsion's good. Let's start on a long one. Z-pinch techniques. That's a long one. Let's give them a good 15K to chew on for a while, I think. Why would you give me the light railgun battery Mark III now?
Now as then, territorial disputes boil down to one group of people gazing upon a new land and calculating who would need to die so they could own it. Thousands of years of purported civilization have done so little to curtail our most basic reptilian impulses. Commissioner Kiran Banerjee, speech at the United Nations.
Military science has long concerned itself with the multifaceted problems that occur when coercive force is applied. Humanity's impending expansion into its solar system and likely beyond heralds a new era of doctrine. In addition to an explosion of technological innovation, military command must now take into account variables present during engagements on worlds with rules different from our own. The traditional definitions of hard and soft power are no longer applicable in the time of the 5th generation warfare. Max Miltech up 0.5. Space assault doctrine is a thing, and we might get urban or mountain warfare doctrines, which I have no idea what they do, but it sounds cool. And what was the thing that just opened up? Let's get some cheap stuff. Not you. Next gen aerospace sounds useful. Put some points in that.
I will help them.
I believe they'll stay loyal to the cause.
Okay. Oh, shit. I forgot. I have to decide if I want to do this. I think I do. We should get the... Was it advanced light railgun batteries? I think it was. Mark III. Sure. 44 research a day, be done on the 1st of November or the 11th of December.
They won't know what hit them.
Alien technology? Not anymore. Okay, we sabotaged their research into alien tech, which is kind of hilarious. They'll never complete their main story objective now. A lot of probes from the Academy and the Resistance just arrived at their target destination. And we are hurtling towards 2030 as the Resistance gets 2 new orbital stations up. I'll have to check to see where those are. That's not me. We got one in extreme Mars orbit. How extreme is that? That's Mars? Damn, that is extreme.
Prepping for next mission.
It's way the hell out there. And then another one right around this little rocky asteroid. I don't know why they care about that. 2 new op centers are complete. We got some free MC to go with it. All right, chat. Well, our first ships are still under construction.
By the numbers.
We just gotta go
Score
fast.
one for the good guys.
Mountain warfare. Armies have increased combat value in the rugged regions.
I don't think we need that right now, but thank you. So we're gonna have to go through a few weeks here just to sort of catch up.
Ready.
We need some defense in Ireland already.
Making things safe for our people.
Where to?
One day.
Going in hot.
Actually,
standing by for orders.
Both of you go
Your
assault
orders?
alien life forms.
Heading to the LC.
Tarcisio was following alien around, and now it's just too difficult. I think we should just surveil some locations just to make sure nothing crazy is going on. Let's check some of our holdings in America. Because there was a lot of alien activity in Canada. And then Petra. We're only 10 control point caps short
I'll speak with them.
of being levels, so I can maybe take another Chinese spot soon, because we have 3 left.
I'm ready to fight some aliens.
Okay, so just mathematically, let's
Offering
say
support.
that the aliens
Initiating
don't
surveillance.
instantly kick
I think
our
we had a
ass.
breakthrough.
Hypothetically, right? Let's say they don't instantaneously kick our ass. Even if we said that the war score is equivalent, which it's not, and we're making 70 combat strength ships, they have a grand total of 348. We need at least 5 ships to compete with that. And I'm planning on making 6, but those 6, only 3 of them are gonna have any guns. And we are gonna get laced with missiles. I don't think it's gonna be a fun time for anyone, but it'll be at least a nice fireworks show. Alien Fleet Victor 54 completes transfer. Chat, is there a 3rd alien fleet in Earth's orbit? There is. Oh, never mind. That one crashed. That one crash landed in Brazil? Okay, well, we still got big problems. Shipyard project complete. A large ship construction facility that can complete vessels much more quickly than the space dock. Also functions as a supply depot and launches probes. That's 100 crew. Damn. 40 power and more besides. Okay, that's a cool one. So we go back to combat training for a little bit. Focus on our advanced light railgun batteries now. So I'm kind of waiting on that. We can't start the shipyard yet because we need to do that one in high orbit, where Nightbot shipyards are for sure. Am I upgrading that? Wait, did I not upgrade Nightbot shipyards? Chat, why didn't I just upgrade Nightbot shipyards? That was so dumb. Here, have an orbital core, I guess. That's gonna take 60 days too. I should have done that already. Okay, my question is, do we have any stations that haven't finished their op centers? We do. We have 2 stations that haven't finished their op centers. That's good to hear. We're about to be getting 1,000 notifications because all of our human factions have... Did you make a station outside of the Cheeto? Eros. Big old space Cheeto. They made a space station around this for some godforsaken reason. I don't know why they want it so bad.
Target secure.
The LZ is secure.
Yep, I understand. Just zoom out a little bit so we don't get dizzy. It's fine. That's not me. There goes the moon. Marine Assault Unit. How the hell does that work? A training regimen and ship module designed to support Space Marines to assault enemy habs.
I'm gonna conquer me some alien habitats. Or something. One day.
Okay, you guys are... Oh, I don't even know what I just clicked.
Ready for orders.
Chat, do you see this list is actually getting small?
We're going in.
Standing by.
We're trying to keep this nice and easy. Let's go... We never did get that second... Let's go investigate another servant. We need a double agent.
Surveilling target.
At your service.
What's the op?
Okay, we don't know her loyalty, so we can't do it.
Ready to go.
Convert counselor, and there's a UFO touchdown in Brazil.
We'll see what we can find.
That's what we should do. Tarcisia,
Ready
you
for
go
orders.
survey Brazil. Because there's definitely aliens around there.
Initiating surveillance.
We've completed construction of a new supply depot at Eskia Station. Not what I want anymore, but thank you for trying. Urban warfare doctrine. Fighting in the core economic regions. Deep breath.
Offering assistance.
Mission aboard.
I wasn't trying to investigate the counselor. How did that even... I thought I did surveil. Ship construction, we got 100 days on our first 2 ships left. And the shipyard research is done, but I can't use it until we have a tier 2 spot on Nightbot's orbital shipyards. Then we can build a shipyard, and then we can build some more ships there. And in a short amount of time, we should have some extra mission control too, so we can get those ships.
Score 1 for the good guys.
But yeah, right now we're just fast forwarding through the movie. Which sometimes that's how you play. Sometimes it's just the way it is. This is the way it is with this game. You kind of get sucked into like some waiting for time to advance moments. More so, I feel like, than in other grand strategy games. And there's a couple things I could do, like maybe check on my countries, change my allocation of regional points, but I'm kind of okay with the way that everything has been looking so far.
Standing by. Protecting our interests.
Ready
So
to
we got
go.
Kazakhstan getting defended again. Bradford's on a permanent advisory role to the U.S., but he occasionally goes to ground just so that we can hide, so they don't just assassinate him or something.
Down.
So we'll go chill.
Ready for orders.
Every time I think we're getting close to catching up on this,
Gear up.
they
Standing
crash
by.
lands another UFO.
Heading to the LZ.
What's the op?
I didn't want you to investigate a counselor. I want you to surveil the region.
Eyes up.
Thank you. We need a montage. This is the part that would be edited out of the YouTube video. And this is the part where I cut back in. Debris from recent fleet battles and weapon tests. Oh my god, this event again. This is a debris cloud heading towards Feistel Station. We don't have any defense there. So up to 3 modules are just destroyed, even though I paid $2,000, because we don't have... you have to have materials science research on the HAB. You destroyed the skunk works. And a solar array. Wow. Excuse me. That is very rude.
Okay, all flight controllers, about 15 seconds to CSM act.
Skunkworks is not a fast building. Very uncool.
Going off the grid.
Surveilling target
Oh
area.
no. We found 4 more infection sites in Brazil.
Making things safe for our people.
Alright, chat, I'm gonna stop clearing the images on the left, because it's just gonna take me longer. Railguns. Tier 3. Okay, take me to first research, so I can just pick something that we don't necessarily need. Let's go all in on Hydra research so we can actually finish that one, because it's 20 grand and it's like a big campaign quest. Okay, what was it doing? Oh, upgrading the ship design. It's because, like, the Mark 1. If we got... Did we just get tier 3 hull weapons, I think? Yeah. So let's take a look at the difference. So Mark 2, wow, Mark 3 shoots twice as fast and for more damage and for further range. And has a faster muzzle. Oh my god, it's better in every way. think they're also lighter. It does take a little bit more energy usage, but we have the tier 5 reactor. Wait, this is not a BRAC PD. This is the Zorak Mark II. But this is an upgrade. So I'm not really sure. Oh wow, that actually takes it up from 71 to 89. How do you upgrade an existing ship? We're building a ship that's worse. You know? Like Nightbot Orbital Shipyards, it's just... What do we just cancel these? Like, I don't want to... Well, I didn't have to... I shouldn't have canceled the point defense. Just wait. The ship hasn't even been completed and it's already obsolete. Yeah, it's already obsolete. Marine assault unit can launch assaults on HABs. Okay, we have to build that on a ship so that can hold them in place, which is pretty sweet. Let's do the... I do want the Mobile Space Science Lab eventually. Put that on some ships that are just going and investigating a whole bunch of different things. Taking scans of other asteroids. Marine Platoon Barracks is a new HAB module. We'll do that next.
Hold on to your seats, chat, because I'm spinning the Earth at maximum speed.
Score one for the good guys.
Are we the good guys? Tell me the truth.
Choose a card, now blow on it, perfect. Then tap my hand 3 times, wonderful. And just like that, the card floats away. Commissioner Kiran Banerjee, home video of his daughter's 3rd birthday.
As we approach the theoretical limits of our energy and data transfer capability, it's necessary to adapt existing methods to keep up with our ever-increasing hunger for both power and information. Whether based on traditional BCS material, cuprates, or more recent ferropnetides, superconductive material can unfortunately only function at extremely low temperatures, an inherent ceiling that we must now shatter. By exploring more efficient and less cumbersome methods of nitrogen-based cooling, we can now create superconductive substance that are several orders of magnitude more efficient than current gens, able to conduct truly vast amounts of energy near losslessly, even in room temperature environments. Considering the ever-growing human dependence upon both data and electrical energy, such breakthroughs should be considered an absolute necessity for each and every society. Okay, that unlocks electrostatic plasma, supercapacitors, and superconducting magnets. That's plasma. It's 15,000. Woo! Magnets. Superconducting magnets. New radiators. Fusion reactors. Nozzles. Supercapacitors go to arc lasers, coil guns. Oh, hell yeah. Coil guns, I think, are tier 2 versions of our current guns. It's time to start focusing on combat. That sounds sweet. Okay, no, it's the wrong one.
Okay, we're in B12.
Well, since you're here, SQ Station,
I'd like to
you are gonna have
you when you're happy with the Pagan P12 and you're happy with
Skunkworks,
Roger. The platforms are right together.
Op Center,
Yeah, how about the Ag?
Op Center,
Okay, bang it
Solar Array, Solar Array, Solar Array for power. Then we just need 1 solar collector. Got the Xenolab is here. Check. Okay. One of you will need a supply depot, which I think. Did we already make?
Go for it. Are all your fluid systems? They look great, but okay.
I think we made it here and I just deleted it. So we're gonna do a supply depot there. Do a materials lab. How do you tell if you're maxed on these? I wish I just told you how much you were getting already. I don't think I am maxed. This is mission control priority anyways. So materials lab, space science lab, xenology lab, a dock. Let's do a military science lab. One day, chat. We have completed construction of a new ops center for Feistel Station in low Earth orbit 2. I have a bad feeling about what we're doing at the moment. We're gonna see how this goes.
Ready for orders.
I have a feeling that waiting for shipworks. I'm curious how long it's gonna take to actually build the damn shipworks.
We'll see what we can find.
Where to?
We're about to find out, though. Going back to
Going
China.
in hot. What's
This
the op?
whack-a-mole. The op is you guys go burn some more
Taking
plants.
it to 'em. Acknowledged.
Well, Tarcisio tries to track down intel on a random person.
We'll see what they're up to.
It's hard to talk about
Securing our
other
control.
stuff when you're playing as fast as you possibly can. Mobile Space Science Lab. We might unlock advanced prospecting surveys, but we have a new lab that we can put on ships that gives you a science team that joins the crew with a 5% bonus to all space science research, and allows you to also prospect space bodies from orbits of different planets or areas. So you can basically take a ship instead of sending a probe, which can have various bonuses. In fact, you can get a ship somewhere before you even have the technology to probe it, which is sort of a conundrum. So if we knew we were going to eventually try and colonize Mercury, or at least orbit Mercury, we could send a ship over there before we even have the tech to do so. That would save us time, so we don't have to wait for the probe to land. We've already got a ship with a science party there that can do the scans for us, and they might even have prefabbed satellites, orbital habitats, which is pretty cool. I don't want any of these, ironically. Maybe the heavy Dumbo, because it is heavy, but it's a lot of thrust. Let's do interrogation techniques. More intel from interrogating detained prisoners. We've just been putting that off for a while. Or we can get together rail stuff. The thing that sucks is this category page is just going to get more and more bloated with things that you're intentionally ignoring over time, and it's hard to sort.
We've got some intel on our target.
I don't care about the regime changes. All I care about is you telling me how long until
Target destroyed.
until Nightbot Orbital Shipyard is done. 25th of December. Okay.
The LZ is secure.
Okay, all flight controllers, about 15 seconds to
So many
CSM.
alien fleets.
We found something.
I found something. I don't know what it is. I'm numing around the Earth as fast as I can.
Mobile Suit Gundam Lab. Chat, give me a new anime to watch. Now. Pick an anime. Tell me to watch it. I'm still watching Attack on Titan again because I wanna. But besides that... Oh, we found Zim. I found Zim so many times.
Initiating surveillance.
Reporting in.
Okay, Petra, please
We'll
go to
recon the
Vancouver.
site.
The aliens are in Canada again.
Orders.
I'm gonna look at your advice in a second, chat.
Offering counter.
Just trying to get
Your
this
orders?
turn going as fast as possible. Sure, go to
We're
Brazil.
going in.
Your orders?
Whew, man, just
up.
trying to whack-a-mole all the alien flora and fauna. I feel like this should just be an automated thing instead of trying to choose individual spots every single turn. Alright, now let me see. Chat says, of course you say Edge Runners. Of course you say JoJo. Of course you say Dr. Stone. Of course you say Mob Psycho. I haven't seen any of those. Grave of Fireflies. I don't know what that is, Avik.
I will help them.
(1988) war drama.
Surveillance complete.
Before I was even born. Go watch it now. No! Mobile Suit Gundam Witch of Mercury. Oh, don't do the rail cannon. Mark III is all... We're gonna get... We're locked! We're just gonna keep upgrading! I want more powerful rail cannons! We'll never build ships because we'll just keep upgrading them. Hello Kitty, you got it. Code Geass. I never finished that show. I should. Bacano. They didn't make the English dub available. Yes, I have to watch the English dub. New projects for fleet combatants, cruisers, battle cruisers, and battleships. Oh damn. Plasma wave drives also simultaneously. Whew, spicy. That's some spiciness. Look at these plasma waves. These are actually bad. 1.3 thrust. What are these for? Okay, I don't care about these at all. I don't understand them. But what I do understand... Marine Platoon Barracks houses several squads of Space Marines to defend our interests on this habitat. Ooh, that is cool. We're gonna want to build up our Mars presence for sure. But what was the other thing I was interested in just a second ago that I was like, wow, I really like this, and then I instantly forgot. The dub for Bacano is outstanding. I heard that, but it's not easy to find. Because I had it on my watch list forever. What's your preferred choice of alcohol? Whiskey. Just whiskey. It was fleet combatants, you're right. Big ships. Okay, we'll do that after, for sure. Because I can't make the big ships right now anyways. Okay, Nightbot Orbital Earth Shipyard. Nightbot is going to produce our ships. We just made them into a tier 2, so we get all these new slots. And to that end, we're just gonna refit everything. This might take a little while. It's 40 days for the solar, which is going to be the easy bit. And the shipyard is probably not going to be that fast. If you upgrade it from space, it's 60 days. Okay, that's not that bad. But if we were to put it, say, here, it's 90 days. Okay, so an upgrade is faster. Excellent. We're gonna do shipyard and another shipyard. Each shipyard is 100 crew and 40 power, so 1 solar array per shipyard. And because this is Nightbot's shipyard, I mean, we should have 2 more built. And then we're gonna want defensive platforms. Maybe 4 is a little overzealous. I was gonna say, we're probably gonna want some sort of defense lasers. 4 seems like a lot, if I'm honest. But we don't have defensive lasers, and we don't have the marine depots yet, so... So we'll get there, I guess. Don't forget the Fleet Academy. What's the Fleet Academy? Is that a Stellaris reference?
Target secure. By the numbers.
I played that game.
Here's what we found.
Chad, do you know the part of streams where we've been playing for a while, and I know the one thing that I need to do, and I kind of just have to go until we get to that point? That's where we're at right now. Because I know exactly what we're gonna do. And there's honestly nothing else to do. Except keep researching and building ship parts, and also checking our stations sometimes, because there is a supply depot at Eskier Station. Got a nice materials lab. It's very cute up there. Mega base? Excuse me, did you say mega base?
Taking it to them.
Standing
We're
by for
trying
orders.
to purge
We're
all
going
the
in.
aliens for Brazil,
Reporting
and
in.
they are very, very, very well entrenched. Okay, we still don't know this person's loyalty.
Surveilling target.
Where do you need me?
Petra, I don't know where I need you. I need you. How about just sing our good graces in the
tell our
US?
story.
Have we shut anything down yet? No, everything is taking forever. But here's the thing, what's really annoying is I have to go 5 times speed. And since things happen so fast on 5 times speed, they happen both fast and slow at the same time. So I can't do anything else because I have to keep scanning for new developments in case something actually happens. Like,
The LC is
the Academy actually did make another station in low Earth orbit, and I didn't take all the spots.
Target secured.
But I can't like have a second conversation while this is going on and still play as fast as humanly possible. But we have our ship designs created. We're doing some last second adjustments. Vietnam has made 2 armies. They're just Humanity First is a little desperate. Actually, that's the Servants and Humanity First. Because every
At
2
your
weeks in
service.
game, I have to choose new targets. Like, there's gotta be some system to automate. Here's my question. If anybody's played this, am I doing this assault
Going in
alien
hard.
assets thing wrong? Because I have 2 people dedicated around the clock to this.
Taking it to him.
And I'm
Ready
the
for
only
my
human character who is. And it's taking, like, just so much time. Okay, she's actually 22 loyalty, 19 security, which is crazy. Detaining her is definitely possible. I'm curious if Petra can just straight up convert her.
I'm here.
5% success chance is not good. So, we're gonna have her go investigate alien
On the
activity
way
in
to the
Tehran.
target site.
Where do you need me?
And my boy Tarcisio is gonna try and imprison with 16
We'll
ops.
grab them.
When it gets entrenched, it takes a lot of effort to weed out, yeah.
Offering support.
I kind of don't care about alien infestation, not in my sphere of influence.
We've got the package.
The other thing is, as we take a prisoner, I don't have anything else for those 2 people to do.
Target
Is the issue.
secure.
Like, they don't have
Mission
any other
aborted.
jobs that they need to do. I guess I could be hampering other factions a little bit more,
We
but
found something.
I think this is the section of the game where things get a little bogged down. Like, even if I wasn't streaming, this is how I would be playing. And this is why, like, I think long term, as much as I think this game is incredible and it's a lot of fun, the stopping every 2 weeks to reassign for sort of minuscule assignments, I think, is what slows the game down to a crawl. And I would have, I'd like the turn-based system, but I think that the turns need more ability to streamline. I don't know how to explain that. Like, Bradford can just sit there and advise. It'd be nice if the other people could just be set to eliminate high threat alien flora, and they just do it with some small level of intelligence, you know? Intelligent management is what that is.
Standing by.
Higher middle managers. It's like they're the council. They should have at least a little bit of agency.
We're going in.
I'm here.
Because I think like the repetition is fine, but it over time sort of lessens the amount that you care about a given
Heading
spot.
to the LZ.
Right?
I'm here.
Like that 150th alien flora that you purge, you're just like, okay, so what? So that can be an issue, I guess.
Your orders?
All right, Zim Zim. At some year, they should pass to a 2-month interval with more general instructions. Yeah,
Bring
I
them
think
to
so.
our side.
I don't... Like, again, I love the game. I'm really happy that I bought it, and I think it's fantastic. But I don't think I would want to do 2-week breaks for my counselors every 2 weeks for 30 years. If that makes sense. I might need to keep her detained for one more
Eyes
cycle.
on target.
Because I don't remember what thing triggers first.
Offering assistance.
No sanctions. I control portions of China as well.
Target secure.
We now have a spy
780
in our
council
ranks.
breaks. Ooh, we have the servants with us again. It's nice to have a double agent. Just get a lot more visibility, especially watch what the servants do.
Target destroyed.
Score one for the good guy.
All right, we ought to be getting close. Because Nightbot Orbital Earth Shipyards has its power. And we got 11 days until the shipyards are complete, and then we should just be like full-scale shipbuilding. And we've got almost 20 mission control available, so we're gonna go big. 4X games need that later game auto management, yeah. Because at this point, there's really not much people are doing on Earth that really needs my direct attention. Maybe the occasional sabotaging their research. Like, sabotaging Humanity First right now is amazing. Sabotaging the Initiative is amazing. Sabotaging the Protectorate's amazing. We should sabotage the Initiative first. If I can find an agent. Damn, where's an agent? We don't know. Probably somewhere in India. But yeah, doing a little bit of that might be helpful. I'll just sabotage. Was the Protectorate doing much? Yeah, they got alien tech I can sabotage. Alright, sabotaging the Protectorate. The Protectorate's kind of my main nemesis anyway right now.
Breaching lab security.
What's the headed there now?
Keep investigating the aliens.
Ready to go.
I haven't done Steel Project the entire time.
Gear up.
Reporting in. Going in hot.
All right, lock it in. Let me see. Skunk Works for Feistel Station in low Earth orbit. I think that was the one we rebuilt after some orbital debris knocked it out.
Offering support.
Well, it's 2030 now. This is
We've hacked their research data.
alien tech. That's your main story quest. Wouldn't it suck if you went from 8,500 research points to... Question mark? Sabotage project critical success. I've also stolen, wow, 50 whole science. Take me out of this page, you imbeciles and show me how much you did. We took the Protectorate down like 5,000 research. They're back to 3,500. That they'll never complete their main story on my watch. Marine platoon barracks might be fun. Just to at least have. We definitely don't want to get invaded by Space Marines.
Yeah, look at it.
Corrupt generals in China. Countering the influence of the military is something many human polities have experienced throughout history. China's sustained efforts drew on this experience to shift the balance of power in China, eventually managing to get most of the stolen assets seized and redistributed. These power games have not been good for the accountability of the political system, though. China loses Miltech and democracy score. Well, listen. We got 2 tier 2 shipyards. The other ones are going to take a little more time, but let's see. I'm curious how much, wrong button. How much faster is this going to be? Step 1, let us, and they have power too, that's awesome. So if we go to the ship, sorry, wrong, god damn it. The buttons, why did you close? Ship class. The Zorak Mark II, can we, this is obsolete. Destroy the Mark I. Upgrade the Mark II because it's all ready for a Mark III. Because if you take a peek at the nose weapons, we now have, instead of a stinky tier 2 cannon, we have a tier 3, so we may as well use the best of the best. How come, chat, every single time I'm like, you know what I'm gonna do today? I'm just gonna blow up an alien ship. Oh, is that all you're gonna do? You're just gonna blow up an alien ship? Why does it always happen after like 8 to 10 hours and we just like, okay, it took the entire stream to get everything set up. All the dominoes had to be just so, and finally, at last, we can blow it up. Okay, cool, thanks, bye. And like, we just have to, like, we're panting when we cross the finish line every single time. Have you noticed that? It's like that in every game. Everything takes 3 times longer than I expected to. Oh my god. It's 36 to 18 second cooldown? 32 to 55 damage, 800 kilometer sniper range. And it shoots the shots out at a 20, like, I would say almost 25-30% faster muzzle velocity. These might actually pose a threat. Just plop that tier 3 on. It's also lighter. It does take more energy usage per shot, mind, but we're using a tier 5 solid core fission reactor, so how tough could that be? No more Zorak Mark II. We're going straight to Mark III. Straight to Mark III. 137 combat. We're serious. Ships, ship construction, Mark III destroyer. Add that to queue. 101 days. Why? This is supposed to be faster. Wait, well, is it faster? What was the old time? Is this faster? Welcome to my Oxygen Not Included playthrough, where we've been completing the project today for like 30 hours of streams.
Roger, the burn was on time. The residual minus 21.
Hold was 130 days for a worse ship. Dude, 101 days? That's like 8 more turns.
Looks good, Floyd. Roger.
By the numbers.
It's like that in Hearts of Iron as well. Years to build ships. Just 3D printed. Marine platoon barracks. Costs 5 power. Houses several squads of space marines to defend our interests on this hab with a combat strength of 2. Supports a counselor assaulting nearby habs. What is nearby? This module is repowered before others. Defend our interests in Dishab. Back to interrogation techniques temporarily. Why don't we build that here?
Okay, we're off to a good start. Play it cool.
Play it cool. Play it cool. This only needs 5 power. I'm stationing Marines on our ship works. For sure. Do not want to get that boarded. And we should have enough power, because we have 6 extra power right now. Actually, we have 8 extra power. Then you finally build a ship and it's already obsolete, but this is going to be pretty badass, actually.
Here's what we found.
These ships might actually be able to hold a candle. Oh, there was alien activity in Seattle. Okay, we actually need to do something about that. What's that list on the left side of the screen? I'm having nightmares trying to read it. Do not read that. Do not read that list. Okay? But it's the news activity feed. I was cleaning it and keeping up with it. Now I'm not. Because most of the stuff... Esquia's got another skunk works. Good job, Esquia. But yes, we do actually need to focus on this because I need to surveil where the alien activity was.
Investigating target.
Standing by for orders.
Wait, where are you?
Reporting in.
Oh, surveil. Wrong button. That's on me.
On Overwatch.
Ready.
Okay, Petra, there's alien. There's so many aliens in Canada.
Acknowledged.
Alien life forms in
Heading
Algiers.
to the LC.
Ready for my mission.
Attack alien life forms in Turkey.
We're going in.
We'll squash them all one day. But yeah, don't read the activity feed. You don't need to. Hey, I'm surprised to see someone playing Terra Invicta, let alone Etalyx, first time here. If it's your first time here, I apologize because I am basically drooling at this point. I'm not doing a good job of explaining anything. I'm not being helpful. I'm not being knowledgeable. I am simply fast forwarding until such time comes as we have spaceships. That's it. We're going as fast as possible because I am ready for combat. I do like augmented combat training. Military priorities up 5%. 8 hours. It's all right. That's how this game is, yeah. I'm just trying to get my damn spaceships in orbit. Let's do... Here's the thing. If we do some of these, we might unlock better versions of them. So I'm going to go ahead and just start catching up on some old railguns, because we might get the better versions. Like the particle cannons, for example. They unlock tier 2s. Why not? Actually, forget about particle cannons. Let's just go... Let's do light rail and get the better versions of them. All in on railguns.
Score 1 for the good guys.
It'd take like 3 times longer if you explained everything that's happening. I will let you know if anything important happens right now. The main thing is we just actually started building our fleet, and it's gonna go much faster here in a moment. We need to defend an open control point in the US.
Acknowledged.
We're gonna have our diplomat do that, lock it down.
Securing our interests.
I'm here.
This guy kind of just goes around, he floats around and just takes care of whatever alien flora and fauna spots we can find. We're trying to be generally good.
Service.
Project Exodus is trying to leave Earth, but I'm trying to leave it in a better spot than when I found
Taking it to him.
That's not true. I am looting from local economies via spoils. Don't tell anybody. Tarcisio, you... But yeah, our base of power is more or less stable at this juncture. Let's go surveil.
Initiating surveillance.
Look for aliens. I found out about Terra Invicta trying to play XCOM 2 recently. Glad to see the Long War mod devs making their own game. It's been a lot of fun. There's a lot of stuff that I want to see changed, but I think it's a lot of fun too.
Setting a watch.
making things safe for our people.
Okay, our surveil actually turned up nothing. No alien activity, no invasive flora or fauna right there. A lot of probes from other factions are landing. Research into advanced rail cannon was stolen by the Initiative. They have duplicated our... Okay. This is the first time I've actually seen the AI doing something nasty. Now I gotta pause. Now I gotta pause. Now I gotta clean up the map. Because you're gone and pissed me off. I will make it my personal mission to screw the Initiative over from this point on. I'm gonna send every single agent to ground for one turn. Look at your pitiful research. 28, damn it, 92. Did he snag all 4 series bases? I did, yes. And I think I have tier 1 mines on all of them. Monka S, you don't want to see him when he's paused. It's very true. Where's the Initiative stations? Lincoln and McMurdo. They've already got shipyards. Okay, chat. Help me out here. How do you assault an enemy station? Like, okay, my question is, how close do your Marines have to be? We're gonna have, yeah, I gotta have my fleet first. Okay, we're just gonna start shaking up their control in India and see if we can let anybody else in. We're gonna go on a full campaign. Found an alien. That's where you are. We're gonna go on a full campaign. Nightbot Orbital Shipyards is ready for action. Two more Zorak Mark III class railgun destroyers. Two more Brack PD class monitors. 2, 4, 6, 8. That should be 8, 16 total ships. We could probably, if their escort went away, we could pull this off with just 4 ships. But I don't think the escort is going away. This game looks cool. Hello, Twisty One. I'm sorry I can't give you a good introduction. I've been streaming this for over 8 hours. I'm thirsty. My dog is whining. Oh, here's the aliens. See, like, Victor 6 and Victor 13. Wow, Victor 6 is powered up. Or is this just the power of the whole fleet? Victor 6 has 2 ships in fleet. How am I gonna fight the aliens like this? Now they've got even more power. Or maybe they're starting to get scared.
Target destroyed.
Okay, the Marine Platoon Barracks is also here.
The LZ is secure.
Wildfires in Minneapolis is threatening some inhabited areas. Let's help them. Limit the damage. Okay, time to mess with the initiative now. Because I have some pretty good agents. And I bet we have a lot of XP. 50 XP, Tarcisio. Good God, man. Let's remove your indulgent traits. And give you an extra security, because why not? Petra. You don't really need command. But command is good. Because command raises our control point cap. So you get command. Everyone gets command. To raise control points. You get command. German Anzora. You get command. Bradford, you don't get command. You get persuasion. And we're basically caught up. Okay, now it gets fun. So if we can't do a crackdown in India, 0% chance. Understandable. Let's take a look and see if they have any other bases of power. South Korea. And guess what? They have 2 undefended spots in South Korea. Well, isn't that nifty? Bonus to public campaign missions and bonus to purge missions. Oh, isn't that lovely? Let's go ahead and spend
going after their
some resources there.
Ready for my mission.
Petra, would you like to part the initiative with South Korea?
We'll make our appeal.
Public campaigns?
Where do you need me?
German Anzora, go to ground for 1 turn, please. Go into hiding. Too many people know where we are.
Initiating deep cover.
Acknowledged.
Same for Jianyi.
Going silent.
Three servant agents have been spotted.
Offering support.
Hunkering down.
I guess I should have made Bradford come over and help with popular support, but he's just been staying pretty much
into hiding.
Right on top of the USA's development points. Like, we're up to 13 mission control right now, and it's constantly on the rise. We're almost up to 1,000 science. Got us up to 4.8 Miltech. I like the way things are developing there. So, they did defend their points, so we don't have as much of a chance at a crackdown. Project Complete Light Rail Cannon. Okay, we're just doing some baby things. I think let's go ahead and get fleet combatants, just so we have some other ship options.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
Ooh, 12% public campaign support just boosts us up to an actual 63% chance even while they have the defend on. Not bad. And now we're going all in on Hydra interrogation. We've basically been talking to an alien after interpreting their language. So we're doing main story stuff right now. God, stop. Military science at Feistel Station developed a new prototype weapon. Oh, this is a good one, is it? As their profession is wont to do, the scientists are very eager to put their brand new invention to the test. So eager, in fact, that they've submitted a lengthy proposal detailing an extraordinarily varied battery of tests to gather as much data as they possibly can. While they acknowledge that the need for authentic targets could cause issues later down the line in the form of introducing debris into low Earth orbit 2, they maintain such issues are entirely secondary compared to the wealth of data they could get. Dude, 150 science is a day and a half of science! Approve the proposed weapon test. 1200 is only 13 days of science. Do we really need to increase the debris by 3 for 13 days of science? No. Less
They
destructive
slipped away
methods,
from
please.
us.
And we failed. Okay, don't worry, I'll be back. South Korea. I'll be back. Gotta get the Protectorate asset back. Okay. Chat.
Standing by.
Here's the thing.
Protecting our interests.
Ready to go.
The thing is, I am tired as hell and did not sleep very good last time. So, as much as I want to see space combat, I think I'm gonna have to.
Making our case.
Ready for orders.
Because I feel like I'd have a lot more fun if I was rested and my brain worked. And I was able to actually, you know,
cracking down,
enjoy myself.
Where to?
Instead of like rushing through it just to say that we saw the thing.
We must persuade the people.
Because here's the honest truth is that as much as I think like, oh, like I could definitely make it until we got one ship out, right? It's only 49 days. That's like 3 more fast forwards or so. The issue is combat is a whole thing. It's a detailed thing that I'm gonna do slowly probably because I don't know how to do it. And the second thing is I just don't, I think maybe it just took me too long. Because now the aliens in orbit are combined power level of almost 600, and that's not a 1-to-1. Like if I had 600 power level of Earth, I don't think that that's still as good because their ships are just better than